Hey guys, this is a project that I've been working on off and on for about a year or two now, saving up footage, storage, all of that, gauging opinions. But realistically, I've ran out of time, but we're just about done anyway now. So we're doing last second top 96 video to do a send-off for Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. This was a video that I could have done technically a year ago, but I didn't really want to because I wanted to kind of let my take simmer. I didn't think that I had like a complete perspective on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. But with Mario Kart World being, in my hands in 6 hours or so now, I feel like now is probably the time to say that my opinions on this game are probably solidified. So unfortunately, I had to rush this a little bit. Got as much footage as literally possible. There will be some moments where the screen is just kind of on a template. Shout out to Neo, Umber Neo also, for helping me with said template also. Looks great. Had a bunch of criteria that you're going to see. I'm going to be kind of scoring tracks on personal opinions. Everything is going to be subjective to a degree, but it's going to be based on what I think of creativity, how much I like driving or time trialing them, how much I like playing them in competitive matches. And then there's going to be a super subjective score called Personal Vibes, and that's going to be the one that's just kind of how much do I get excited when this track's picked and all that. The score is going to be combined Personal Vibes with a 4x modifier because, again, lists are subjective. But creativity, time trials, competitive, 2x score, music component, just 1. Keep in mind, I have some strange opinions, I suppose. I don't like going by the book. I think that's kind of normal, though. I don't think everybody has the exact same opinion, so you guys are going to see some fan favorites at random spots and some completely random ones up in high spots. But I think that's the beauty of this project and all of that. And regardless of, the last second prep on the intro and all this kind of stuff right now, I can still say this project had a substantial amount of detail in it, well over 100 pages written, years of gameplay to back it up, VOD storage saved. A lot of these videos are going to be some of the best races I had on a lot of these tracks, so it's going to be a little bit of a time capsule as well. Anyway, not going to ramble on anymore. Hope you guys enjoy the super long rookie movie, and of course, see you all in Mario Kart World in a few hours too. Now, most people typically have a snarky relationship and general distaste of their least favorite track in a game, but this one is pretty sad for me. I enjoyed Mario Circuit 3 a solid amount back on Mario Kart Wii, and would have been fine to just let it remain there and have that be the culmination of its legacy. But because it was the first track ever designed for Mario Kart, they had to shoehorn it in here, decided to make practically no changes to it, and what we got might be the most uninspiring remake I've ever seen in the series. It looks plain, the music only really has nostalgia going for it, driving just does not matter on it due to bagging strategies, and it is just awkwardly overscaled on top of it all. I felt as if MC3 kinda had a nice flow to it back on Mario Kart Wii, with both bikes and karts, which was actually kinda rare in that game. But of course, Mario Kart Wii wasn't really scared of its tracks being too short or too long, in the same way that Mario Kart 8 seems to be. It was perfectly content to have courses take less than a minute to complete, and it felt as if MC3 just naturally slotted in as another short track of tight turns and lots of shortcuts. In Mario Kart 8, it just feels massive in comparison. There's of course one notoriously sharp turn where you can release your mini turbo over the patch of off-road, but no other turns really follow suit. Even the shroom cuts almost feel too big to utilize with one mushroom. It's not that you can't do them or time them correctly. As a matter of fact, it can be argued that this is a good thing. But what I will say is one mushroom carried a lot more weight back on Wii. On Deluxe, it kinda just feels like a winning strategy is going to involve triple mushrooms or a golden mushroom nearly every time. The running and bagging balance was never amazing in Wii, but whatever balance it did have feels lost now. When stacked up to even the other Super Mario Kart remakes in this game, Mario Circuit 3 just leaves a ton to be desired on all fronts in my opinion, and it is the only track in this game where I simply struggle to come up with anything that I really like about it. What else is there really to talk about that hasn't been covered already? This track simply just exists, and for that reason, it's hard to elevate it in a list that has so many gems. But what this means is that Mario Circuit 3 actually kind of serves as the perfect baseline introduction to how I evaluate the scores. If your track has positive aspects in any of the categories I value, it will score higher than Mario Circuit 3 does most likely. So to my Mario Circuit 3 fans, I'm sorry, but somebody had to be last. If you want me to speak fondly of the track though, we can always talk Mario Kart Wii down the road. Alright, it's time to start making some people angry, but here's the truth. Baby Park absolutely sucks in this game, and I'm not saying that because it's spammy or because I'm just an overly competitive player who can't appreciate the silly things in life. I'm not saying that the very concept of Baby Park is even bad. I am saying that this iteration specifically is a bad remake, and that the Mario Kart DS iteration being even worse doesn't make this version any better. For all I care, this version is way closer to the DS version in entertainment value than the original, because the original version mops the floor with whatever this is. Part of Baby Park's charm comes specifically from Double Dash itself, and hot take, it's not actually repeatable, because in Double Dash you had some ridiculous special items. You had giant bananas, you had the fireball wave, you had the chain chomp, the baby's own special item, which could travel the distance of the entire track in seconds. But most importantly, you had the Bowser shell, which could fly over the middle section of the track and be a threat to literally anyone at any time. And because that game was an offline game and all the characters were typically present as such, these items were almost a guarantee to appear every single time you played it, even in the game's land mode. And even in the most try-hard of races, one-on-one, barrel train only, someone was still likely going to select Junior. So call me boring all you want or make claims I hate fun or something, but doing Baby Park without Bowser shells is like playing Mario Kart without the items to begin with. You're missing the entire point, and what you're left with is actually a boring little oval in a game where driving in the back of the pack almost always grants you a star every 2 item boxes. Gone are the days of Baby Park's best strategy simply being to front run and pray under maximum anxiety about what Lap 7 might have in store, because the ideal strategy is just going to be to bag if the game allows for it. Gone are the days of Baby Park being Baby Park. It was cool for what it was, and part of what made it that was the fact that first place was still a coveted position throughout the race. Yes, it was of course risky to be first in that game, but it was risky to be anyone on this track in Double Dash. And that was the magic, and that doesn't exist anymore. And it likely never will exist again, unless they want to give Double Dash a remaster or build an entire game around the ideas that would make Baby Park fun again. I think I'd prefer the Double Dash remaster if I had to choose between those options, but maybe I'll see you all online on GameCube NSO soon, and we can pick Baby Park there all you want. But back on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, there's nearly 3 digits of tracks that I think are more worth your time, and you should actually be happy that's the case. If you want a crazy new unplayable troll track so badly, go play the Electric Shredder custom track in Mario Kart Wii. It is way funnier, I promise. But to give Baby Park one compliment, at the very least the track still very much has a personality, and that alone will be the positive attribute worth elevating it out of the discussion for the bottom spot. So congrats on making it to the top 95. So a decade ago, I would have had a much more positive opinion about Mario Kart Stadium. I appreciate that it's a starter track that dared to have a different idea than just being, well, a basic circuit. And I'm hoping that Mario Bros. Circuit learns from Mario Kart Stadium in that regard. But a decade after release, in an era where there are 3 times as many tracks that we had at launch, I don't really have many positive feelings when thinking about this course anymore. Unfortunately, a lot of that has to do with its transition to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. In my opinion, this was one of the tracks that benefited a lot from the existence of fire hopping back in the Wii U game, and the long straightaways really stand out a lot more in Deluxe now, as sometimes you can go up to 10 seconds where a single blue mini-turbo is really the only required drift. That is not ideal for someone who likes drifting and turning as much as I do. But I think the thing that I dislike most about this track is the addition of the motion glider. If there's one thing that is cool about the motion glider, it's that it makes for kind of a cool party trick to show off to the people who don't play the game as much, but in practice, I really dislike it. Essentially, you can fly over the final shortcut with some mushrooms at the end of the track, but to do it quickly, it requires motion controls to be turned on. This makes races on this track feel practically dependent on having mushrooms at the very end, because if you don't do this strategy, you just lose a bunch of time. Against competent opponents, you will often have to gamble on pulling mushrooms at the very last set too, likely after you've already turned motion controls on. You might just strike out that way and get nothing good to take the cut with, and considering that dodging a shock is quite powerful on tracks with lots of off-road like this one to begin with, this makes the idea of front-running a strategy that can really backfire here. Something about modifying my control scheme in the middle of the race bothers me too. I know that perhaps I should be happy that this game doesn't force me to use a different controller altogether like the original Mario Kart 8 if I want to be able to utilize the maximum advantage situationally. But I still feel that everyone should be able to play the game with the exact control scheme that they prefer and not be at a disadvantage for it. This track simply is the biggest offender when it comes to breaking that desire, and I've got to say, this might be my least favorite track in the game to time trial. Having to do the motion shortcut with 1 mushroom every lap, while also needing to pull 3 coins from the coin ring is just kinda miserable. It's a hard pass for me. Cool idea for an opening track, surely, but it's got some major issues from my perspective that keep me from really embracing it like I did even in the Wii U era. There is a lot I don't like about Dry Dry Desert. It checks off almost none of the boxes I want to see checked when evaluating a Mario Kart track. It's a very generic desert level. It has off-road cuts so large that it completely devalues the racing lines of the track. It's long enough that there's always multiple shocks, and practically all the aspects of its original version that made it charming to begin with have been erased as well. If Double Dash was the goofy Mario Kart game where all the mountains and signs had eyes, Mario Kart 8 was whatever the opposite of that was. It had very realistic graphics compared to any other Mario Kart game, and this made the decision to show off Dry Dry Desert with no tornado or anything in the reveal trailer of this game a bit of a head-scratcher. It feels as if this track probably should have returned in a different game. I feel like trading it over to Mario Kart DS in exchange for Baby Park probably would have been the play. And I'm aware that merely minutes ago I said that Baby Park was bad in Mario Kart 8, but at least some people had enjoyed it here, while really nobody seemed to in Mario Kart DS. That would have also opened up a new DLC spot in Mario Kart 8 too, and put Desert in a game that was probably better suited for its racing style, but I digress. To its credit, I still enjoy playing this track in worldwide races, with nothing on the line. The item system is wacky enough that you can play the track however you want in this setting, and still probably get away with it on the results. And I suppose that is all that matters to Nintendo. Just for me, I can't score it super highly for that reason alone, because worldwide races are the least important setting for me personally. But while it is true that I wouldn't touch this course with a 39.5-foot pole under most circumstances, I can at least say it has brought some enjoyment to my time playing this game. Especially now that it's a rarer occurrence, unlike in the earlier days where the entire community was brainwashed into thinking that it was some essential part of competitive play, just on the premise that it wasn't good for players starting in first place. Those dark days are long buried in the past now, so really I don't have many negative feelings about the course anymore, despite the fact that I don't really have a ton of positive ones either. So shout out to the community for listening to my very first Rook View episode, where I said it was a useless pick in competitive play. I guess on a side note, the added Oasis was an interesting touch too and should be mentioned. If the tornado was the subtraction, this was kind of the addition. And I don't know if this was added as a little bit of a nod to Paper Mario 64, probably not. Or if Nintendo just wanted to try further justifying the underwater driving mechanics, that feels more likely. But regardless of what it was for, I'd say it was an appreciated change. Some say that it defeats the theme and isn't true to the original, but I can't say I feel the original section would have translated super well here had the game remained completely faithful anyway. So all in all, it's not great. But I have had at least some fun on it at times, and even recently at that, and that alone is enough to keep it out of the bottom 3. In what some are calling a massive upset, Rock Mountain is taking the title of being my least favorite 3DS course in this game. What put it over the top exactly? Well, its main gimmick just doesn't hit the same as it did in Mario Kart 7. Rock Mountain in some ways was the embodiment of what Mario Kart 7 was. It, not Toad Circuit, was the main demo course for the game, and that's because it was the course that most effectively showed off Mario Kart 7's big new gimmick. It was the gliding track, and yes, I am aware that Cheep Cheep Lagoon also served this purpose for underwater driving in the demo, but let's be real here. Gliding has always been the cooler ad. And gliding was kind of absurd in Mario Kart 7. You used to have so much control with your glider. You could bounce off the ground without landing, could glider boost off of objects by barely not colliding with them, and you could even glider cancel if you wanted to at literally any moment. Shroom usage and drafts also stacked insanely with glider panels as well. The fastest strategy on Rock's lap transitions was to do a glider bounce, then trick off the now no longer existing ramp afterwards to extend the length of your glider. The fastest strategy on the main glider was to get a glider boost by nosediving right above the pipe. Because Monster Tires also dominated the game and could drift off-road, this massive off-road shortcut to the right was nerfed by the fact that the standard racing lines could take the ramp shroomless after landing with their glider. And it was actually a rather engaging track to drive for many of these reasons, and literally all of them are just gone now. In 8 Deluxe, it has been depressingly reverted to being a painfully plain and lengthy bagging course. The glider sections no longer have boosts to go for, or no item cuts to set up. You just go off them and fly straight for seemingly half of every lap. And the shortcut near the end of the course just feels like it dictates every race now as a result. Even the best part of the track, I would argue, the most iconic part that is, which is climbing up the mountain at the very end and dodging the falling rocks with all the boost panels, just feels awkward now. They got rid of the middle boost panel seemingly for no reason whatsoever, and beyond just making the track slower as a result, It removed the abilities for players to easily switch sides without experiencing too much of a slowdown. I wish I could say something nice right now, to be honest, but it's kind of just depressing. It's not like I thought this track was amazing, but it certainly deserves better than this. It doesn't look good. It is kind of a bore. It is not even valuable in any sort of competition outside of, well, trolling opposing teams on already decided matches during the last race with a 2-minute thoughtful reflection of what just happened while you glide. It might just be better than Baby Park is in that regard. Even its little lap 3 jingle to kick off the final lap of Mario Kart 7 was forgotten about here. It feels as if 200cc is really the only hope for it, but it's just not something I really ever had the time to invest in during the Booster Pass era. So I am sorry to the Rock fans out there for this slander. I know one personally who once set a world record of exactly 2 minutes on this track back in Mario Kart 7. Y'all are a dedicated bunch for sure. I just don't see it with this course in this game though. But hey, at least the track still has a clear identity and the music still rocks. So here's the thing, I don't consider myself to be a circuit hater, but they do tend to fall into the trap of being incredibly plain, especially the ones that are in the Mushroom Cup or lead off the Flower Cup like this track. Mario Circuit, in my opinion, really sums up my problem with gimmicks in video games, because when it was announced as the feature track of the original Mario Kart 8 trailer back in 2013, it felt really big and special, and that's because the track design is actually quite creative. It takes the shape of a Mobius strip, a one-sided surface that connects back to itself, and that very idea was a perfect match with the anti-gravity mechanic. And as we know, the Mario Kart 8 logo is essentially just the mini-map of this track, and that's actually so cool. It's one of those ideas where you just question, how are they going to do something cooler than this in the future? Is this why the next game took a decade to make, because they just couldn't think of anything better? But upon further scrutiny, and a decade of playing the track, the warts start to show a little bit. Yeah, the trailer showed people racing upside down and how anti-gravity made that possible. The gimmick was very cool from that new perspective. But the thing is, the gimmick alone didn't turn this into a fun track. In practice, an upside down straightaway was still just a straightaway, and while anti-gravity certainly allowed for some innovative track designs that took advantage of 3D space in new ways, they still had to get pretty creative to make the moment-to-moment gameplay feel special too. And I'm not sure they did that on this track. The long turns present in Mario Circuit were still long turns, even if on the other side of the track they were facing the other direction. The interesting driving just really wasn't there. And when it comes to the actual gameplay of the track, judging when a Piranha plant will and won't take a bite at your direction is about as riveting as it gets. So yeah, this was a great test course, that's for sure. It's definitely an upgrade over the Wii Mario Circuit in that regard, which also kicked off the Flower Cup, but did it really take advantage of its unique mechanics? Well, in my opinion, not really. Still, awesome trailer though, and bashing into the start-finish line banner was pretty fun too. So 90th admittedly feels pretty low for Donut Plains 3, but when I was looking at all of my categories, I was just finding it hard to justify moving it that much higher. I am aware that this course has a little bit of a cult following that swears by its competitive integrity, saying that it is an underrated frontrunner with interesting strategies, and the driving appears to be endearing to more than just a handful of players, and I don't disagree that it's a fine track in online matches. The item set formation is unique. You essentially get a double box of the first set, and then the second set is optional and slower. This makes any bagging strategy pretty calculated because you're really only ever going to have to predict 2 main shock spots. But because its length is short, and you do save a lot of time going tight of the second set, the track is surprisingly runnable as well. But while I understand that it's not some broken course, I just struggle to understand what the appeal is and why many of my friends deliberately sought it out to be their go-to runner. Competitive play is really the only solid mark I gave it, but there's plenty of other tracks I prefer that I think have good marks in that category too. It's just not a track that I would pick in worldwide races, even during my short stint of experimenting with it in competitive play back in 2018. It's just kind of a boring theme in my opinion. It is literally just an outdoor muddy plains with the patented Super Mario Kart track design of going inside in the middle and then going back out again. The music is pretty boring, even if the Super Mario Kart inspired whistle beats that you get while front running is pretty cool. And actually time trialing this track is painful in my opinion. The underwater strategies feel ridiculous and set up the no item cuts in a way that I've never really taken online before, all while avoiding 10 coins. So because you don't pick up all the coins, the advantage state that you can get online never feels actually simulated in time trials, and while my multiple Donut Plains 3 fan friends are definitely better on it than most players, they still often feel susceptible to the dodging players who big-brained it up. I'm not here to hate. If you like a track, you like a track. For me, I just typically don't resonate with the early 90s Super Mario Kart track beams all that much, and think that there have been much more interesting ideas introduced in the years since. What I will say though is I do think as the standalone token SMK track in the base Wii U game, I think it worked well enough. This track was kind of the bane of my existence as a kid, back before I knew what the hop button even did, and keeping the unfinished bridge and turning it into a section with underwater was a neat little touch, and another cool nod to history. And I think that stuff is important when deciding on a singular SNES track. You've got to pick something memorable, and it'll be interesting to see if they do something similar with Bowser Castle 2's Dead End at some point in the future as well. Excitebike Arena has got to be one of the greatest modern success stories for propaganda lovers everywhere in the entire 21st century. I can't even begin to count how many times I've heard the phrase "can be won through running or bagging" over the last 8 years, referring specifically to this track. Newsflash though, everyone, that's pretty much every track in Mario Kart 8. I of course recognize that Excitebike Arena is a track with an incredibly hard to reach skill ceiling, and I respect the players who are able to approach those levels. I am nowhere close to them on this course, and I completely buy the idea that this track is the optimal online pick for at least a few players out there. But guys, I know this community. I know about our collective work ethic, especially in the Booster Pass era, and I know about the lounge addiction and at times parasocial connections that lead half of player base into picking the same 8 tracks on a roster of 96 over and over again. So yes, believe me when I say that I understand Excitebike Arena is a skill-based course at the top level. But I want to know, if it is so skill-based in general, why do so many absolute frauds pick it with the utmost confidence that is going to work out for them every time? You know, well before the Booster Pass came out, I had an era where I was one of those frauds. I picked Excitebike Arena for myself in lounge matches, and I was part of the problem. But the reason was simple. Even though I had absolutely no talent on the track whatsoever, I always felt like I could manipulate the situation into putting me in a solid spot with triple shrooms and a star on lap 3. And let me tell you, some Mario Kart 8 players will live for that feeling. But this was not an exclusive thing to Excitebike Arena. The entire game kinda works this way. It's just easy to see on a track like Excitebike Arena because the last turn had shortcuts and a lot of room for chaos, and the lack of turning leading up to that section kinda gave players plenty of time to just focus in on their item management. Of course, when a track is picked so much as well, you get more used to it as well in its game flow. As you'll come to understand later in this video, I can say that I'm adamant that how community perspectives shape the discourse for certain tracks should have no effect on my rankings. But this single track might kind of just be the exception. Part of the reason I feel this way is just because I don't really get what makes it have such broad appeal, beyond lounge players just thinking that it's good and easy for them to win. At its core, it is literally just an oval, and I'm not saying that it has to be a circle or some other shape to be good, but if your entire track is just kind of pressing R a bunch, or shaking your controller, with the occasional advanced ramp strategy if you're actually good at the game, I feel like there's probably a little bit of room to become a little bit more interesting with a few changes. But speaking of changes, I guess it does switch up the ramp patterns every time. And I understand that this aspect of it can kind of justify its replay value a little bit, and it does add to the game's creativity a little bit. But the key word here is just a little bit. And while a few layouts feel pretty nice for advanced driving, there are a few that I kind of just despise as well, where I kind of just feel like I have to default to tricking. Is that a skill issue? Could I have studied all the layouts a little bit more? Maybe. But again, the advanced tech often goes out the window entirely the second a shock comes. Power items are overpowered here, and your practice trick timing and boosts that grant you a lower trick on the next ramp that you poured hours into perfecting in a surprisingly frustrating time trial session might just not matter, because the main shortcuts are huge, and the side of the road is wide open for shock dodgers to golden up with practically zero resistance. And yes, I know Excitebike is kind of a legacy game for Nintendo too, but it's not one with a rich enough history for me to just kind of say, you know what, it's worth it to have it here. But it's certainly funny in the sense that both strong and weak players alike are likely going to feel complete confidence in their abilities to get it done every time this track is selected. So even though it's not possible to have more than one winner per race, we certainly see the track appear in lounge matches very often. Before moving on, I've got to give a nod to its music though. I really want to hate it. I've heard it unwillingly so many times, and it is kind of just a goofy theme that almost feels like it's trolling you if you don't like the course. But man, it is undeniably catchy. So props to that. Next game though, let's try to enjoy the soundtrack more equally across the board though. It has been nearly 3 years now, and I still have no idea what to make of Sky High Sundae. Had it not been discovered in the Booster Pass banner leak, I feel like the community would have been so completely confused by this track reveal. We had a similar track in the form of Sweet Sweet Canyon in the game already, and for people who just like tricking a bunch, we just talked about Excitebike Arena. Was a combination of these two courses truly necessary? I mean, probably not, but that's what we got. And Nintendo was so excited to give it to us that we got it in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe before we got it in Mario Kart Tour, ahead of Merry Mountain, which had been released earlier on in Tour. And now on top of it all, it's coming back to Mario Kart World. Out of all the tracks to debut in Mario Kart 8 and Tour, this is the single one we're seeing in Mario Kart World, and that is just crazy to me. It is my hope that this course was kind of just built for Mario Kart World though, because I did not really like what it offered in Mario Kart 8. The floaty anti-gravity mechanics made it feel very plain in my opinion. There was just not really a lot of room to adjust your lines. It felt as if it made the track more simple, and I am hoping that these physics don't return, and that the alternative rail paths make it feel more dynamic to play. Because in Mario Kart 8, it kind of just felt like this track came down to just holding A and tricking. Yes, there were those stair strategies, it wasn't completely brain off, but I'm almost convinced that they were likely just there so the track could complete an eventual loop, instead of just being a bunch of trick ramps that eventually led you to the void. But if the track is just floaty and simple without much advanced driving tech, and just kind of a rehashing of Excitebike Arena, why do I have this track one spot ahead of Excitebike? Is it purely just because I think Excitebike is overpicked? Well, great question, but no actually. While I find Excitebike Arena to be the more engaging course to drive, I think I prefer Sky High Sundae vibe by quite a bit. Yes, I get that Excitebike was a crossover course and that was kind of its gimmick, but I think being a crossover course doesn't necessarily make your track idea unique. If I'm going to be tricking off like 15 ramps a lap, I would prefer to do it in some adorable ice cream world where the ramps are all distinct instead of just some plain looking stadium. But even when it comes to the track design itself, I like a few other things about Sky High Sundae more. First, I like that there are some alternative paths and that the coins are used to space out the beginning or get players to choose different paths. I like that there is an extra item box to pull if you want to dive to the bottom path before the last item set, and weirdly, the floaty physics can actually make switching paths to get over there on a moment's notice possible. This extra item might be used hastily because of the timing before the last set, but it's there and has some potential benefit. It has saved me from getting redded a handful of times too. And I like that there are multiple ways to get the 2 item boxes at the beginning also. You can go through the hole or just dive down to the left side and take items in the front and in the back of the rotating loop. And I also like that there isn't some massive off-road shortcut at the very end of the course that serves to decimate whoever is up front. I guess one could ask, do the players even really deserve their front runs on this track? Because realistically, this track probably has the least amount of skill expression in its driving in the entire game. But I think the answer is still yes. This track is actually pretty rewarding in 6 vs 6, because often the best group runs are pulled out through good playmaking. The path splits can open up windows to go for plays or to red people out multiple spots ahead, while also giving players more options to try to escape getting hit as well. It's not like simplistic driving necessarily means that the track has no positive competitive aspects to it, even if good driving is always going to be a massive plus when it comes to making a track more enjoyable to play in my opinion. So yeah, I don't think that there's a ton here honestly, but I do not think it is a barren wasteland either. My hope is that they can make the driving matter more in World, and early signs suggest that this might actually be the case, but we're just going to have to wait and see on that one. So before Mario Kart 8 came out, N64 Rainbow Road was my least favorite Rainbow Road in the series. In its original game, it was a slog to play and just felt like a test of endurance. It was not particularly challenging either. I will say that the track was very memorable though. It has one of my favorite music tracks in Mario Kart 64, and still it's one of the best in series history today. I absolutely love the second half where the guitar kicks in, then joins the flute at the very end. I would argue that the track is kinda carried by its music and vibes, because otherwise, I felt it was just boring. But it was weirdly a super cool boring. It almost felt as if the track itself was the credit roll for the game. Now, Mario Kart 8 did not come out in the 90s. The track literally had to change its identity, there's just no way around it. You can't have tracks where the selling point is the journey in a game with online play with a generation of gamers that get bored way more easily. So the changes were made, and well, I still don't really like what it became. Don't get me wrong, I would have made the track One Lap 2 when remaking it, I still like the new rendition of the music too, but I just don't think the track plays very well. There's no shortcuts, which isn't a deal breaker, but there's also very few coins. The ones that are present are often thrown onto the track behind your pace, and the track is now one of the shortest in the entire game. There is no double box of the second set either, which is pretty rare, but to even have a chance of holding an early lead on this track, you kind of need the coin boost to the first box. So you might just get 2 coins in a row, which increases your odds of being redded out. And then at the beginning lap 2, after everyone drafts up, all hell just breaks loose. Those who have played high-level Mario Kart 8 all have an understanding of what a mess this section is. There is always a fire flower or boomerang, often there's a super horn. It often feels like you have no control over what happens, and if you survive, it's really hard to not win. And if you don't survive, there's barely any coins and the track is so short that comebacks feel ridiculously hard. It makes the track kind of feel like a game of slots, and it provides a significant advantage to those who start in the bottom spots with 4 or 5 coins from the start. And as many of us know, when playing in teams, it is the most imbalanced course in the entire game, and maybe even the series. The skill expression is not exactly high. Where you start just determines so much. The new smart steering glider strategy is pretty cool at the beginning. It's easy to perform and does give first place at least a little bit more of a fighting chance now. And I think without this strategy, I might have actually pushed for the track's banning in 6 vs 6 competition, considering the course quite literally felt like an auto win for a while. So it does get some points for this, and honestly it's my favorite application of smart steering in the entire game. But all in all, the track is more modernized. I prefer that it is this way in Mario Kart 8 as opposed to how it was in Mario Kart 64, and I even like the track a bit more in the Wii U version of the game. But in some senses, I feel like its greatest strength as a course is no longer present. That's not to say that it's not a visually stunning track anymore or that the new remade music isn't good. It definitely is. I just think that the original version was an all-time great, and that the actual gameplay of the course leaves a lot to be desired. So of course, I respect the history of this course and what it meant for the series. It gave us the true Rainbow Road theme in everybody's mind, and I think it clearly deserved its opportunity to be the original closeout course for Mario Kart 8 as well. It is just not something I personally would rank very highly, even through a more casual lens. It is not escaping the worst Rainbow Road allegations here, unfortunately. Sorry to the Mario Kart 64 fanboys. Barely hovering outside of my bottom 10 tracks in the game, we have Toad Circuit. Funnily enough, I feel like this is probably in an above average placement for it, based on how I've seen the track discussed elsewhere. Truthfully though, I don't think Toad Circuit is nearly as bad as people make it out to be. I think it is just an easy target, because let's face it, this was a bad remake at the forefront of discussions when the Booster Pass came out. So what exactly makes it a bad remake? Well, it's rough on the eyes, and really didn't add much new to the game, or take advantage of any of its pre-existing features really. It just acts like a simple circuit track, and that actually makes it a pretty notable downgrade from Mario Kart 7 in my opinion, where it had one of the most satisfying yet risky shroomless and shroom cuts you could possibly ask for, back to back. In Mario Kart 7, it acted as both a front-running and bagging hybrid course in that game, and you really had to think about risk a lot no matter which way you decided to play it. Racing lines actually felt like they used to matter on this track, and that has definitely been lost in the transition to 12-player races with double item boxes. But what I will say is that even in this form, I do find it to be more engaging than many of the courses I've ranked below. It is not some gimmicky course, nor is it just an oval with trick ramps. It's not competitively broken in the same way that N64 Rainbow Road is, and despite it being a track where luck plays a big factor in the result, I find that you still have a decent amount of control, and that races are rarely determined on conditions that are not in your favor from the jump. There is definitely no 64 Rainbow Road Lap 2 moment, if that makes sense. So the mid-80s feels about right to me. It is about the lowest I can place a course that doesn't really have anything majorly wrong with it other than presentation. And maybe that annoys some people, but I just find gameplay to be more important than things like visuals. I have had good races on it before where the win felt like I outsmarted the lobby. Its remade music is good. I probably would have liked it more if its shroomless ramp cut was more like how it was back in Mario Kart 7, and if the side of the road wasn't kind of bumpy, but these are kind of just minor nitpicks. And I'll just say this. Perhaps if Donut Plains 3 had some giant toad balloons, I'd like it a little bit more as well. This feels kind of unfair, but I find Merry Mountain to be a little bit disappointing. Like, for a Christmas-themed track, I think I was just expecting more. I remember Crash Team Racing had a DLC track just like this called Gingerbread Joyride, and it was full of sharp turns and interesting shortcuts, with a Carol of the Bells themed music track attached, and I loved it. I don't know if it just raised the bar too high, but Merry Mountain just felt like it didn't deliver in the same way. The first half of the track is at least relatively decent. The early path split creates a decision between speed and uncontested coins, and the path leading up to the mountain is at least kind of fun to drive too. But the second half is such a letdown in my opinion. The end of the course is just some super long straightaway. There is a shortcut that opts to skip some item boxes, and this is ordinarily a design choice that I'm all for, but it is so utterly broken that it almost feels like the item set isn't even there to begin with, and with this cut available every lap, the track is just kind of over-centralized around pulling a mushroom for the ending. It makes the actual last turn feel non-existent. The spinning item box wheel just feels terrible to get because if you're there on lap 3, you're likely already feeling like you've lost, and the idea of holding wide to try to get 2 item boxes instead of 1 at this point just feels like a further annoying slowdown. The half pipe up top might as well just not be there either. It is absurdly slow to take, and the extra coins feel like a stretch to go for at times, even on lap 1. The double boxes available are technically still slower than grabbing 2 on the ground, and I think it's kind of disappointing that they removed what was a mechanic unique to this course back from Tour, that being the pink super half pipe that gave an extended boost closer to that of the triple shroom item in Tour. Had they kept that, there might have been reason to use this path situationally, but it's almost like it just never existed now. Overall, I think this track has a good theme with a kind of poor execution. I feel like there shouldn't ever really be sections in Mario Kart 8 where aggressively snaking for what feels like 10 seconds downhill is what players default to, but that is what happened here. And I'm not ready to say I'd give this track a lump of coal, but I guess I was just wishing for a little bit more. I feel like for years I have really wanted to like Ice Outpost more than I actually do. On paper, it's a skill-based runner with alternate paths and challenging no-item shortcuts. In practice, I just don't have fun playing it though. I don't know if it's the off-road physics, the ridiculous lag, or just the constant reminder that climate change is on the way and coming for even the Mario universe, but it just feels weirdly depressing. I do like the no-item cuts. They're designed to make you choose between speed and safety, and I'm pretty pumped that they actually work in this game's meta, unlike in 8U, and I like the path splits too. I like that switching paths is part of the standard racing line now, and I've seen some really clever red shell plays made in team matches using the path splits. I do appreciate that practice has made me feel like I've won some races on this track too. But while these are just objectively good things about it, it just feels like I would be lying to say that I like the track overall. I'm not even opposed to tracks with excessive lag in general. I feel like that is more of an issue with the game than the tracks themselves, but this one is a bit much. The final cut is incredibly frustrating to be honest. Every time I think I have to double trick down, it turns out that I don't actually, and is one of those courses where bagging and dodging either feels completely futile or just the obvious strategy, and you never know what it's going to be until the race reaches its ending. Starring or billing up on a long off-road turn while everyone else is tiny is just a ridiculous time save. But until the shock dodge is actually confirmed, being in the back often feels like an awful strategy that's just going to hand you a bottom spot finish. Going for the first double box takes you way out of the ordinary racing line, so it often feels like you have to commit to an all or nothing approach here. But if you are able to dodge here, it kind of feels like you just win, and I can't say that I feel like it's super deserved when it happens, because I just feel like I'm at a disadvantage until the moment it does happen. On many tracks where you bag, you still expect to get like 5th or 6th or 7th without a dodge or anything. But on here, it's either I dodge up or I feel like I just get 10th. For front-running players though, it's not really until the final glider where players can feel an ounce of safety. And even then, if you reach the final glider, it kind of acts as a perfect place for players behind you to throw up some fire. It is weird to think about the balancing a bit. In the past, the shock could be held through the final set at times to target most of the room off the glider, and it's much more predictable now that that option's kind of gone. Now you just expect people to chain at the last set, and I'm not sure if this is a good or a bad thing, but I certainly don't miss the target shock spot. Now, perhaps controversially speaking, it's not that I dislike the music, I think it's fine and gets the job done, but a few people hold it in a higher light than the rest of the game's soundtrack, and I just don't see it. It's a shorter loop with a B section that's pretty similar to its A section. I find it to be pretty repetitive, but not in some legendary riff kind of way where it's just more than welcomed. So yeah, this is the first track in a string of 3 where its greatest sin is really that I just don't vibe with it that much. It doesn't surprise me that many people do enjoy this track. It's just for me to really enjoy a level that is kind of just a pretty standard ice level, I'm going to need some sharper turns and ideas that are going to change the gameplay of the track. I like me some path splits, but I'm not sure they carry the weight of what the track was trying to be. And it feels like the upcoming Starview Peak has actually taken some inspiration with its green and yellow paths too. It almost makes me wonder if Nintendo themselves felt the same way, like yes, this is a good concept, but it needs a more notable overarching theme like an observatory or something. Of course, I'm not sure if Starview Peak will be better than Ice Outpost, but I guess we're going to find out soon. I did not care for Mute City in Mario Kart 8. Yes, it's true. And for this track in particular, I'm willing to just hold the L if you want to call it a skill issue. I think that's a fair criticism here. I am just bad at this track. Mainly though, this is because I am just bad at the shortcuts. And the ending shortcut kind of just feels like the entire track to me. The floaty F-Zero physics, as I've mentioned, kind of just make for a type of race experience I don't really like. I feel like it makes adjusting yourself with improvised mini-turbos rather difficult, and simplifies the driving overall. And back on the Wii U game, it was actually almost kind of hard to notice because the fire hopping over the first boost section was quite intense. And nobody was taking the no item cut back then either. But now, so much of this track just feels like holding the A button and waiting for the ending. Undeniably, it's a cool track. The music is awesome, and in my opinion, it's better than every one of Smash's 31 remixes of it. I made that number up, it feels about right. The anti-gravity at the end, and how the track loops back over itself looks so cool from a distance though. But I guess this is the thing about anti-gravity. So much of its appeal is just visual. And as much as I want to just throw items onto the path above me, I'm not really going to have the items to do that down low. But up top, when I'm in first, it also never feels like it's worth the risk of getting rid of your defense either. When you're over there, the only thing that's really worth monitoring is your ability to do the shortcut. This shortcut is unfortunately one of my least favorites in the game, and I've only gotten worse at it with time. I don't know if this is just because the meta combos have gotten slower since the balance patches, or if just the sheer amount of tracks in this game has resulted in me brushing up on Mute City less and less, but admittedly, it just isn't a track that I get excited about playing. I'll be really excited about the rewind feature in World for this reason, specifically for tracks with strategies like this. It's not a track that I want to boot up to play a bunch of laps over and over again on, but if it's just covering the shortcut, then I'm all for the repetition. Back before all the DLC in this game, I actually used to speedrun Mario Kart 8 Deluxe somewhat infrequently, and I remember you could start on any track back then because it would always just loop back around. I always used to choose to start on Dragon Driftway because Mute City was the second track and both courses had costly, failable no-item cuts. And I will say though, I much prefer the shortcut on Dragon. It is just more intuitive to me. I can see exactly where I will fall if I don't jump, and I prefer it this way. Courses like GBA Mario Circuit, Mute City, and even Hyrule Circuit trip me up a little bit more, because it seemed like some contact with off-road was fine, but obviously not too much, and I found understanding these limits to be a little bit challenging, and obviously on Mute City, it's just incredibly costly to fail too. This is one of the tracks I really miss in the Waluigi Wiggler era, because I was pretty comfortable on it back then. Using the shroom cut the turn before and hopping into the right alignment felt satisfying to pull off. That said, the appeal of the track was still pretty similar back then. It was always just a track where the shortcut was a bit over-centralizing. The last time I played this track was actually the last time I played this game a few weeks back. It was in my 6 vs 6 match with some other YouTubers, and I got us to pick this track late when the match was already over, to try to gain some new footage for a track I rarely played, let alone played well on. I will just say, no content farming was done. Hopefully what you got in the background here was watchable enough. Bone Dry Dunes did nothing really wrong, but it's just not a track I've ever really liked. Nothing about it is outright offensive, nor do I count tracks out just because they're slippery. But I don't see this track as having some unique theme. We've had some red sand deserts in tracks before, and many even returned to later in the life of this game too, making this course stand out perhaps a little bit less. Why exactly are there ships riding around out in the sands? I'm not sure, but at least they make the economy more manageable on a track that has some slim pickings otherwise. The ships also kind of remind me a little bit of Tiki Valley back from Mario & Luigi Superstar Saga, which notoriously had a giant abandoned ship stuck in the middle of the desert too. So that's cool, I guess. But overall, there are just multiple little things about Bone Dry Dunes that I just don't really like. The 3-coin stretch before the anti-gravity path split has always just felt like hell. You really have to commit for the 3 coins, and while this isn't inherently a bad thing, it's just something that has always slowed me down while trying to play this track on time trials. The slippery road in this section also makes for a deadly combo with these coins, but perhaps more frustrating than all of this is just the exit onto the anti-gravity path. I think I constantly have to refresh my lines on this track just to not lose a bunch of time on this transition, because how you take it can determine a lot when it comes to how wide you go, and the difference in going fast versus going slow here is caused by very minute alignment differences. The track is not interesting enough for me to always want to do this refresh, given it's rarely played and there are 90 other courses in the game, but hey, perhaps that's what makes it a good counterpick for some teams. I'm actually not a big hater of the main path split in this game, and by that I mean like the one that's anti-gravity versus just normal sand. I probably wouldn't make it this slow if I had to do it all over again, but the 4 coins on the left path is no joke also. It almost feels like going around the final cut on Music Park. Obviously, you're not going to do this lap 3 unless it's for safety, which is not really an issue on Bone Dry Dunes' right path, but it can still be useful in the earlier laps if everything is hectic on the right side. The glider is kind of interesting as well. Going up top I find to be an underrated strategy, even if the item set you get from it is often so late in the race that you might not have an ideal time to use whatever you get, but this can still be a great strategy for first place to avoid a double red situation at the very end of races too, if they play their cards right. I don't know exactly what the intended path to get up there was. It seems that there's kind of like a spout of sand below that you're supposed to bounce off of, but obviously I've really never seen anybody do that. So I'm just going to assume that how you do it is just kind of the alignment on the last glider by the double box going high and getting the extra box there. It's kind of weird because it means to get the extra item, you kind of have to go for the extra item with the double box anyway. But it's not like 3 items is really a bad strategy too, especially if you're rolling for some quick defense. The ending cut also doesn't feel completely broken either, just due to the nature of the track. Golden mushrooms are certainly not bad at this ending, but the angle of the last turn out of a glider makes it so players won't be able to mindlessly mash it the whole time. Also, I'm sorry because I like Dry Bones, but he can go at the end of the races. Not because these Dry Bones are ordinarily tough obstacles to deal with, but because they're so irritating specifically after a shock, which is pretty common in this section if the user chains at the last main set. They might respawn right on top of you at critical junctures of the race, and it's so hard to actually understand where they are going to reappear, and I always found this to be kind of tilting. So I think it's nice that they got Dry Bowser a track, which is kind of weird when considering that Dry Bowser was not in the base version of Mario Kart 8 like this track was. It almost feels like this should have been a DLC 2 track for this reason, but it got moved up. And I see they're running it back with Dry Bones getting a new track in World 2, with the acronym DBB instead of BDD. That's kind of funny. Alright, we've got yet another crossover course, and I promise I'm not some irrational hater of them, even if it might seem that way so far, but let's address the obvious stuff first. The 4 seasons thing is certainly interesting, but I just see it as a bit of a double-edged sword. You could go with the glass half full approach and say that it's really cool that every time this track is picked, you're going to be a little bit surprised. Personally speaking though, my favorite season to play is fall, and it's not like I love the fall track, but if I did love it, I can say that I would feel deterred from picking it online, because when you select Animal Crossing, you're not selecting the fall course or whatever your favorite is, you're selecting a 25% chance of playing that version. And as someone who is a bit of a winter hater, these odds just don't feel worth it to me. So I don't really know how to rate this track exactly. I will definitely say it is a creative idea for a course, but while this creativity boosts my score for that category a bit, it kind of takes away in some other areas. I can't give this track a great time trial score, because even though the time trial is pretty chill on the summer variant, I feel like I'm only playing 25% of the track, and can't properly practice, which bothers me. Both spring and especially winter play incredibly differently, so I think that this is a problem. I think this track is also hindered too in competitive play by this gimmick. I feel like not knowing what you're getting when picking a track is just inherently bad for competitions, and perhaps this sounds ironic coming from a Mario Kart player, but I would argue that this is still a completely different type of RNG than what you experience when you roll for an item. Because even if every item roll is random, there is a level of risk assessment to all these rolls that players have to calculate in real time. Players can understand how to space from first place and maximize their odds of pulling a star, for instance. And players roll for items in game because that is simply their best strategy. This is different from the players themselves being the ones to choose to spin the wheel when other options are available that might even be better. And I feel like the only way choosing Animal Crossing would be justified in this setting is if all 4 variants are believed to yield a better result than all the alternatives. But this track isn't like Excitebike Arena or even Moonview Highway. Yes, it is structured the same between all the seasons, and yes, all of them have, in my opinion, that same worst item set in the game with all the balloons, but these are not marginal changes overall. Some seasons are decently runnable, while winter is just a hard bagger. Every season has that ridiculously overpowered shortcut right at the end of the track that decides so many races, yet this cut is even more powerful when taking on winter because the players going around have to deal with the off-road. The dynamic of this track is just completely different depending on which version you get, and I can't really say that about Excitebike Arena, even if the lines are a little bit different between versions. It feels incredibly unlikely to me that in actuality, any player should have a near identical level of confidence on all 4 variants, and I just can't take the idea of being even slightly disappointed by your own track pick seriously. I will say though, the music's pretty nice regardless of what you're getting though. Of course, it doesn't matter if maybe I prefer the summer variant over, say, Toad Circuit, which I prefer over the winter variant, because I'm not picking tracks online for music-related reasons. So a simple average will do here, and it comes out to being around the middle of the pack in my mind. But if you want my actual take on this matter, the spring version is definitely the best. Argue with a wall. It kind of feels like a crime to have GBA Mario Circuit this low, but I've got to be realistic. This is a pretty painfully simple course with an elevated turn. It's a pretty hard bagger, which is situationally kind of brainless. Is there really a ton here? Well, maybe not. But beyond just being a simple circuit track, I can't help but have a soft spot for it. I always really liked trying to front run this track, even in settings where I wasn't supposed to. It felt like a challenge that at times could pay off due to the track's short runtime, and often if a teammate joined me, we could nab a cheap top 2. And the course was pretty inviting to drive as well. As mentioned in the Mute City section, I wasn't super good at its no item cut, but it felt like there was a safe way to do it, so if I wasn't getting the fast version, I was still always clearing the tires. And weirdly, I appreciated the little pit stop at the end of the track. I know it was kind of a meme because that singular box turned competitive players into addicts for going backwards at the start of races, and that resulted in a few Twitter posts that blew up, trashing the game. But this box was actually a pretty practical option in the context of a race that was in its back half. It did save me with defense on occasion too. So yes, there are a lot of shortcuts, and with mushrooms, they aren't exactly the hardest ones, but I did think there was a cool one if instead of going for the final double box, you extended your cut to the wide glider in the last section of the track. This was not a very intuitive cut, but it was one that I think Nintendo had to have considered, given its precise placement to the side. In the pre-patch era, it was really effective to go over here just so you could avoid the chaos on the ground up front, and it even let you land on the Lego blocks to effectively skip the last turn as well. I believe that the Mario Kart 7 players called the strategy pasta. No further questions on that topic though. But in the post-patch era, this has the added benefit of tanking lightning bolts too, since you wouldn't lose your glider anymore. So this strategy has actually only gotten buffed. But if I were being honest, I probably didn't utilize this as much as I should have over the years. Typically, I always felt that I could just do all my work on the ground of triple mushrooms at least, and I didn't really want to turn this track into Mario Kart Stadium either, because it didn't really feel like I had to do it that way. But yeah, there's not much else to say here. You all have heard the trivia about the remade music being based on the beta version in Super Circuit, and while it was confusing at first, I found it pretty cool. But with that said, it's a pretty unremarkable track overall. It's a completely fine retro edition that doesn't rock the boat very much, but I'm going to need to see more out of the tracks rounding out the top 80. Berlin is one of those tracks that everyone seems to love that I just really can't. But when I first played the course, I actually did think I was going to like it. That was back when I was getting back into Mario Kart Tour a few years back, and Berlin Byways 2, or as 8D players know it, Lap 1, was the featured track. And my first impression was actually pretty positive. I liked the aesthetic quite a bit here, the station section was cool, and I found the music to be pretty good also. It turns out though that Lap 1 is the only part of the track that I actually like. I suppose the track is a pretty powerful runner in 8D given the nature of its first 2 laps. Lap 2 has you navigating through traffic and has some tight turns where you really have to be careful to not run into said traffic, but the ending section takes you through a park that contains this massive grass shortcut. And then after potentially getting lap trolled, Lap 3 is the shortest one yet, and still manages to repeat the worst parts of Lap 2 for seemingly half its lap. This is something Vancouver Velocity would also go on to do, but at least Vancouver repeated a more interesting part of the track, I would say. I feel like Lap 3 is the main issue I have with Berlin though. Had we only had to take the grass shortcut at the end of Lap 2, I kind of feel like everything just works pretty fine and the track feels pretty balanced to me. But that was unfortunately not what happened, and it's frustrating too, because it feels like this might not have been the original plan. I say this because Berlin Byways 2 was the first version to release on Tour for some reason, and that is probably why it was Lap 1. Had they instead started with Berlin Byways 1 as labeled in Tour, maybe the routing ends up looking much different than it did in the actual final game for Mario Kart 8. And perhaps my favorite lap of the track would have felt different too, and more like a standard racetrack. As in the current version, it is kind of used as merely just a draft up section with its long straightaway at the beginning. This was kind of sad for me because I felt like there were some interesting strategies like the station's shroomless shortcut, but I often felt like I didn't really have the space to properly set up out of a mini turbo. Had it been on lap 2, maybe this would have been different. At times, Mario Kart 8 used some of the reverse variants for laps on Tour tracks too, and I feel like this track could have benefited heavily from looking into alternatives there, though they probably would have had to get creative, I suppose. But the cost of not doing this was just an underwhelming third lap in my opinion that I just don't like at all. So is Berlin the most offensive track ever? Well, not by a long shot, but like many other Tour cities around this part of my ranking, I don't feel like it does enough to really stand out amongst its contemporaries, while also not being a course that I prefer to play in competitions. There are some other Tour cities coming up that I feel like could be argued to be pretty objectively worse courses, or at least less interesting than Berlin. I've just always found myself more in tune with those tracks, regardless of the things that Berlin has going for it. I mean, it's got wumps that try to squish you, that's their one appearance in seemingly this series, and you can trick off of them. But the dimensions of the track don't really feel conducive for doing this at all, I always just end up going around. It's got a secret path to the left right after, but it feels as if nobody in human history has ever taken it, since it comes so late in the race and people typically aren't thinking about refueling on coins when there's really only 10 to 15 seconds left. Then it's got the awkwardly placed double box out of a path split where everyone without it needs a mushroom to stay in the race no matter where they're at, that usually gets taken by a player that you couldn't see seconds earlier. So, I just don't see it, guys, and find the track design to be moderately irritating. I don't take pleasure in being a little bit of a hater, I guess. I just wish I liked it a little bit more. Up through Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U, I think Yoshi's Circuit had been placed in the best possible set of 3 games that it could have been placed in. The design of the course really just lends itself to techniques like snaking and fire hopping, with its constant switching between turns and straights, and the games it appeared in took full advantage of that. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, on the other hand, is a different story. I am aware that this track is always going to have some fans that swear by it because it is literally just shaped like Yoshi, and that's cool, and it almost feels like they can never make a new Yoshi circuit because no matter what they do, none will ever match this one or ever feel as definitive. And I give it some creativity points for this design, at least more than I'd ever give a traditional circuit course. And it's not just the design that's cool, but it's also that it actually makes for a pretty fun pattern to drive. But that's kind of the thing. The track has always excelled in prior games because that driving was fun. Deluxe has kind of turned it into something else with how it plays online, and I'm just not really a fan of it. The bullet bill extension strategy at the shortcut feels nice to pull out, but I feel like it is kind of detrimental for the track. Yes, the track has some shortcuts, but I don't think it had so many that it had to get to the point where players almost approached the track similarly to Dry Dry Desert Online. And it's not like this is a completely lawless land like Dry Dry Desert, but still, the ideal way to play this course in the past is completely gone now. I don't think it should be centered around trying to dodge a shock in this bullet bill extension, but that's kind of the plot now. So even as a bagging course, it kind of feels one-dimensional in some ways. It's not that I necessarily expected this to be like a hard run or anything, but if it wasn't going to be, I just wish that the main bagging strategy didn't feel over-centralized. But I can't really complain about its presence in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe though, because obviously I enjoyed it a lot on the Wii U and all those tracks came over here. I just think that the track is disappointing to play in Deluxe, which is a shame. It does feel somewhat empty comparatively to the previous versions in time trial mode, and the potential was obviously still there. It's just something that I haven't played a lot recently because I haven't felt really any need to. But maybe I would enjoy it more now since the world record is using a much smaller vehicle now than back when I played it more in 2017. And this actually matters given you drive through a small window through the tires now. But unfortunately, I think I've just run out of time to try it out. So yeah, not my favorite rendition of this course, but hey, the music's nice as always too, so there's that. Tokyo Blur is kinda boring. There, I said it. But I will say, I've had a lot of good moments on it actually. It is probably true that they could have made a much more interesting track based in Tokyo, and in some ways it probably suffered from being one of the first tracks made in Mario Kart Tour, as they were clearly playing it safe. It's not like the course is all that big to begin with, yet Lap 1 and Lap 2 in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe are still very much reminiscent of each other. And it kind of goes to show that there just wasn't much variety on this track. There's not a lot they could pull from the original Tour course, at least comparatively to some of the other Tour tracks. Despite being pretty boring though, I find it incredibly inoffensive. I never get upset by the idea of playing it, and against all odds, I've weirdly kind of conditioned myself to be excited when it does get picked, because frequently I've been part of teams that strategically pick it in 6v6. It's a solid little running track really. For players starting the back, drafting up, and taking the shortcut is a great way to get ahead of the pack with an advantage in your coin count. And from there, it's all about tight racing lines and playmaking. It's a very simple course, but in some ways, you'd be surprised that this makes it kind of unique. Tokyo is the kind of course where if you told me 3 months ago that it returns in the next Mario Kart as the first track in the Shell Cup, I'd probably believe you. But the thing is, most of the other tracks where I'd believe you if you told me this are just circuit courses like Toad Circuit, Luigi Raceway, or Mario Circuit 1. And all of these tracks have a ton of off-road patches that tend to turn them into come-from-behind courses. I guess this makes Tokyo unique because it's incredibly simple and yet, it's still very much a runner. So while it's not the most ambitious track of the bunch, I would say you can do much worse. And when it comes to time trials and competitive play, I'll just say it's not that bad. I found it pretty fun when I tried it on 200cc too. So all in all, this track isn't really worthy of a top half spot or anything particularly close, but it will not be one that falls in my bottom 15 for sure. London Loop is more of the same as Tokyo Blur, but at the same time it's the exact opposite. It's a pretty generic tour course. It takes place in the daytime of one of the most obvious city selections you could have guessed. The major landmarks are kind of just some parks and a drawbridge and a clock that's off in the background. I find it to also just kind of be boring. But unlike Tokyo Blur, I don't really even have a business relationship with London Loop. I don't see it as like a track that grants an advantage in matches, depending on, starting in the back or anything like that. It's not really an effective track in competitive play, because the absolutely massive multi-shroom shortcut near the end of lap 3 completely undermines frontrunners in a game where you can pull mushrooms relatively close behind first place. It's not a track that I feel like I could ever justify picking online, really, and it's not because I hate it or anything, just it seemingly serves no strategic purpose. And on top of it, why am I just picking gloomy old London when the other options might just be Coconut Mall and Waluigi Pinball on the worldwide track select screen? But yet, in spite of its low creativity scores, its low competitive aptitude, and even its surprisingly not very faithful remake of its not great music in my opinion, I find it oddly fun to drive for some reason. So the time trialing component of this track makes up like almost all of my positive opinion on this track, which was a pleasant surprise in some senses because in its game of origin, Mario Kart Tour, without Mario Kart 8's mechanics, it just felt like a completely worthless slog that took forever to complete. Now, while I like to feel that shaving seconds off my time will improve my results on a course online, there is something to be said about time trialing just for the sake of time trialing. It's not something I do much at this phase of my life, nor am I really that great at time trial to begin with, but sometimes it can be nice for a session, and that's what I had with London Loop. That session, learning the turns, figuring out where I can crank out a super mini turbo instead, or implement a mini turbo trick was fun. And it did leave me with one funny memory when I played it in one of my online lounge matches where I passed up some guy while going around the cut on lap 3 to win the race because he just drove into the off-road while trying to hold me off. I was streaming it in call, my friends and I were laughing about it because the idea that this player likely had just never experienced what it was like to go around the mushroom cut was an entirely believable story given what the lounge metagame has turned into. And in a game with so many tracks, sometimes players will just resort to the laziest tactics that will still grant them some success, and I would argue that in some ways, this is kind of cheating the game. It was London Loop of all tracks that kind of demonstrated this point to me though. So I've got to say, I hope going forward, especially with 32 tracks again, that we can go back to the days where everybody time trialed everywhere just for the sake of wanting to. There is so much to unpack with Mushroom Gorge, and this could be said for any game it's in to be honest. Because this is the case, though, I was initially devastated when I discovered it would be returning in Wave 2 of the Booster Pass, perhaps unpopularly so, and I had practically no hope that the track would even function like a normal track in any way whatsoever, and I dreaded thinking about what the time trial strategies would look like between all the bounce pad and motion glider shenanigans. Perhaps miraculously, it wasn't that bad. The bounce pad boost allowed you to skip the final mushroom entirely that would otherwise make you land in an awkward spot if you wanted to take a shortcut, and the glider mushroom could not be utilized to clear the gap like it did back in Mario Kart 7. So, crisis averted in my mind. To the surprise of many, the gap jump was back, similar to how it operated in Mario Kart Wii. On top of that, if executed perfectly, you could hop over the fence at the very edge of the track right next to the start-finish line to save even more time. And honestly, it was a really fun shortcut. This track on time trial mode became a little bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. It was difficult, but it feels really nice to pull everything off. So with that said, why is it ranked so poorly? Well, it's the same reason as always, to be honest. The gap jump is a very cool strategy until you actually have to play this track in a competitive setting, seemingly every time you queue up for a match. Shortcuts that save over 3 seconds of a single mushroom, especially ones that do it at the end of the course, aren't really good for track design in my opinion. This cut in actuality is almost as large as Snowland's cut, and it is literally at the very end. So the driving strats are pretty cool, but it hardly matters if every single lap of a race, almost everyone in the lobby can gain absurd amounts of time on you in first place. The thing is, too, it's not like Mario Kart races are peaceful. You're not going to be able to just hold mushrooms indefinitely every race. A shock will come, a red shell will approach, something is likely to hit you. Yes, mushroom management does matter here, but I often find that even at higher levels, results often come down to some coin flips on what your last roll is here. All the item boxes are in the air in the last section, so it's not like you're going to be stopping for multiple rolls either. But apparently this is really fun for most lounge players. The track's picked almost every event, and perhaps it's for a number of reasons. Maybe lounge is just full of gambling addicts, but maybe players just hate bike players and this track is notoriously imbalanced against bikes to an extreme degree. Either way, I find myself playing the slots a lot here. I've grown accustomed to hearing the practically unchanged remix from Mario Kart Wii along the way, and I'm used to a bump at the wrong time causing me to get gorged like it's 2008 all over again. I've had some of the dumbest races of my career here. I've had some victories that are completely undeserved, or victories snatched away where I had smuggled multiple mushrooms into first on lap 2. I've had games where I've lost 9 spots due to not pulling a mushroom at the right time when it was likely for it to happen, and victories where I was in first, didn't take the cut, and for some reason still won. It's not all that bad though. You do have multiple laps to come up with a plan. If you get a golden mushroom at an awkward time, you can still use the left path at the second set to get multiple items. But to be honest, I feel like this is just another example of confirmation bias in track form. If you get the mushroom you need to win the race, you feel like some kind of calculated genius. If you don't, it was just unlucky. It would be the only true explanation for a course where half of every competitive lobby you play online somehow thinks that they have an advantage on it. It's easy to feel this way when you can just blame bad luck for the result, even if that bad luck is more likely to come than you think. But anyways, this spot is about right for me. I can't say I like Mushroom Gorge very much, but I can't say it doesn't have some legitimately good qualities either. So we'll be avoiding my bottom tiers, but it's definitely not super high up. It is possible I get some hate for this one, especially after putting a fan favorite just one spot below, but I don't care. I could never put Snowland in my bottom 20. I just love the penguins too much, so I'm sorry y'all, sometimes the reasoning is just that simple. Real talk though, I was actually one of those weird kids that liked Snowland back on Super Circuit. Maybe if I was still an active player of that game, I would have grown out of this, but I never really noticed the screen shaking because maybe I just wasn't very observant back then. I just thought it was a cute little snowy course with a line of 40 coins in a row, and it was so satisfying to hit it all at once because trust me, coins in that game seemed like a never-ending nightmare. You could always grab more and always grab less, so you had to really be on the lookout for them at all times playing the game. Just getting to nab all of them at once on just Snowland and then playing the track like any other Mario Kart game was enough for me to kinda like it. It is still crazy to me that this track was added to the Booster Pass. Like, this might be the single most surprising retro track to return in the entire game. I had no idea it was even coming to tour when it was announced. It just appeared in a trailer and I was genuinely shocked. And guys, you don't have to tell me. Objectively speaking, I know it's bad. When you have a mushroom shortcut that saves as many seconds as Snowland's cut, you're probably going to get a silly track, especially if it's a short one featuring a bunch of sharp off-road turns where using a mushroom saves even more time than usual. The track has almost no time trial value. It has almost no competitive merits. Even coming from the most generous of descriptions, it's a pretty generic snow level. But yet, this is the beautiful thing about personal tier lists. They can be completely unobjective. If I'm willing to put up with the course because I can't just help but love it, that is a valid enough reason to put it where I put it. At least this shortcut isn't at the very end of the course, and the music and penguins put a smile on my face. And that's really all that matters here. I can say firmly now that we are out of the category of tracks that I find straight up offensive, because the last few, and including this one, are just tracks I'd more so describe as just not my cup of tea, rather than bad. Of course, there may be a few exceptions down the road, but for now, let me just say that Bangkok is a completely fine track that I just happen to not like very much. When Wave 4 came out, I graded this track somewhat highly. I found it to be a pretty good group runner, and I was finding a decent amount of success on it in Clan Wars. I liked it a little bit for that reason. That and the fact that the ending section of both laps 1 and 3 featured multi-floor or vertical path splits. I'm typically a big fan of those, and getting to choose to go on the stairs or to stay down was a pretty cool idea, especially when considering that taking the stairs gives you a tighter line at the expense of some of the distance traveled just being upward instead of forward. As I continued to get better at this track, I kinda soured on it a little bit though. I really disliked the wall bounce shroom spot in time trial and found it rather inconsistent, and on the runs where I survived that, I often just failed on the bounce pads late on Sector 3. This section was weird because you kinda just drive off a ledge and the game expects you to figure out the ideal landing spots, and for mostly every other super bounce spot in the game outside of like some areas in Sky Garden, you go off a boost ramp right before them, which kind of wired my brain over the years on how to prep for these super bounces. This section on Bangkok was a bit out of my comfort zone, and to be honest, this was a strategy that I just never really bothered to improve on. One could call me lazy for this, and I wouldn't really argue with you, but can you really blame me? Every single attempt at this strategy required 90 seconds of time trialing just to set it up, and that was the main difference between me getting the hang of Sky Garden, where the bounces were at the very start of lap 1, and this track. This singular technique is probably why Rewind is one of the most anticipated features in Mario Kart World for me, because the wait time when setting up for practice was probably one of the main reasons why I was never motivated to polish up my strategies on the courses that I didn't like as much, thus resulting in me usually continuing to not like the courses as much. But while the rest of the course was pretty solid driving wise, I could just never fully embrace it for this reason. I didn't find the atmosphere to be outstanding, or the music to be that good. Was the empty parking garage that necessary to include for Bangkok? I don't know. But it was not exactly my favorite track to look at, and over time it kind of just felt like nothing more than a reliable track in competitive play. But any competitive player is still going to have plenty of tracks like this already, so from my perspective, why not just pick the ones that I like more? So I guess me and Bangkok Rush were never meant to be, but I was fond of that. There was literally nothing wrong with it, just not really anything that brought me back either. It was just one of those tracks that I didn't mind being in the game but never picked myself. So yeah, 73rd is about right for me. In hindsight, I feel like New York Minute was a pretty good starter course for Mario Kart Tour. It was an interesting enough concept that was short enough that it didn't really overstay its welcome, and I feel like that had they opened up with Tokyo or London, that both boxes might not have been checked here. I've probably mentioned it by now, and if not already, I promise you I will say it more later, but I like nighttime courses a lot, especially when a bunch of bright and colorful lights are added to the mix too. And I feel as if New York was kinda just that. The track is admittedly a bit bombastic, and that's why I think its short runtime helps it a bit. There's not a lot of substance overall. Yes, tricking off the manholes was a nice touch. Central Park is nice too, even if the potential shortcuts the game shows you are a lie, as in taking one too tight just forces you out of bounds. And the Goomba enemy walking around out there feels so out of place in a real world location too, and I can't help but laugh at the idea of it being there or the Flomps being in Tokyo, all that kind of stuff in these tour cities. The track's music in Mario Kart 8 is outstanding in my opinion, and a track this simple does not really deserve such an awesome theme. It's incredibly fitting though, and I love how it loops back together at the end. The upbeat at the very end makes for a very nice touch. But that's really about it when it comes to the positives here. I'm not a big fan of how slippery this track is, especially in the indoor section at the very end of the course, which doesn't really make that much sense, and I'm not a fan of its coin layout either. It feels like a less effective version of Tokyo Blur when it comes to competitive play, but with a little bit more heart. That's enough for it to escape the bottom quarter of my rankings, but not quite enough for me to really ever be excited about playing it again once 2023 rolled around. We have officially arrived at nostalgia pandering the track. The big question of the day is as follows though. Did they remember to add substance? If you really think about it, this course has always been rather plain, but if you allow yourself to travel back in time to 1996, perhaps it would feel a bit different. Because debatably, it is probably the first course that most Mario Kart fans played that was truly memorable. Perhaps it introduced the series' first true track gimmick. Was anyone expecting a course that forces you to stop for a train in 1996? Of course not. After playing it pretty safe with Super Mario Kart, it was really time to let the ideas fly though, and we will briefly talk about a few of the others in a bit, but the N64 train closed out the Mushroom Cup, so it was the first major shakeup. And I think as such, it very much became a tool to get people to reminisce about the good old days. Of course, stopping mid-race isn't really a viable decision in 2022, let alone in 2011, unless you're like a bagging addict or something. And this is because there's more than just couch multiplayer options available now. And I think this is why the opening glider was even introduced back in Mario Kart 7 in my opinion. It was there for players who knew the track and just wanted to race, but the gimmick would still likely hit the first time players of the course too, just like it did back in the 90s. This was still not a completely ideal setup, however. I know Mario Kart 7 had vehicles that literally could drift in the off-road, so getting to the glider was no problem for them, but in Mario Kart 8 perhaps a different solution would be preferred, and different was certainly the decision they made. Being able to do laps on the train tracks was kind of every Mario Kart 64 kid's dream, or at the very least their go-to activity when bored, so using them as part of the racetrack really made for a true nostalgic experience, which, is making something that is better than what we actually remembered. But perhaps ironically, this decision to use the train tracks might have saved the track in its transition to an AD meta. There's some value to front-running it now, whereas leaving it in its original form might have resulted in it just being yet another form of dry desert. And beyond just meta reasons, it also makes the track feel partially new too. So if all things considered, I'm actually quite glad they went this route, even if I'm not always the biggest fan of, custom track creator kinds of ideas. This all is not enough for me to see it as a higher tier track in this game though. It still feels like an otherwise empty desert course, and I've got to ask, where exactly are these trains headed to? Mechanically speaking, I still think this is an awkward fit. It felt like the scaling was just right in Mario Kart 7, but in this game I find myself to constantly be releasing single mini-turbos because the alignment on the long turns is just not really natural. It is functional, but definitely not particularly satisfying. And the massive shortcut still does impact lap 3, the very end of the track, and that often determines the race. But it is nice that we get a break from it on lap 2 now, and I do like that you can opt to exit the train tracks early a little bit before it, for a bit of extra speed if you don't need a double item box. So I definitely don't hate this course, I would just say that I'm indifferent now. Its presence doesn't make the game any better, or really any worse in my opinion. DK Summit is a really awful track in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe in my opinion, and that's honestly infuriating. This was my second favorite new course back in Mario Kart Wii, and I'm just looking at my rankings here, sad that it's my second least favorite Wii course in a game where they brought back practically all of them now. I always loved how they effectively built an Olympic-style snowboarding course into a Mario Kart track. That was such an awesome idea that worked well with Mario Kart Wii's mechanics. So what the hell happened here? Well, the mechanics weren't built for Mario Kart 8, very clearly. This is a track that relies on half-pipes to work. Half-pipes didn't exist in this game through the first 64 tracks though, and when they added them to Wave 3 with Maple Treeway and Merry Mountain, they were relatively optional parts of the track still. And even after the DK Summit wave, they were still used pretty sparingly. You didn't need them on tracks like Athens, Dash, Koopa Cape, LA Labs, or DK Mountain, technically speaking. It felt like they were mainly just there because they really wanted to have DK Summit and perhaps Waluigi Stadium in the game, maybe even Wii Rainbow Road 2, and those tracks kinda needed them more than the others. Because there wasn't really another way to build DK Summit without having half-pipes. Now, I think half-pipes worked quite well in Mario Kart Wii partially because the developers pretty blatantly did not test the carts all that much. I know this is a super aggressive claim, and it's not one that I'm proud to make, but you can't tell me that any of the devs played DK's Jungle Parkway on a kart on 150cc, took the turn out of the cannon on manual drift, and said, you know what, this is fine, this passes testing. And if they truly did test the kart bike balance in that game, I think they might need to hire new testers, no offense. Cars did not interact with half-pipes nearly as well as bikes did. Now, it was fine if they were merely using them to just do like one trick or something just to grab an item box or something, and that's largely what the half-pipes were there for in the Wave 3 tracks mentioned. But when it comes to chaining half-pipe boost over and over again, or exiting a half-pipe that you use to take a turn, the landing arc was just so much more favorable for inside drifting bikes as opposed to with karts. And while I'm not sure if inside drifting bikes really enjoy that same perk today due to the changes that have been made in Deluxe from Wii, karts still definitely have some issues interacting with half-pipes in my opinion. And all the evidence I need to suggest that was just the wave of glitches we saw on DK Summit the first week the track came out, notably at the end of the track. Now, being able to adjust your angle in the air with the R button helped immensely, especially with the sections where boosts are chained, and that was notable both on the ending section of this track and on both Waluigi Stadium and Wii Rainbow Road 2. But I do not think that the player should ever have to, quote, learn the track to avoid flying 30 feet into the air backwards on the last turn. And that happened to plenty of good players when they first started learning the course. Beyond this though, I had other issues with the track too. I hated how the double cut operated as opposed to how it did in Mario Kart Wii. It was another instance of the bikes in Wii just being more in tune with the course. And while they got rid of the guarding fence almost entirely to make the shortcut possible in 8, I kinda miss how it used to feel like a truly risky shortcut. And I miss being able to situationally take a safer version as well. The single cut is kind of a non-factor in Mario Kart 8 because the angle isn't really there, and because the double is so easy. And when I fail to double, it doesn't feel like it's because I messed up or anything, it's usually just because a shock or something happened at an inconvenient time. And the punishment for falling into this gap is super severe too, which comes across as pretty insulting when most of the time you're down there, it's not really because you made a driving error. I also really dislike the lead-in to the shortcut too, because the snow bumps are so big for just zero reason at all in this game. It makes all of your inputs have to be more precise because they can realign you easily if you're not careful, and that realignment can be deadly with the double cut approaching. I know this is another instance where somebody could just say get good, but I don't understand why they couldn't just rehash the Mount Wario bumps before the final major turn. They worked more than well and would have gotten the job done here clearly. But beyond just general janky track design, the coin setup on this track is just criminal as well. First off, there's barely any to collect on the ground at all, unless you want to come to a complete stop. So often your only options are on the half-pipes, or just the aforementioned bump section. And when watching the habits of other players, I noticed that many people just opt to stop after the cannon on lap 1, to go perpendicular with the racing line and pick up like 7 in a row or so, because it is actually just the most efficient way to stay on a solid amount throughout the entire race. And I would say that this is just not good course design. You should never be incentivizing players to give up on their racing line this early in a race, especially on a track that's supposed to be a runner. But because players do this and see it as an optimal strategy, it also brings me to yet the next ridiculous and avoidable problem on this track. That being the first item set. The first item set is located literally right in front of the cannon, in a spot where you can just roll for multiple boxes all at once. Because of the distance-based item system that this game has, what this means is that players are going to get absurdly powerful items at pretty much any spot behind 4th place once lap 2 begins, and unlike Big Blue and Rainbow Road, where the item set is also right on top of the cannon, players can actually stop in the item set here to get multiple boosted item rolls, meaning if they get their first item while holding a star already and use it, they can guarantee that the first item they roll will not be another star, and this makes the likelihood of a shock being pulled absolutely massive when applied to multiple players in the back. I don't understand why it had to be this way, but that's what was written for DK Summit's remake. And I almost wonder if Nintendo was just developing Mario Kart World and was like, Yeah, we're probably not going to do the half-pipe thing ever again, so if we ever want to bring back DK Summit, I guess we should just rush the mechanic into Mario Kart 8 so we never have to worry about it again. Of course, that was a working theory of mine, but apparently half-pipes are in the game, I just haven't noticed yet or forgot, but I don't know. I'm trying to keep the minor details a surprise and going in as spoiler-free as possible, despite, all the content I was making last month. All in all, DK Summit's a track that I very much do care about though, and that's why I'm kind of angry to put it at rank 70. I feel as if almost every instance of track design that I really do not like, they found a way to fit into this remake as some kind of cruel test for my love of this course. So yeah, I don't have it near the bottom, despite this being the most disappointing track in the game for me. It's still a cool idea, the remade music's great, and in my heart, this is a course I rock with. But I really just can't put it any higher than this. I don't think it deserves it. And trust me, I went back and forth on giving it the funny number 2, but to be honest, I can't even put it ahead of Toad's Turnpike. People all seem to hate that course, but while it's simple, it just feels much more well made. So, I have always had a bit of a soft spot for Toad's Turnpike, to be honest. Many people have trashed this track forever now, saying it's just a figure 8 with some cars, but I feel like all the disrespect has just got to be coming from those who never really experienced it in its original game. The Mario Kart 64 version of this track was one of my favorites growing up, and like Kalimari Desert, it also has its own gimmick. Because on Extra Mode in MK64, the cars actually drove toward you. This made for perhaps the most difficult track in series history, and perhaps this is even why Extra Mode was replaced by Mirror Mode and Double Dash Onward. That said, this didn't feel like some kind of final boss level. I mean, it would be hard to as the opening course of the second cup in its original game, but the chill vibe of a highway drive at sunset with the perfect blend of bassline and choir, on top of being the only track with a true Extra Mode gimmick, really made it feel like some sort of special world level that really made it stand out in my opinion. The original N64 music, as I mentioned in the last video, has my favorite music in the entire Mario Kart series, which now includes the entire excellent Mario Kart 8 Deluxe soundtrack. I have always found it really soothing and pleasant, and admittedly, it has become a recurring fixture of some of my night drives on the highway. But with that said, I am grading the Mario Kart 8 version today, and I find that the Mario Kart 8 version is a little bit of a downgrade. Now, I do think many people exaggerate how bad it actually is. It's not like this track is some unserious bagging course. The track rewards consistency in playmaking, and I think those who don't play it often kind of get exposed when their ordinary driving improv, where they just mini-turbo everywhere, throws them right into oncoming traffic. And I think a lot of people dislike this course too because it seems like the quintessential bike track on top of that. So while I do kind of like it and enjoy playing it in competitions on occasion, at the end of the day I can still recognize that it is indeed a figure 8 with some cars. And while the vibe isn't entirely deleted, it's not quite the same. I preferred it more when it felt like a long evening road trip, where you're constantly dodging these gigantic trucks that just exist solely to slow you down, as opposed to just taking place right outside of the city, which it does now. It felt more unique that way, and allowed you to drive dangerously around the highway trucks with, no risk of actual death and all of that. So sure, the anti-gravity walls in the glider truck are kinda cool, but really they aren't a replacement for the threat that the original cars posed in my opinion. I don't hate this new track by any means, but I can't say it is a highlight for me in this game either. Of course, there's nothing about it that irritates me in any way either. It feels like the exact definition of a fine but kind of forgettable course. You can do a lot worse, in my opinion. After Yoshi Circuit was announced ahead of the original Mario Kart 8 DLC, this track did not come as much of a surprise. And while there was a time where I would have probably been pretty pumped for this announcement, just a couple of months after Mario Kart 7 was probably not the time for that to happen. Back in Mario Kart 7, this track was a little crazy. It might have been the final track in the game, but it was one of the very shortest. Debatably, it was underscaled, and there were sections where if you got a respawn boost after falling off, you would just be taken right back off the track again if you held the A button, no matter how hard you tried to turn out of it. And well, it was really overpicked online. Because remember, back in the old days, you could pick any track you wanted to at any time in worldwide races, and this track was maybe a large reason as to why the system changed for Mario Kart 8. Likely it was because people just wanted to VR grind, and this track was just the shortest when taking all the advanced time trial strategies out of the picture. So yeah, Mario Kart 8's change was controversial, but I think it effectively combated this VR grinding strategy. By the time MK8 rolled around, I just didn't really want to play this track that much anymore though, which was kind of a shame considering they fixed a lot of the issues from Mario Kart 7. The trick waves feel a little bit more pronounced this time around, and the track, while still short, was probably at a better scale now. In both 8U and 8D, it has been a fine frontrunner. I've never minded playing it online, and even if the pathways are pretty narrow, it's not like shells and fire are going to smart bounce you either if a player misses, because they just fly off the track. But still, I'm not exactly the biggest fan. Especially in Deluxe with its boosted tricks, missing out on one was costly enough to reset any time trial run, and it made improvement feel kinda cycle-based at times too. I've never really been a big fan of those types of tracks. So when it comes to the 60s for me, the tracks in this tier, there are perhaps two types of courses. There's the incredibly flawed tracks that I really want to love, but also the ones where nothing is wrong but I'm just not exactly excited by their presence also. This one falls firmly into that second category. It is way better than N64 Rainbow Road in my opinion, and always has been for that matter, but when it comes to the overall tier list of Rainbow Road courses, I definitely see it on the lower end. It was a perfectly fine start, but there are more ambitious ones that I probably would have preferred to see instead, especially given the timing of it all right after Mario Kart 7. This is going to sound stupid, but I recently kind of had a come down to earth moment regarding Water Park. I had been thinking recently, I don't care what the perception of this track is. I like this track. It may be simple, but it's a rewarding track for testing yourself on the game's soft drifting tech. Even the first turn on the track really tests you on this regard, and if you can get ahead on your charge time instead of behind, you'll notice immediate results and start blowing your ghost out of the water. It's also got a fun final glider strategy where it feels like you should be flying out of bounds, and then you barely fly back onto the road at the end. It's got some cool Easter eggs to it too, like with the underwater merry-go-round playing the merry-go-round theme from Big Boo's Haunt from Mario 64. Some have even speculated that the reason why the name is so generic is because you're supposed to pronounce that Water Park, as it is Wario and Waluigi themed. Now, maybe that was just one of my friend's theories, but I don't know. It checks out to me. And sure, it's a solid enough track. There's nothing wrong with it, and it's pretty reliable and competitive play too. It was the first one I even time trialed seriously back in 2014 once I started unlocking stuff, if memory serves me correctly. But then I thought about it more and I was like, not gonna lie, this track's pretty unremarkable and pretty generic. Maybe it's just because the name is Water Park and nothing more, but any thought of placing it in the 50s or so kinda just evaporated after I had that thought. I remember when I first saw this track in the trailer, it looked kinda nuts. At first I thought it was Toad's Factory because the opening part of the course is kinda reminiscent when you can't see the water below. You're coming out of a building with a right turn before the first trick, so yeah, I was like kind of thinking, wait, is that TF? But when I saw the anti-gravity on this section, I was like, yo, that looks crazy, and I remember just thinking, yeah, that's a Special Cup track right there. But then you actually play the loop, and it's like, oh, that's just a really wide and kind of boring turn, actually. And that is admittedly what a lot of this course just is. And maybe that's all I can really ask for in a second track of the game. It fits the role superbly well, even. Just stacked up to most of the roster in the game, I can't say it stands out a ton. Shout out to Mirror Mode though here. It alongside Bowser's Castle have beginning sequences that almost look identical between 150 and Mirror, and one of the funniest things ever is just baiting half the lobby into running into the wall on the first turn. That will never get old. Toad Harbor was a track that I had to debate myself on a little bit against Water Park. Which track got the nod was kind of a philosophical debate in a sense. In recent years I've enjoyed playing Water Park a little bit more just because, well, I find the strats and the driving to be more engaging. But realistically speaking, I know I definitely want to like Toad Harbor a bit more. Toad Harbor was one of my favorite new tracks when the game originally came out. There was a lot to like, of course. It was just a good looking track with plenty of little details and alternative paths to take. And even going into Deluxe, I still had a pretty favorable opinion of it. I've soured on it a little bit in recent years though. It just doesn't feel as interesting without fire hopping, and all the straightaways feel a lot more noticeable with its absence. Most of its advanced strategies feel almost irritating in time trials too. And I'm not just talking about like the marginally faster no item cut on the first turn, but rather the trolley bounce. It's one of those strategies that's like a really cool one to watch that feels really awesome to execute too. And perhaps if the game had more years, which it really doesn't need to at this point, let's be real here, maybe somebody could have picked it up as a first place pick though, and tried to use the trolley bounce to get really far ahead on lap 1. But that never really felt worth the hassle online, and I rarely felt as if these situations where I could use it ever really came up online too. So Toad Harbor is in this weird spot for me, where it feels simultaneously too simple but also too complex, because the level of effort I'd have to put in to just get any notable returns just did not feel worth the investment. But even though the online driving can feel simple at times, it still had some split paths. The problem with this is just that mostly all of these diverging paths have a clear and obvious answer. And perhaps this sounds ironic considering the early top path is actually used in the world record now, but this still isn't something I've really seen translate to online play, for better or for worse. The bottom path just feels more level, and was probably always going to be more used for that reason alone, especially when considering you can just shroom through the barrels to take a mini shortcut if you pull a mushroom from the first item set right here, which is uniquely probable in any position since one of the cool things about this track is having the ability to manipulate the first set to get 2 items. The anti-gravity path I remember actually was used in a Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U world record at one point, and that was super cool, but mainly was a product of fire hopping with all the boost panels up top. I think they discovered that it wasn't actually faster too, so it was kind of just a one-time thing. I always joked though in the past that Toad Harbor would be the perfect Mario Kart 8 track to port to Wii as a custom track, because if the anti-gravity wasn't there, nobody would actually notice anything different. Now, there are 2 other slip paths that are just way slower, but at least provide some coins. Of course, a friend had a viral video recently where taking this last left path on the last turn was actually optimal for the first time in his career to break a red shell. But unfortunately, the clip went viral for other reasons since he pressed the rear view too much for some people, I guess. Perhaps ironically, I think one of my favorite split paths is just going to the right of the finish line on the lap transitions. It feels like it can grant some temporary safety, and is not much slower at all really. And perhaps if anyone picked this course during the Booster Pass era, it could have led to some interesting red out strategies. I think Toad Harbor would be really cool to see in a future game, and honestly it could have been awesome in World had they decided they actually wanted a Mario Kart 8 track. I think it could have fit very well with the wall riding physics in multiple spots, and that would have actually been an entirely effective replacement for the anti-gravity section. And when I say it that way and think about it more, it almost feels surprising that they didn't add it to the game. I guess from Nintendo's perspective, it's been in Mario Kart 8 for the last 11 years now, but this would kind of be a shame if they were to actually look at it this way, because it really hasn't felt like I've played the track much at all recently, especially in the Booster Pass era. Toad Harbor in 2025 kind of just feels like the average forgettable Mario Kart 8 track. There's not a whole lot to scrutinize, but not a whole lot that's bringing people back to it, I guess. And while I kind of fell into the trap of lowering my opinion of it for a while, I think it's still important to note that this course has always been pretty cool, at least more so than, well, Water Park in my mind. And man, now I'm kind of hoping it's DLC in World after thinking about it a little bit. I really did not like Amsterdam and Mario Kart Tour, and I was kind of expecting the worst when it came to Mario Kart 8 too. Because everyone in the community used the B prefix for the booster course track abbreviations, I found it amusing that this track would be abbreviated to BAD, or bad, but it turns out that it wasn't really bad at all. I think this is one of the better cities when it comes to variety, actually. Yes, a lot of the city looks very similar, but you're not exactly driving in the roads except during the transitional phases, really. Lap 1 is largely out of the city, driving by the windmills, Lap 2 takes place almost entirely underwater in the canal, and Lap 3 is back outside of the city in a garden area. Lap 2 was initially the one I was most nervous about, though. This is because water mechanics have really been hit or miss in Mario Kart 8. I thought it was going to be a miss here, and I was kinda right, but also kinda wrong. In the section where a trick on the upstreams is practically forced, it can be difficult to do this with no air. I found success going directly in the middle, but failing this makes the whole section feel so much more irritating. The good news though, is that outside of this one area, the whole track is pretty pleasant to drive still. There are a lot of mini turbos that are somewhat difficult to get, there's a solid amount of ramp tricks, and the shortcut at the beginning of lap 3, despite being a shroom cut, is one of the most satisfying in the entire game. There's also some goofy gap shortcuts on the left side of the road on lap 1 too, though admittedly it doesn't feel super applicable just because it's on lap 1. You would have to kind of bag from the start to be able to pull the items to make use of this, since it requires multiple mushrooms, but if you're bagging that early, it's probably more worth your time to just go for the wide coins anyway. My only real gripe is mainly how the end of the track plays out. Like many city courses, it is too compact, but I think this one is somehow worse than the average. Some races you'll have a peaceful run, but the second you get hit by a blue shell, it is kind of panic time on this track, because if you are in the mid-pack on lap 3 on this course, you will always have a chance of getting 12. That is just the nature of this track, largely because of the right then left turn following the last set under the buildings. If there's a Piranha plant in the section, game over. So it was not the best start for me, but it's another track where my view of it turned to the more favorable side at the end. With that said, I think I will never like the music on this track. It is a weird style and decision, and it never really feels like the song takes off either. They got rid of the vocals on LA Laps, so why not here too? But hey, maybe it's just me. Shy Guy Falls has always found itself near the bottom of my Mario Kart 8 tier list, and only recently have I really started to notice the error in my ways. Of course, it's not exactly climbed to my top tier, and there are some reasons for that, mainly just I've never really been a super big fan of how it plays online. It is very much a track that's defined by a shortcut at the end. It's one of those courses where if I were to guarantee you that you'd be in first ahead of the shortcut on lap 3 with no mushroom, with no further context, it might not be a wise idea to take me up on that promise. But of course, there's one thing different about it in this game compared to Mario Kart 8 on the Wii U, that being the prominence of taking the shortcut without a mushroom. I feel like this ability improves the track quite a bit. It allows runners to hold on to their spot more often, and it makes the time trial flow together much better since the mushroom can then be saved for the secondary patch of off-road before the finish line. There are even multiple ways to do it, one being faster, but one being slower but safer. But the reason why I struggle to fully embrace it still is that because everyone in the race is always going to want to be using their mushrooms at this one specific spot, and because of the nature of lap 1s in this game, often taking this cut without a mushroom is still going to get you bullied by your opponents. Like, it's there for the taking, but not really in reality. Of course, anything going wrong during the setup of this cut will sink your entire race, namely if it happens on lap 2 or 3. Your alignment needs to be solid, so even looking back to block a red shell might be enough to kind of throw you off or make it unviable. Any slowdowns will make it not work, as will a blue shell or a shock or any item really. Some of my friends really took a liking to this course in recent years, and we started picking it on occasion in their squad queue matches. Honestly, I did see their vision, but we just got burned on it due to conditions out of our control frequently. It almost felt like the faster they were, and the better they were at the cut, the more they would be punished by the items of the obviously weaker players. And with the last set taking place right next to the shortcuts, I'll just say last second shocks felt more common here than on other courses, and as long as one got used after the chaining point of the second set of lap 3, it felt like the results were always just going to be a complete dice roll. The shock feeling so common late might also be because the first half of the track is actually quite bad for bagging. It's quite a strange track in this regard. The first half features a ton of tight turns that can't really be golden through, and obviously the uphill boost panel section on the water nerfs your ability to effectively use mushrooms in general too. Meanwhile, the second half of the track gives you a great golden shroom spot up to and through the big shortcuts, allowing for chains if you time it right, and there's a lot of flexibility in how you handle the ending too. Unless you're of course locked into the specific alignment required for the shroomless version of the shortcut. Overall though, I think I like this track much more now. It's one of those tracks that I kind of dreaded time trialing early on, but as I improved it became more fun, and I started to appreciate what it brought to the series. I liked the alternative Shy Guy mix version of the music at the start-finish area, and I think this was definitely one of the better implementations of anti-gravity in the game, so the creativity marks are better than average in that regard. When thinking about how well anti-gravity is implemented in your standard Mario Kart 8 track, I do often consider, could this track have been done in any other way? But when you have a course idea where the developers are kind of just like, yeah, I want the players to drive up a waterfall like they're Link wearing Zora armor, it's hard to envision this track being done without anti-gravity at all. So this is a great use of the new mechanic. I just wish I had more time to experience this track in the era where it was starting to grow on me. It kind of feels as if Madrid Drive is just everyone's favorite city course, and I never really got the hype. Don't get me wrong, I'm not a hater by any means, and at this point in the ranking, we're kind of just past the point of tracks that I actually dislike, even if we aren't quite into the top half yet. But I just don't think I see it like everyone else does. It feels like a pretty par for the course European city in my mind, with a few extra things to it. Most of the road is still grayish, a lot of the areas are just enclosed path where items can ricochet everywhere, and there's a decent amount of overlap between its 3 different laps. But to its credit, it has some fun ideas. I like the museum segment a lot and its music, though admittedly I wish the museum part was a little bit longer than 2 seconds. I think the soccer stadium's kinda cool too, though I think it would have been better if the entrance and exit weren't both connected by right turns. It makes your options in the stadium feel more limited, since you never really want to drive on the left side for alignment reasons. I love the little Goombas in the shoes kicking the soccer balls. It's very cute, and something I actually overlooked until one of my friends from out of town visited and played some of the new tracks on his own while I was off at work. He told me that he liked the track that had the shoes, and I could just not for the life of me understand which course he was talking about. It would have been nice if he brought up the soccer stadium instead perhaps, but hey, at least it made me realize that I could pay attention to some of the details a little bit better. I talked about this course more on my Wave 6 Grades video, so I will spare the details here. I'm not a big fan of the track online, even if I find it tolerable. The shortcuts are a little bit big for my liking, and they create what feels like a deceivingly large lead that results in shocks frequently being pulled, and lap 3 then has plenty of narrow sections, namely at the end where all hell seems to break loose. This can be described as many tracks in this game to be fair, but while that is a consequence of certain track designs on other courses, I feel like it doesn't necessarily have to be this way for some of these sector tracks. The thing is, when it comes to Madrid in particular, I don't really know how you fix this exactly. Intuitively, I feel like lap 2 might have been the better ending, with the gliding over the water and the 3 different paths to take the same trick ramp at the end. Things would have felt more spaced out, but this would have come at the cost of ending the course on an absolutely massive shortcut too, and the same goes for lap 1, so I've got nothing really. I think realistically I just wish that the stadium had a wider exit and was angled slightly differently. This is probably just overly picky though, to be fair, and I don't want to hold Madrid to higher standards than I do the other courses. I just wish that every lap just didn't feel worse than the last one, And that happens in this case, in my opinion, where the entire lap just kind of feels like an attempt to navigate players over to the stadium. I mean, the turn that sets lap 2 and lap 3 on different paths is awkwardly long, and little things like that are the things that make the flow of some of these city courses just a little bit frustrating. Offline, this track's pretty good though. The landmarks are more distinct than many other cities, the driving's pretty fun, and the music has grown on me a bit too. It's still an absolute crime though that the museum theme didn't get more runtime. If you were looking for some takeaway on my opinions on this track, let that be the main one. LA Laps was one of my favorite city courses back in Mario Kart Tour, and it kind of feels awkward now that I hyped it up a little bit before it came to Deluxe, seeing where it ultimately landed on my list. I just liked its style though. The sunset felt very fitting, the music was weird but honestly just worked in the context of the game, it was very distinct on every lap. I really liked the Beverly Hills section of Dodger Stadium, as well as the Santa Monica Pier. These were places that I've visited in person before, and this was also the only tour city where I can claim that too, so perhaps that gave me a small little bias. When trying to be objective though, I definitely feel as if Madrid is probably the better track. I just get more personal enjoyment out of LA, for reasons that many others probably will just not follow. Like, it's kind of awkward to say that out loud when there's just a whole lap dedicated to an oil field section on LA, and that was certainly a choice. Admittedly, this was the last part of the course I played, and it was released after I had already kind of grown attached to the other two variants. This lap would ultimately lower my opinion of the final track in Mario Kart 8, sadly. And it wasn't just because this was like a weird choice that I found worse than the first two laps, it was that it turned this course into one of the most unserious tracks in the entire game. Perhaps they didn't have much of a choice here though. LA was a true sector track, so it's one of the rare tour cities that didn't have a bunch of overlap, with slower racers on the previous lap getting in your way on the later ones. The downside of this was just for this to happen, it needed to be set up in this very particular way. And this way just happened to have a bunch of ending shortcuts after a section full of optional item boxes, culminating in one of the narrowest yet longest straight stretches of road in the entire game. What could possibly go wrong here? Overall, the track was a disaster online. It was still pretty fun on time trials, but not as much as I was hoping. The music was improved, but in some ways felt like it messed with the vibe. It was a jazzy theme, the track was bright with daytime sunlight outside now, but it felt more like a generic, idealized beach than the grungy, carefree place that I came to love in Mario Kart Tour. And I think that there's something to say about that. Maybe it's just because I've actually visited the city before, but the Mario Kart 8 version of it, while very much reminiscent of it, doesn't actually feel like the real city in any way whatsoever. Maybe this is also noticeable for other people on other cities, but it definitely felt notable to me here. And perhaps that isn't reason to dislike the course. Matter of fact, the tour version wasn't exactly a perfect representation either, but I just felt like it had a lot more heart in its original version. Guys, I'm sorry, I wanted to like this one more than I did, but I just had some struggles. When Cove came to tour, I was honestly all in. I liked lap 1 where the design reminded me a lot of Temple Run, one of the mobile game goats of my childhood. I liked lap 2's above the surface section a lot too. These laps would ultimately be flipped in Mario Kart 8. The lap I did not like, however, was lap 3 or Piranha Plant Cove 3. I found it kind of hard to see on tour and it was kind of wonky to control, and while it was certainly better in Mario Kart 8, I still largely felt this sentiment. The ending section of this track is just a nightmare in races here. And no, I didn't get destroyed by the eel like a certain buddy of mine once infamously did, it's just the whole section feels like it's impossible to avoid any items thrown. It ends with a little no item cut that slows you up just enough to feel vulnerable to a last second shell toss. It feels like the only way to be safe is to carry up a star, but yet every time I have one, it feels like the players up front signed a peace treaty. So maybe I'm just not getting something here. If it were up to me though, I think that Piranha Plant Cove 3 should have been lap 1 in this game. There's a number of reasons why I think this. First off, maybe the wide coins near the very end of the track would actually have had a reason to exist now if this was not lap 3, if races were, more than 5 seconds after you pass them. Secondly, if this part of the track was lap 1, then nobody would have to worry about getting lap trolled by players in stars one turn into the lap who are ordinarily finishing up the current lap 2. Finally, this would free up the current lap 1 to be lap 3, and I believe it would be much more interesting this way. Not only is the ending of lap 1 much more spaced out, but it has an absolutely massive shortcut that is notorious for setting people up to win races. I've probably made it clear that I don't like shroom cuts near the end of courses, but this might be the case where it would be an exception. The thing is, this shortcut is super hard and super cool. It is no freebie, so I think having players getting a massive boost before the finish line could actually be quite fun here because it would feel deserved, because the execution of this cut really has to be earned. This way, players can take it to the finish, instead of getting punished with more blue shells and shocks over the course of the next 2 laps because they expanded the lead in the first place. This would also be a massive middle finger to the fraudulent players who don't like learning strategies in this game if they don't have to. Instead of going wide to bag at this section, knowing that they can reliably catch up later with some bullet bills perhaps without doing the shortcut at all, there would be no avoiding it anymore. Of course, this comes with one asterisk. It means I'd be creating the Bangkok rush issue that I absolutely despise, and a worse version at that, because this cut is more difficult and would take even more time to reach. Of course, it would ruin tons of time trial records, but perhaps on the flip side it might make the time trial session feel more natural and better practice without a bunch of restarts. I guess it just depends how you look at it. I'll say it again, but this game really just does need rewind mode. There's no reason why Nintendo couldn't have built the track in the way I proposed also. Critically, every lap starts in the same position, so it would actually be a really easy change. So let me be clear. There was no reason the accidental lap trolling issue even had to be an issue at all. The course could have been designed to avoid any possible instance of this happening pretty easily. That's just unfortunately not what happened. I'm not sure people will like these proposed changes, to be honest, though admittedly I feel like most hesitation might just come from us being used to things being this way at this point. Still, I think this would likely be better for the course overall, and perhaps better highlight its strengths, instead of leaving me bitter that the most impactful part of the track feels like the most claustrophobic and irritating part to play. It truly is a tour city without the city parts if you really think about it. So I am kind of bothered that I put Cove at 61st, but I would be lying to say that that's not how I genuinely felt. It's frustrating to me because I think that they were actually close to just making a really good all-out water course. And I'm not talking about like half the track being underwater when I say this. I mean the majority. I think this course should have been way better than Dolphin Shoals, and many people probably still think it is. But I just have my reservations with it. At first, I didn't really like the awkwardly long drops to the bottom of some of these water section dive-ins, but in recent years I've appreciated the shortcuts that they can open up. It made me realize that maybe water sections aren't just inherently bad, or just there to be slow or sluggish. Kind of like with Big Blue's special mechanics opening up a bunch of shortcuts with its floatiness, the slow drift down to the ocean floor here is able to be manipulated. This is the reason why the massive shortcut at the end of lap 1 is even possible, and why the shroomless cut near the end of lap 2, my personal favorite shortcut on the track, is possible as well. I really liked this cut because it was not just fast, but it was also a risky decision between speed and going for items. This stuff would just not be possible without water physics though, which further justifies the need for underwater in a course that's designed this way. This is something I always felt was missing in tracks like Cheep Cheep Lagoon, where you kinda just go dive to go for the sake of it. Anyways, I think this is enough on Cove. Really, it was an interesting track overall that flashed a lot of potential, and I wish I could have been better at it than I was, and understood it more to be honest. So, I have definitely said some things about Moo Moo Meadows the last few months following the Mario Kart World announcements. And to me, they were valid criticisms because for me to really sign off on a course being a retro track in consecutive games, I think it needs to be one of those upper echelon top tier kinds of tracks. And I do not think that Moo Moo Meadows is remotely close to being that. Of course, it should be stated that not being in the elite tier does not mean that you are in some bad tier, it just means that I do not think that you're good enough to get any special privileges. I would say the same thing about plenty of tracks ranked ahead here in my slightly above average categories. But anyways, let's dive into Moo Moo Meadows. Track creativity is a really difficult criteria here, because often creativity kind of goes hand in hand with heart, and I do think that Moo Moo Meadows has heart. You can see it in the course's icon. But guys, it is literally just a farm area with some paths and a windmill. This is not exactly revolutionary here. We've had outdoor courses with burrowed Monty Mole since literally the first game in the series. This has never been a new idea, except when Mario Kart itself was new. So I can't really give it a very high score when it comes to the uniqueness factor. I think now is probably a pretty good time to elaborate on what personal vibes actually are though, because while I expect some of you are questioning how I could give this a 2, I think you'd be missing the point by taking that score at face value. When I say personal vibes, I'm not talking about if the course is or isn't a vibe, because I certainly understand how a peaceful farmland with happy cows could be claimed to be a vibe. Personal vibes is more so just about how I feel when a course gets selected. It is very subjective and something that I can't really even control. When Moo Moo Meadows is selected, I am just not really that excited to play it. That's all this is. Is it because it's a rather simple course without a whole lot going on? Probably, but the score might not always align with the complexity of the track too. What I will say though is that Moo Moo Meadows has proven to be a pretty cool track in competitive play, and one I've picked with my team a lot over the years. It has only 2 item boxes, which is kind of a nice change up, It makes for a track that it's really hard to sandbag on, which is pretty surprising for a track that's pretty short with some off-road cuts. It is like Tokyo Blur in this regard, just, with a bit more soul. It really does make for a nice little front run, and the music is way better than it has any right being too. It's not that I thought the music was bad back in Mario Kart Wii, but it went from being fitting to being kind of beautiful pretty fast, so props to it for that. Also, this course definitely gets some brownie points for randomly spawning a cow on the top of the fences like 1 out of every 100 races or so. That'll never not be funny, and I hope they do it again in Mario Kart World, even if it ends up creating a new wave of Moo Moo Meadows fans that demand that the track must be in Mario Kart World 2 as a result of it all. With World, it kind of creates a funny little thought though. If a cow spawns on top of one of the little bridges though, how do you get it down? Do we have to wait for a blood moon or something? Anyways, I'll see you all on this course again soon. Perhaps my most un-American opinion might be that Koopa Cape is actually just pretty mid. And guess what? This version, ranked 59th out of 96, is actually my favorite version of the track. Isn't that just crazy? Now, there are a few things I like about this track. The underwater section is pretty cool, and in fact, it contains the only part of the music on this track that I actually really like. I think it can be debated that this being an actual underwater section might be missing the original point of the course, but hey, that's not really the end of the world, I guess. I focus more on the gameplay stuff. I also think that the last set being on the half pipe here is pretty cool too, as that makes it entirely optional if you're just focused on speed. And just naturally with the gameplay of Mario Kart, there are going to be situations where you need to use the item set and times where you don't. And also, actually just being able to trick into this underwater section now makes it flow together much more nicely in this game over holding a mini turbo down the water stream in my opinion. I don't care that the strat is simplified, it feels nice. And the Mario Kart Wii players might hate this, but I like that you can just go through the waterfall at the end of the track now. It's kind of funny to think about because the new era players probably just have like no idea that this waterfall used to just take lives. And whenever a Mario Kart Wii player plays this course for the first time, they're just like genuinely afraid of the water. They act like they've seen some things before. So how different it actually acts in this game is actually a little bit comical. I also like its smaller scale in general too. Part of my original indifference to this track back in 2008 was just that it kind of felt needlessly long, and that's not really an issue anymore. Still, there's other things I'm not a big fan of too. I've never really liked the river section all that much. Despite the fact that this track has all the makings of a good runner, the cuts are still so big here that leads are not really as large as they feel, and when someone dodges up, they really can get up front in a matter of seconds if the shock is early enough. This also is likely assisted by the fact that the section after the first ramp has slippery road now, which makes starring up even more powerful. And I wonder if they just wanted some people to actually just hit the Goombas for once. In reality though, I just miss sniping them with green shells like back in the Wii era. Now the smaller scale of the track does make it a little bit more fun to drive for me, but it is a double-edged sword admittedly too. Getting a bomb in the river section almost always changes the entire outlook of a race. And I also wish that more of the coins weren't positioned on the half pipes. With exception to the underwater one, all of them are so far out of the racing line here, it never feels really worth it to go for them unless a player has so few coins that they feel forced to bag. The issue is, all the big patches of coins being located on half pipes like this increases the odds of players doing just that. And that's the importance of good coin placement really. If they are placed well, they can motivate players to engage with the track more in ways that I'd say are healthy for the game. So I guess if I was in charge, I would probably bring back the coins that they removed from the end of the tube from Mario Kart 7, and maybe add a patch to the ramp going onto the stream. But all in all, that's a pretty minor complaint. Maybe I just don't like this track more because it seems to come up so much from my opponents, and they're all more practiced on it than me. But I don't know. It's just not something I've really enjoyed playing that much, and that's kind of sad for me because I think that the whole waterfall right next to the start-finish line made for some really cool track design. Before the game came out, I was actually pretty pumped to play Grumble Volcano in Mario Kart 8, because keep in mind, we didn't used to get glitch patches in our online games. So I was excited to finally play a version of this track online, where players didn't glitch in worldwides, and competitive players didn't do a super lame respawn glitch in matches that was never banned on the premise of it just being a weaker version of a much cooler shortcut. So I was excited to just get to play this track how it was intended to be played, and on Mario Kart 8, I kinda did like it. The off-road ended up being much heftier in this game, and originally that was fine with me. Shortcuts in this version were still very much present, but much more balanced than in Wii. There was even one at the very end of lap 3 only that became available only once part of the track collapsed, and I think that's the thing that should be discussed whenever we talk about Grumble Volcano. There are actually not many generic lava levels in Mario Kart, and that's likely because Bowser's Castle usually just fills that role. So Grumble Volcano was kind of a rare opportunity for a more generic lava level to shine, and boy did they really come up with a fascinating idea. The collapsing rock during an active volcano eruption is crazy as a concept. Of course, we aren't going to talk about the Mario Cast's willingness to travel to locations like this, but I'm glad they give it a chance, because this track gimmick does something very rare in this series that I want to highlight as good design. It changes the gameplay of its course in a way that fits its theming. Lap 3 will feel different than Lap 1 for this reason, and the opening of a Lap 3 exclusive shortcut is quite literally a fire idea. There are a few courses that have some similar ideas to this, and one that's in the same cup even that we'll be talking about a little bit later. Now, for a track that has such a unique concept, you would think that all courses like this would be discussed much later in the video. And that's where I unfortunately have to mention that this is really about all the praise that I give this track in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. And that hurts because I kinda wanna love it. It's creative, and I even find it to be really fun on time trials. But I, for the life of me, just can't seem to enjoy the track during actual races. On paper, it feels like this shouldn't be the case. There's a shroom cut that allows you to still get an item chain at the last set, which is really satisfying to pull off. There are alternate paths to utilize at times too, and you guys know that I'm a pretty big fan of those. But I think what it is just in spite of all that, I hate how the end of this track plays out online, more so than almost any other track in the game. If I'm able to successfully front run this track, I typically have a pretty good time. It's just this ending section. The shortcut that opens up at the end is such a blessing when it comes to track design, but yet, it is also just a curse, because it feels as if the end of every race features like 5 people starring up to take this cut in the middle of the pack, hitting everyone in the narrow main path in sight, while pushing each other around and often off the track. I think the main shortcut that turned earlier might actually be the culprit for races so frequently playing out this way, as it allows players in the back to catch up to the mid-pack rather quickly if they're set up well enough. And often the chain they get at the last set will be a mid-pack item like a Fire Flower 2, since they pull the final item when the comeback is nearing completion already. What's unfortunate is the imbalance of the path splits here. I remember when I was a kid I thought the left path would be faster because it had the big boost panel over there, but when I found the other path was way faster, my mind was kinda blown. But if the left path was more viable, perhaps this could have been a solution to keep the endings from feeling like a clown fiesta. I'm not saying they would need to change the shape of the rock or anything, but they could have taken at least the Wario's gold mine approach and given the left path some boost panels or something at least to help make things like re-acceleration work too for hits at the end. As it stands though, nobody is rationally going to take the left path. If you're in the middle of the pack, going left is just going to let people pass you for free. And if you're in the very front, you're likely fine and not going to get hit by the people in stars anyway. Maybe it would have just been better if there was less off-road in this section in general. Because as it stands, frontrunners are forced into rather specific racing lines just to get passable alignment for the very end, so they don't have a lot of flexibility. That's what makes them easy targets. I can't help but feel that there was a better solution here to be honest, but I just don't really know what it is. So I guess my final rank is just going to come out to be pretty mediocre. This is a fun concept on a surprisingly unique track theme for this series. I just wish the ending wasn't as claustrophobic as it tends to get. Coming in at 57th is another one of Nintendo's gimmicky track ideas back from Mario Kart 64. It's funny to think about this one because so many more people have played some version of Mario Kart 8 than Mario Kart 64 now. But for those of you who are not in the know, the original Yoshi Valley did not tell you your position at any point in the race until after you got your final placement. This is kind of insane to think about these days. The gimmicks of today feel much more in line of game design strategies. For instance, we just talked about how Piranha Plant Cove was designed to take advantage of floaty underwater physics, creating what would be some otherwise impossible shortcuts. But old gimmicks like this one bring up questions that are just like, are we sure they didn't just give up on tracking the placements altogether on this one? Regardless though, I was enamored with Yoshi Valley back in the day. It was actually really hard in Mario Kart 64 with the fastest paths being narrow and consisting of hard to avoid enemies. It had a highly chokeable and costly shroomless shortcut, and the goofy music, giant egg, alongside all the question mark blocks representing the top 4 players on the side of the screen, gave it this very chaotic energy, and in many ways, it really felt like a product of its time. And I think that has become more apparent as I've continued to play it in Mario Kart 8 over the last decade. Yoshi Valley is by no means a bad course in MK8, but I don't find it to be very memorable anymore. In some ways, it feels like it has lost its identity because of that. I remember going into Mario Kart 8, I was really pumped for the Leaf Cup. I thought it would be a contender for my favorite cup of all time, consisting of 4 courses that I had either loved or really liked in my younger days. But while Yoshi Valley was still fun, it wasn't quite the hard hitter I was expecting it to be. It was just a standard track with a bunch of split paths, many of which should really never be used by any serious player, condensed down to fit Mario Kart 8 style. Of course, it makes sense that the game is always able to track your position now, but I almost wonder if it shouldn't have told you like in the original game. Would it have actually been more faithful this way? I mean, probably. It could have been that the track made you consider something extra that no other track forced you to consider as its gimmick. But perhaps this just wouldn't have been seen as an impactful enough change by the casual audience, because I think most Mario Kart players are not usually concerned with their position until the very end of the race regardless. But as a little bit of a tryhard, I think this actually could have been a really interesting little wrinkle for the track, because position does matter to a degree, and it would have given players one extra little thing to think about to change the races up. In spite of all this, I really don't feel like I can call this a bad remake. I still quite enjoy quite a few things about it, but when squaring up against the rest of the game's roster, it's hard to say that it stands out. And the thing is, the original version always just did that exactly. But honestly, I think it's okay. It probably never was going to be the same thing that it originally was whenever it did decide to come back, and I think it did a fine enough job here. The track looks good and didn't get decimated by golden mushrooms near the start-finish line, which was always a concern that I had for an eventual remake of this track. The shortcut at the end, of course, is still impactful, but it's not broken. And if there was one good thing about the 8U battle mode, it's that I actually got to experience this course as a battle stage, which was something that had been a lingering thought of mine for years leading up to Mario Kart 8. So even if the rest of the battle mode wasn't very cool, I at least thought that this part of it was. Of course, it would have been kind of nice if they closed off, the part of the track that very much wasn't conducive to being a battle stage, but hey, house rules can still come through at times. So it seems they finally took Sky Garden out of the Lightning Cup apparently, but yet many people are still claiming it never left. Is that for good reason? Well, maybe. Maybe not. I am not sure I have the answer you're looking for though. So Mario Kart DS, as I've mentioned before, was my first kart game. It is a game where to this day I still rave about the quality of the new courses that it introduced. The retro tracks? Not so much. But Sky Garden was one of the exceptions. I adored it in Mario Kart DS, and I can't really say I adore it here exactly. But what is complex about this situation is that I don't really dislike it by any means. For some reason, this seems like the expectation for people who think that a remake is a huge downgrade. Am I supposed to be mad about it? Well, I'm not really sure. But I definitely was never really upset about it. It's not like this was the first time Sky Garden ever came back. So as far as I'm concerned, it got its faithful remake already, and it was an incredibly good one at that. So from my perspective, whatever this track is, kind of just feels like a bonus course that was inspired by Sky Garden. And I think maybe that's the healthiest approach, because I'm not ever going to be ranking stuff based upon anything but what the track actually is, meaning I will not be considering what I think the track should be, because technically speaking, I could just sit here and say that every track should just be Wario Coliseum or Electron Avenue or whatever awesome racing game track comes to mind. Regardless of what comparison you're actually going to make, it's always just going to be unfair to the actual source material if you're not judging it based upon its own merits. But speaking of the actual source material, what Sky Garden is here is kind of an enigma. I like the idea of a sky track, I like the idea of a somewhat short and difficult running course. Yet they put some of the most frustrating strategies imaginable in this track, and a massive second-saving shortcut at the very end of the track. And yes, I am more than aware that players just take it shroomless, of course, but when you consider the mushroom cut allows you to charge a UMT to release off the last glider, I'll just say that the time loss of not having a mushroom is still quite noticeable. I've seen some nightmarish attempts to access the mushroom bouncers after a lightning bolt appeared. I've seen some very janky behavior here, and though driving on the clouds will probably be used in whatever task run eventually gets made for this course on this game, I don't know what their practical use is or what to make of them in the actual game. It feels like they kinda wanted to do something with them, but just never fully decided what. But in spite of all the weird little quirks about this track, and in spite of the fact that its layout is almost unrecognizable now, it still is pretty successful at being a pretty high skill oriented track with some interesting strats. It's just maybe done in the weirdest possible way. So chalk this one up to the growing list of tracks where the target shot glider change saved the course thankfully. Because while it's certainly not one of my favorites anymore, it definitely is worth playing on occasion. And of course, I've got to shout out the remix. That one was another great and surprisingly faithful upgrade. I think Mario Kart 8's Rainbow Road has always been a little bit overhated, and I think that purely has to do with expectations. The hype cycle of the original Mario Kart 8 was really good overall. It made people truly excited for the new types of innovations that could be available, namely due to the anti-gravity mechanic. And the game's producer ahead of launch described the eventual Rainbow Road as really spectacular. So I think when they saved Rainbow Road as the final reveal, after Bowser's Castle and the universally loved Mount Wario took over the first half of the final trailer, the stage was kind of set for something truly amazing, and when the track was revealed and wasn't really all that, I think many people were just disappointed. I think everyone was expecting some insane anti-gravity design, honestly probably something like Big Blue in actuality, but the actual course felt pretty by the book. It's not like it was a bad idea with its space station and satellite aesthetic, and this Mario Kart TV theming kind of tied a neat bow around what they were trying to advertise with the Mario Kart 8 package at the time. But still, this just wasn't what fans were hoping for, and it really did sour people on it, after the last two Rainbow Roads in particular were just fan favorites. And I still feel like the reaction is present in Nintendo's memory. As of the time of recording, it is early in June before the launch of Mario Kart World, and yet, I don't know anything about what Rainbow Road will look like in this new game, aside from the leak of a track logo a month ago. Meanwhile though, back in Mario Kart 8, we knew a month in advance what Rainbow Road looked like, and it feels like they are just trying a new approach this time, hoping that keeping it spoiler-free will have a large impact when people actually get their hands on the game. I think this is all kind of a shame though. Not that we haven't seen the track yet, a matter of fact, I'm rather excited to play it blind, but rather that Rainbow Road 8's legacy kind of feels tainted by external expectations. I remember when the game was new, I actually quite liked the track, and thought it was an upper echelon Rainbow Road and all of that. I wasn't a huge fan of its first half, nor would I choose for there to be a space station in future Mario Kart titles, but I didn't think it was any more of a deal breaker than the moon section of Mario Kart 7's Rainbow Road. I thought the second half was great though. It was really pretty and the two separate paths thing was unique. I also found it pretty cool that the fastest strategy was jumping off one path down to the other below in both versions of the game. But I've got to admit, after some time playing the track, I do kind of find it to be a pretty mid-tier Rainbow Road now. This might also be my sentiment just because it is yet another track that just couldn't help itself with the canon item set destroying the entire balance of the track, but I think it's more than just that. No disrespect whatsoever, I just don't think that this Rainbow Road is super memorable. Maybe this was just because this was not a Rainbow Road that I grew up with, but the upbeat style of the music, while nice, also doesn't feel quite the same as the older versions, in a way that is actually kind of a negative to me. Many of the older Rainbow Road themes truly felt like a little melancholy and reflective in a sense, and they did feel like a proper end of a journey, which is fitting for this kind of track, and I just don't really feel like I get that here. Its theme is good, and maybe the best facet of the track, but it just doesn't really break into that legendary status in my opinion, up there with the N64, GCN, and Wii themes. Regardless though, I think in a game where the canon item set isn't repeated, this track could be seen a lot more fondly. I don't know if it will ever get that chance since Nintendo often hides from their lesser popular stuff it seems, even if that less popular work often has some really good stuff in it. But I do believe it could be a really improved course in a future game, and perhaps when that does happen, the mood will feel a whole lot different than the first time around. Also, shout out to 159903, if you know, you know. Honestly, I do not have a lot to say about Sweet Sweet Canyon. It was one of those tracks that I was excited for before launch because it looked fresh and unique, and despite it ending up being a rather simple Mushroom Cup course, I still found it to be pretty fun and creative. I would say its best attributes are just its style and its driving. It's not exactly lighting the world on fire, but it had some fun ideas. It was the first track in the game to have that token left-right anti-gravity path split that they love so much, but get this, because of the coin layout, both sides were actually used in time trials. And I think that's pretty awesome because it gets players used to taking both sides situationally. I don't think the driving or theme are necessarily groundbreaking of course, but for a Mushroom Cup track you can certainly do a lot worse in my opinion, and that final shortcut through the donut was pretty cool too. Of course, that's also a bit of a cardinal sin in competitive track design as I've mentioned, but luckily here, it does feel a bit tame compared to the Sky Gardens of the world. Speaking of cardinal sins though, another thing we just talked about on Rainbow Road was, well, the canon set, and perhaps Sweet Sweet Canyon was the original offer of this. This discussion is making it clear to me that we are in the bulk of the mid-tier right now. All of these courses have their things that I kinda like and kinda don't like about them, and this track in particular seems to really encapsulate all of that. I guess as a final little comment, for the longest time, I thought that this was going to be a Mario Kart 9 retro track as well, and it seems like Sky High Sundae really swooped in and stole its lunch money. Pour one out, man, because that's just brutal. While there's nothing particularly wrong with Daisy Circuit, it's one of the tracks that doesn't really do enough to get me to really want to play it a ton. I think like Mario Circuit 3, I prefer the scaling of the Wii version. The ledges definitely feel a little bit wide this time and the track just feels noticeably slower now, which I don't prefer, but unlike Mario Circuit 3, at least this track has some really positive aspects about it. The glider panel was a no-brainer type of addition, and it's kind of funny that they included a cutout barrier for the shortcut after the cuts off-road was notoriously disrespected by Mario Kart Wii players for years. I'm almost irritated that this track released during the Teddy Buggy era though, as getting a big mini-turbo boost out of the glider makes for one of the most satisfying cuts in the game, but I feel like it's very easy for the necessary bump in the tunnel to cancel your drift entirely on Teddy, which results in a lot of time loss. It is a skill issue, but one that just feels really sad when it happens. I've enjoyed my time playing this track in War still, as it acts like a classic shroom-up course, and it's very applicable for starting in the middle spots if you're confident on running the track. Unfortunately though, I'm not really that. The time trial sessions I had here were kind of miserable, mainly because of the shortcut setup. I felt as if the entire track was pretty simple otherwise, and I was just playing to likely fail at a certain spot every time, and it was something I just didn't have any desire to do for any extended period of time really. As for the new additions, the ramp and boost panels in the lighthouse section certainly felt random, but I kinda liked them to be honest. The ramp actually made the elevated section to the left accessible after it randomly kinda wasn't in Mario Kart Wii, and the boost panels and coins make you have to make a decision on tight lines versus refueling. And while it is still possible to sneak some green shells through to the other side through the barrier in this section, it definitely feels like a less prominent strategy as opposed to what it was in Wii. I always thought those plays were fun to go for, and because red shells were weaker in Wii, it felt like more worth the risk to try, even if technically speaking, you can still do it here if you have the right alignment. It feels like realistically though, bomb snipes are about the extent of what you're going to get here. But of course, bombs are a little bit more rare too. Now for those of you who watch every upload here, you also know how much I love this track's music too. That is and has always been my favorite aspect of this track, and it is one of the best themes in series history in my opinion. It alone makes the track's addition worth it to me, and of course, if you want to hear me geek out about this theme for even longer than I just talked about the track, and in significantly more detail at that, it's the most recent upload before this one, so check it out if you have some time. Dolphin Shoals has taken a 4-spot tumble from my final Mario Kart 8 tier list, and perhaps that is the best compliment I could possibly give it. You see, number 48 in that tier list meant dead last, so sitting here at 52nd today, near the middle of the rankings, is a pretty incredible achievement when considering my history of this course. So what exactly changed? Well, the game physics for starters. The combinations that were good on the Wii U version of the game were high-speed combos with slow, clunky underwater handling. Additionally in Deluxe, the buff Tricked Boost reroutes the fastest underwater path to remaining above the eel again, and I much prefer Shake Tricking for stacked Trick Boost over holding an SMT for seconds and hoping that I wouldn't hit a jellyfish on the way down to get my fire hopping boost of old. The new meta combos allow for much more flexibility in all the underwater segments too. The boosted tricks also help with the ramps before the eel as well, and more paths feel more viable in a game that is more multifaceted than the original Mario Kart 8, where drafting up and getting to the front was kind of the only thing that ever seemingly mattered on this track. The new glider controls also allowed for a triple shroom strategy that allowed you to kind of skip the last turn entirely, and all in all, the track feels a lot smoother than it did in the original MK8. And while TTing with all the eel trick boosts is not exactly my preferred way of playing the game, nor do I like having to stay on my toes to make sure I don't get 180'd by the pipe boost before the eel, it is certainly more fun than what this track used to be. I think what always really bothered me about this track back in the day is that it just felt like a vastly inferior version of Wario Shipyard in my mind. Both tracks took the second slot of the Star Cup in their respective games, and both were considered to be the difficult underwater track. But comparatively, I found Dolphin Shoals to be boring. The track had a bunch of really flashy ideas such as starting underwater, the eel tricks, the whirlpool, and MKTV rendition of the music, but it all felt kind of lifeless to me for whatever reason. The reality was, I found the track's theming to be kind of bland. It felt no more interesting to me as a beach level than Cheep Cheep Beach really. Now there are plenty of Mario Kart tracks that don't have exciting new ideas, but the kicker with Shoals was that its idea was just kind of that it was a water track with water-centric obstacles, much like Cheep Cheep Lagoon. And this meant that we were going to have to endure some water physics for no reason other than being for the sake of it. On the other hand, what I really liked about Wario Shipyard is that the underwater driving just happened to be an excellent backdrop for a stage focused around exploring an abandoned wrecked ship. What I like about Squeaky Clean Sprint in the present is that it uses its water mechanics to be able to execute an idea that was already inherently interesting and unique. Dolphin Shoals always just felt as if they were trying to reach a water track quota to justify their mechanic in comparison. I remember after 8U came out, everyone was just hyping this track up for its music and how epic the final section was, and I could honestly care less. In my opinion, 75% of the track was just miserable to play, and the music that actually played for that 75% was rather boring too. I would have actually just preferred it if the main part that everybody gushed about was played throughout the full track like, on normal Mario Kart tracks. And let's set the record straight for a second. I don't know how to grade the MKTV version of the music, because the thing is, it doesn't actually play on the track during races. It almost just feels like a better remix was made of the song that just wasn't used. And I didn't find that charming, I found it kind of frustrating. Like, the one aspect that I would have really liked about the track was just locked behind an out-of-race experience. So yeah, I've definitely been on some rocky terms with this track for a while, and while I still find it to be a pretty blatant attempt to justify the returning underwater driving mechanics, at least it made for some pretty fun matches on the Switch version. I can't really say the same about my time with it before then, but hey, that time is over. So welcome to the big C tier. C's get degrees, unlike F's. This was another really difficult track to rank. I remember when it came out, it felt like we just got an upgraded Dry Desert. But the reality of the situation is that we kind of just had 2 deserts to deal with now. The good news though was that Cheeseland was way better. To start things off, this track easily had my favorite retro remix in the game, especially before the Booster Pass era. The saxophone was amazing on this track, and it was my favorite implementation of it in the entire soundtrack even, over, well, Dolphin Shoals, and I promise I didn't line them up this way intentionally. But it's also nice getting to listen to the second half of the theme now too, where they totally killed it, after not getting to hear it in the original because the track used to have kind of like 20-second laps. Now, the new lap time is a blessing and also a curse. It does make the track feel like a better remake, but because it is up there in length with Dry Desert, it means that it's going to play similarly to a degree. And by that, I mean that races are going to crawl forward at a snail's pace for the first minute of gameplay, which I'm of course not a big fan of. To its credit, the bagging, while kind of ridiculous, is more fun than it is on Dry Desert. This is because it feels like every item truly has a use, whereas on Dry Desert, bullet bills weren't very good, and golden mushrooms were much preferred due to the track being kind of just all off-road everywhere. Not only does Cheeseland have an infamous bill spot, but if you don't get a bill, that's perfectly okay. If you get shrooms, cutting the cheese on the second turn will allow you to still make some of that time back, while still allowing you to change the next item set too. But beyond just being more fun to bag, it's more fun to drive than Desert 2. I also feel that getting a big lead at the end of lap 2 can matter here at times as well, though still is probably for the best if you're packing triple mushrooms with the lead. And of course, there's a ton of personality here, and that makes me want to love it, despite the fact that I find the gameplay to be a little bit insufferable at the high levels of play. I don't understand why they got rid of the moon aesthetic though. I feel when they came out, they decided that Ribbon Road just gets the creative energy and that Cheeseland just gets the fire music track. But the thing is, they could have just done both, right? I feel like the moon part of it all could have made for such a fun idea to expand upon. I think that perhaps all the comparisons to Dry Desert might have just been a result of the fact that Cheeseland in this game kind of just looks like a bright sunny desert. There didn't have to be 2, but hey, you can't win them all I guess. Cheeseland overall was still a pretty fun time, even if I wanted no part in playing it with any true stakes attached. This kind of surprised me, but with every passing year, I seem to value Hyrule Circuit a little bit less than I did the year before. It's not that I'm a DLC track hater per se, but I feel like once the initial hype of a Zelda course being in Mario Kart wore off, I started seeing this track as just kind of your ordinary, run-of-the-mill generic frontrunner. And there's nothing wrong with that, it just isn't really my go-to when I think about tracks that I want to play anymore. I really liked this course when it first came out. I remember time trialing it on day 1 of the 8U DLC and having a top 10 time on that first day. And I know Circuit was in the name, but it was really more of a castle stage. And the spin booster puzzle that opened the ramp up while difficult was a really cool strategy in reference to the Zelda series at large, and that all was cool. I would also say that this track kind of serves as an example that it's better to have too many coins than not enough. While there are tracks where the economy just feels barren, I rarely ever think about the negative effects of having plenty of options everywhere across this track. But maybe this type of problem would just be more difficult to visualize, since you're rarely ever focused on the tallies of your opponents. After a decade of playing this track, I just haven't really developed a ton of new opinions on it. I just look at it as like, yeah, that's a solid running course, and that's about it. Am I wrong for this? It's not like this is just me being too sweaty at the game, because competitive players all adore this track, and I'm always fine with playing it, even if I don't find it too exciting. I just think perhaps I'm too used to it. Like, I think the castle section's cool. The middle path shortcut's not something I feel like I have to think about too much in races though, and before you know it, you're outside in what feels like a pretty ordinary grassy area. The no item shortcut is cool and acts as a decision between speed or items, which perhaps makes the track less hectic than some others, but it's also one of those cuts that I just cannot stand in time trial modes. I feel like this is such a 2025 complaint, but I wish they did more with what a Zelda track could be. It was probably never going to be something that wasn't generic, since it really only served as a one-time crossover, but as it stands, I just see this track as solid across the board. I know it's very popular in the community, and while I agree that it doesn't really have many flaws, I just have not felt its appeal in the same way as others, which is kind of ironic considering that Mario Kart 8 was kind of the game that got me into the Zelda series to begin with, believe it or not. Shout out to Reggie for hooking us all up with the free copy of Wind Waker HD alongside our Mario Kart 8 purchase. That was really awesome. So, by my estimation, this might be the first time I get outright flamed for one of my takes today, but hey, I'm a truth teller, and the truth is, I think Big Blue is kind of just okay. And like Dolphin Shoals, this is a pretty massive upgrade from what I thought about it before, too. I should give a disclaimer, though. I'm not really a 200cc player, and I understand that it has quite a bit of a legacy in that mode, especially considering the big shortcut. I'll be the first person to say that that strategy is really cool, and I really do like that it's here because it gives me some ammo whenever the Mario Kart Wii players complain about the lack of shortcuts in MK8, especially in the base game. But as a 150cc player, I just never really saw this in the same light as everyone else. I just found the driving to be pretty simple. I understand that there's tons of streamless shortcuts to take, but I don't really see them as shortcuts. The floaty mechanics of the track doesn't really make them feel risky in any way whatsoever, so I kind of just see them as part of the racing line. Of course, there's also the notorious cannon item set, a common mark of a goofy track where the best items in the game are pulled at practically any spot. Luckily, since this is a sector track though, it only happens one time, but it still often is a race decider. It makes for a pretty interesting dynamic in team matches where teams can go for full top 6s without fully committing to the 6-person run, by being able to get powerful items while not fully committing to bagging. And of course, I should say that the F-Zero theming, use of anti-gravity, and the music are all super cool. I don't deny that in any way, but this stuff alone doesn't really equate to a top 10 track for me. It's a completely fine track like any course I have around the middle of my list, but to me, F-Zero is not really a track idea. It is a game. If we were adding a bland Mario circuit into a different racing game, it wouldn't suddenly become interesting because Mario Kart's legendary or anything, and my point isn't to say that Big Blue is bland either. I just think for it to have been a track near the top of my list, I would have liked to see a little bit more than a 90-second sector track with floaty physics and relatively easy shortcuts. Cheep Cheep Beach feels like the quintessential mid-track to me, and no, that's not an insult, that's just the definition of the word. I know that we don't have a ton of football fans here in the gaming community, but let me hit you all up with an analogy first. I'm unfortunately a Bengals fan, and we used to have a quarterback called Andy Dalton. He was never the problem of the team, but never the solution either. So in NFL circles, people crafted the idea of the Dalton line. What it meant was if your quarterback was better than Andy Dalton, you had a good quarterback. But if your guy was worse than him, it meant you should probably be looking to upgrade. Cheep Cheep Beach is the Dalton line of Mario Kart 8 in my opinion. It is a completely fine course, and I don't really have any issues with it whatsoever. I actually kind of like it. At least enough for it to barely reach the top half of the game in my eyes. It might be a pretty generic beach level, but it's calm and relaxing. I like the boardwalk section and also find the ending section to be a cool change-up of your standard beach aesthetics in these games. It has nice music, there's nothing overly offensive about it in competitive play, even though the final section does toe the line of the pack spam at times, and in time trials, it's pretty good actually. With that all said, it is pretty unremarkable overall. I don't think all the courses below it, or everything we've discussed up to this point, are bad, by the way. Just like I don't think every quarterback worse than Andy Dalton is a bad player or anything. It probably just means that there's usually an attribute or two that I wish were a little bit better about those courses, and that I don't think that those tracks are ready to win the Super Bowl in their current form. And that's fine. Many of them have special aspects about them that Cheep Cheep Beach can't really claim to have. But when it comes to just being pretty decent at everything, Cheep Cheep is definitely all reliable in my mind. I guess this also kind of serves as an exciting transition to the B tier. It's time to finally get into the courses that I'm definitely more excited about. So without further ado, let's get into the tracks that made Mario Kart 8 into a special game for me. So I like this track, but it does make me a little bit sad, because it is another course that I really wanted to like way more than I actually did. I have always been a big fan of the 3D Bowser's Castle levels. I just think that this one is my least favorite. When I think about the quintessential Bowser's Castle stage, I think of red carpets and sharp 90-degree turns. I think about menacing obstacles set up in surprisingly orderly manners and flomps in unsuspecting places that just take away parts of the road that you would otherwise want to use. It always felt on these tracks that Bowser specifically set things up to be hostile to intruders, and that's what made these courses such a great fit in the Special Cup as a final test before Rainbow Road. But what I also like about many of these tracks is their eerie vibe. They truly felt like dangerous places where you weren't supposed to be. Mario Kart 8's Bowser's Castle does have some of these elements, and I'll be the first to say that the music on the stage is genuinely fantastic and one of my favorites from base Mario Kart 8. It fits the new age Bowser theme that they kind of established in Mario 3D World, but while I love it and give it high marks appropriately, it kind of feels like something is still missing here. Now, I don't think that every Bowser's Castle needs to be the same. I like that they take risks and change things up, but I just don't really like the execution of the stage all that much. It undeniably feels like a fitting setting for a Bowser's Castle level, but it doesn't feel like some kind of elaborate labyrinth anymore. And honestly, that's kind of what I liked about the stages like N64 and GCN BC. Those stages mostly took place indoors, but here it kind of feels like there's one main room with the Bowser statue and then you're outside for quite a bit of time. I also think that the recent castles being on the shorter end kind of plays into it all as well. I'm not sure if base Mario Kart 8 truly had some quota where Nintendo wanted every world record to end up being under 2 minutes, but it certainly felt like it when it was all said and done. And I doubt the tracks were limited in this way, but it did feel like there was a real effect in this regard. I almost wonder if the addition of anti-gravity just allowed for more compact track designs, but I'm also not sure if I buy this theory either. I guess my point is, if you were just to compare the minimap of BC8 and an older 3D Bowser's Castle, the difference feels staggering. I would say this is probably my least favorite use of the mech too. I'm not a big fan of the shockwaves that form after the punches. I really don't like this stuff at all in time trial mode actually. I understand that GCN Bowser's Castle definitely created some pace problems too, but it felt easier to improvise around it for whatever reason. And I think what bothers me about the shockwave is that there were times where I would shake trick and it just didn't always feel like it would come out how I expected it to. And that was just a little bit of a buzzkill for me. There was also that one ramp too that was notorious for tricks just not coming out on the left side for some reason, which was actually a problem considering the Wrecking Ball forced you over to that side at times too. But there are plenty of good strategies everywhere too that I like. It has the classic UMT glider at the end. I really like how the beginning plays too, where some alignments are better for tricking and others are not. The lasers also feel like a classic Bowser's Castle obstacle, despite them being new. So I felt like it was important to explain why I don't have this track near the top, unlike many other Bowser's Castles in the series. Of course, I won't let my opinions on what a Bowser's Castle should be impact my ranking of course, and overall, this is a fine track. I have it in my top half for a reason. It's just hard to explain my full thoughts without getting into the history here is all. So please don't call me a hater. I still like it, I promise, I just don't love it. I've got a pretty complex relationship with DK Mountain across every Mario Kart game it's in. Growing up, I thought it was awesome. It has that cannon that just breaks the speedometer apart in Double Dash, it has the falling rocks and tight turns, and it has that very obviously intended but technically hidden shortcut at the end that makes every kid feel like a genius when they finally figure it out. It's one of those cuts that looks like it should be illegal, but rewards your curiosity and knowledge of the game mechanics. And of course, the rickety bridge at the very end is as intense as they come, and birthed one of the greatest Mario Kart memes of all time. But as I got better at the games, I weirdly found the track to just kind of be frustrating. Doing the no item cut optimally in Double Dash involved bonking a wall, and in Mario Kart Wii, the turn was sharp enough that it forced you to slow down quite a bit and let off the gas. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's a little bit awkward in a section that has a bunch of rolling boulders everywhere. The track was bumpy, which also made it hell for time trialing. And of course, the massive cannon really put a lot of emphasis on shock dodging as well, and the bridge was not exactly the most fun part of the course in competitive Mario Kart Wii races, where getting bumped by someone shrooming up would be a death sentence. Ahead of Wave 6, I was really hoping to see Dino Dino Jungle instead in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, because I wasn't exactly interested in getting the DK Mountain experience all over again. But I will say, the mountain was done better than I expected in this game. Maybe part of that was just because, again, the removal of target shocking and cannons made the track playable. Maybe part of it was that the no item cut felt more consistent. Perhaps it was that players could now trick on the wavy parts of the bridge and line them up in ways where they could stack and make it harder for people with mushrooms to catch up and bump them off. Or perhaps it was just that the new mountain face just looked exactly like my Mii now. The new shortcut over the mountain walls was pretty cool too. I was never amazing at it, but once I found a halfway consistent strategy for online, I felt much more confident playing this track in competitive settings. But it's not like all these strategies were executed perfectly. For instance, I kind of dislike how this cut operates because of where the item set right before is placed. My strategy worked for me because it always involved taking the double box, but I felt like I was forced into this in some ways. It was slower, so I got outlined at times, but other strategies felt more failable, had more severe consequences for failing, and constantly had me brushing up against the takes up 2 parking spaces with 1 car tier of inconveniently placed barrels. I definitely didn't use the best possible strategy here, but in a game with 95 other tracks to stay current on, you might be able to guess why. The results were still surprisingly passable, but this just leads me to my next complaint unfortunately, because when you did successfully front run, the track did not always reward you for it. Why is this the case? Well, not only do you have the classic case of the broken item set before the cannon present, but the no item cut at the end of the game might trick the distance calculator as well. So that's 2 separate item sets in a row where the distance calculator was broken, and given that this is the 4th longest track in the game too, it really only means one thing. There's gonna be shocks, and lots of them. Of course, the shock is extra deadly here too, especially given that unlike Double Dash and Wii, the air distance covered on the no item cut can't be covered immediately after the shock as well. One could definitely say this track rewards both playstyles, running and bagging, but I'm not sure that's the case, because in my time playing it in lounge matches, I actually had relatively good stats on it, but often it was just me feeling like I was able to luck out with a few fortunate bullet bill pulls. Overall, this track was still way better than I expected though. With that said, I definitely don't see it in the same light as the more casual audience. There are other fan favorites that I just find to be more fun to play, ones that had double boxes and the distance-based item system in mind, whether that be deliberately or by accident. In some ways, I'm just not sure if this track understood what it wanted to be. It's tech-heavy, the skill expression is very high, it even decimates golden mushroom users in many sections with back-to-back 180-degree turns, and it forces bullet bill holders at times to hold their items when a shock very well could come out, because using it early might just cost them significant time if they can't do it at the no item cut. But because the cannon has a near teleportation glitch for the bullet bill, this track has multiple amazing bullet bill strats. It also has multiple shocks seemingly every race, and with the target shock at the very end, you know what that means. DK Mountain is both one of the most skill-oriented and yet completely unserious tracks in the game. I don't know what to think about that. I feel as if it has enough good attributes to slightly outweigh the bad here. But I will say, it's frustrating that the cannon item set is still an issue here, with multiple roles available too. I get it with Sweet Sweet Canyon and Rainbow Road. They were base game tracks, and Big Blue, hey, I guess it was still part of the original game. Nobody really thought about the shock that much back in the 8U era to begin with. But we've passed Wave 6 in Deluxe now. I don't understand how it's still happening. They seem to have figured it out on Wii Rainbow Road, so why must DK Mountain be like this? I feel as if we had something here. Like, a true and full redemption story was available. But yet, so many of these canon set courses are just being limited to the middle of my list because they just couldn't help but be imbalanced for the sake of it. Oh well, man. Twisted Mansion's another track that doesn't have a whole lot for me to say about it. Initially, it was kind of the first course that really displayed what anti-gravity was capable of, because alongside Mario Circuit and Toad Harbor, it was part of the initial demo for the game, and comparatively speaking, it felt very dynamic at the time. But beyond the surface, this feels like a pretty standard haunted house level. In many ways, it just feels like a follow-up to Luigi's Mansion with a less distinct theme. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. Ghost House levels aren't a guarantee for every set of new courses, and this track archetype definitely fits as a good place to try out new ideas such as underwater, anti-gravity path splits, and all of that. This is because a lot of wacky things can happen inside a Ghost House. I think they were mostly successful here. Like many anti-gravity sections, it's kind of hard for the mechanic to not feel a little bit forced at times, but the whole split path section underwater just looks cool in my opinion, so I'm not going to argue. This was also one of the few sections in the game where it truly felt as if you could routinely go for banana snipes on the other path at will, and I liked that too. Now, I was down on this track after a few years of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. There was a notorious stream spot at the beginning of the track, and in a game like Deluxe where players frequently pull mushrooms at the first set, unlike in the Wii U version, people started to pick this track to get a mushroom and steal first place away immediately. The problem with this all is that whether or not the plan actually translated into a good finish usually felt random. And as such, I started questioning what advantage state even looked like on this track. Was it front running? Was it bagging? Well, this was luckily one of the tracks I think was boosted by the changes made during the Booster Course Pass era. I've always found it to be a pretty fun track to time trial. There's a lot of satisfying mini turbos to crank out, and the Glider Ultra Mini Turbo Strat is one of my favorites in the game. But I always felt previously that these positive aspects of the track were undersold due to a very poor ending. For starters, the glider used to act as a huge target shock spot, and this spot was such a massive middle finger to players who ran the whole race, because the game didn't just zap you off the track. It sent you to a significantly slower bottom path, a path that literally nobody ever willingly went on their own, while players behind you got a boost panel, a glider, and 1 or 2 item boxes. If they caught you at the wrong part of your glider vectoring out of the UMT strategy, this could even trap you in an incredibly awkward spot. And this all was just absurd, and even comical to think that the split path wasn't really a choice as much as it was just strictly a punishment. But the thing is, it wasn't even that much better when there was no shock, because in all the close finishes, the landing area from the glider is just an incredibly narrow spot with walls that kept every shell or fireball in play. And I'll just say, the glider landing was a nasty spot for the infamous Fireflower guy to just unleash. Now, this aspect of the track is still technically present. The track is not exactly fixed, I would say. And some could argue that without the target shock, the bottom path at the end is almost entirely unused now in most situations, and perhaps even useless at that. Is that a bad thing? I'm not exactly sure. I suppose it needed to be there if they were really committing to a courtyard. Maybe there should have only been a bottom path even, but it's hard to say. So Twisted Mansion is yet another track with fun mini turbo strategies that makes the time trial feel worth your time. Otherwise, it's a pretty standard Ghost House level, and this is enough for it to place in the upper half in my ranking, just not a whole lot above that average. I'm fully expecting Boo Absolute Cinema to make us all kind of forget about this track, at least until Nintendo inexplicably decides to bring it back as a retro course before Cinema. When I first played Athens Dash, it was back on Mario Kart Tour. I had none of the best kart parts to score well on it, and I couldn't combo or anything. All I had was the track and Tour's pretty poor controls. And I remember thinking Athens was just the most boring track ever. As a matter of fact, it felt so slow to play that I found myself wishing it was more like a traditional Tour city, believe it or not. So I was not exactly pumped for its presence in 8 Deluxe for this reason, but it caught me by surprise here. Now, I will say, I don't like taking shots at Tour for fun or anything. As a matter of fact, I enjoyed the game more than most people did. But there are some tracks where the more intricate driving mechanics of 8 Deluxe quite literally save the course, and this was one of them. The trick boost feels so nice and impactful here. Right from the get-go, the pillar strategy just flows so nicely when finished off with a mini turbo trick, and with Biddy Buggy especially, this track just felt awesome to drive from day one. Time trials were easily my favorite part about this course, and that's funny to say considering the track has the #1 thing that many time trialers fear, that being stairs, and lots of them. But it was no problem on this track. Everything felt smooth and the trick windows were rather generous too. The Mario Kart 8 version of Athens successfully turned what felt like one of the slowest tracks ever to one of the fastest, and that made me quite happy. I didn't want this course to be a dud because it felt like the one shot for a tour city to really be different, and my enjoyment of it really was a good thing for my overall enjoyment of Wave 5 too, as the other two city courses in Wave 5 were my favorite ones to play back in Tour. The city tracks always kind of felt like a weak point in the early waves of the Booster Pass, and I'll just say that Wave 5 really felt like this arbitrary weakness was finally lifted. Now, while the track was creative by city standards, I'm not sure if I would call it creative overall. The graphics were also very noticeably pitiful for a Wave 5 course as well, even though I try not to hold that against the track. The music was bombastic in my opinion too, very epic and grandiose at the start, but with very little keeping me engaged after. So while this course had some really good attributes, it was not without its weaknesses as well. The ending section also felt fitting. The climb up the mountain and ultimately up all the stairs at the end felt quite climatic. The hidden item box on the side was also kind of funny, even if it was not always super practical. Overall, this was definitely one of the better tour cities in my mind, so quite the comeback story with my personal history considered. Before the pitchforks come out, I will say this. I'm halfway to being on the good side now, because if you guys saw where I would rank this on my Mario Kart 7 list, I think my channel might get cancelled on the spot. I despised 3DS Rainbow Road back in Mario Kart 7. I found it to be a bit of a circus, especially on Sector 3. The weaker trick boost of that game did this track no favors either. The wavy roads, moon physics, spinning wheel at the end, and glider boost mechanics in that final section were just all over the place and felt very inconsistent to me. I know the course had some people who were determined to study and understand every nook and cranny of it, but to me, alongside many other competitive Mario Kart 7 players, we didn't really like it, while seemingly every casual fan of the game anointed it the greatest Rainbow Road ever simultaneously. Really, the only part that I was a fan of was the very last turn where you could just skip it entirely with a shroomless hop off the top of the turn. No F-Zero physics required or any of that. This cut would ultimately be sacrificed in Mario Kart 8, but it was not sacrificed in vain, because seemingly every part of the course that I did not like in Mario Kart 7, I now find to be pretty tolerable, and sometimes outright fun. I think the wavy roads are much more consistent in this game. I think not having to worry about hitting spinning boost panels and glider panels simultaneously 90 seconds into a sector track just to have a chance at a new personal record is also a pretty good thing. And Section 3 might be the one instance where I favor Mario Kart 8's simpler glider mechanics as well to MK7's. It's not all sunshine and rainbows though. For instance, the 360-degree turn on Sector 1 might be the laggiest section in the entire game, and what happens to you there has a significant impact on how the rest of the race might go too, since it's a hard runner. It's pretty BS, because if you go too tight, you might get bumped off by a lagging player, but if you don't, it feels like you're losing a decent amount of time too. And that is definitely a red flag for this course. I also think that maybe the track is still a little bit overhyped too. As we talked about earlier when Mario Kart 8's Rainbow Road came out, some people flamed it for having a space station, saying that it wasn't a true Rainbow Road because of it, but apparently the moon and a planet's rings are rainbow, supposedly, since this track always somehow avoided those conversations. But in regards to the new version, I'm also not sure if I approve of the new art style. I understand that they likely needed to differentiate it from the other 4 Rainbow Roads in the game, but I'm not sure if it was even worth it. And the moon lighting probably could have been better as well. Controversially, I also don't like its music track that much. I don't find it to be a standout. I know it's a lighter version of the MK64 Rainbow Road theme, which is no surprise considering I believe the same guy that composed 7 composed Mario Kart 64, which might also explain why Mario Kart 7's results music is the callback to MK64. I just thought about that now. But I preferred the work they did on GCN Rainbow Road instead, where the leitmotif comes in at the apex after a gradual but exciting build-up. I just find 3DS Rainbow Road to be slightly above average at mostly everything it does now. It's much improved in time trials, even if it lost one of its coolest shortcuts in my opinion, and it's a track I'll always be down to pick if any of my teammates have it in their bag. So overall, I'm happy with this remake. It's turned something I did not like into something I'm completely fine with now, and I have no problem listing it in my top half of this game. That's gotta count for something, right? I've had friends refer to Choco Mountain as the Dalton line of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe before, and in the past I laughed along with them about it. We've already discussed this concept today, but I bring it up again to say this. I think I was actually underselling this track just a little bit by agreeing with them previously. This track has never historically been one I've loved, but I can't deny that it's good at quite a few things. It's a fun concept, and with barely any off-road, it makes for a pretty solid runner too. The music has grown on me a bit also. It was never a track that I thought twice about in the past, but the Booster Pass rendition has won me over a bit. And I actually like the new section in the middle a lot. It makes it feel like a more complete track in my opinion, and creates some off-road that feels natural. When I grew up playing this track in Mario Kart DS, the whole course felt quite repetitive overall in my opinion, and this new version, along with the glider exiting it, does just enough to spice things up. We'll see if the world version can keep pace, but I think actually improving on this version might be difficult. I'm really glad that the boulders can pretty reliably be driven inside of too. It still makes players take risky-ish lines, but it doesn't make the track slower or create pace locks in time trials, and having them bounce over was a very classy and modern solution in my opinion. I still think I will never be a fan of the ending ramps. It's nice that we can trick off of them now, and it's really satisfying to hit all three, but it feels like the second one always just seems to be barely out of reach when I'm ordinarily driving through. I think this track is quite difficult to hate really. We'll see if that changes soon, but for now, leading into the new era, Choco Mountain is in good standing with me, and it was an excellent addition to Wave 1 in my mind. Paris Promenade. Yes, Promenade to those who might have listened to some big YouTuber propaganda a few months ago, but I listened to how Nintendo themselves said it in English back in the Wave 1 reveal trailer.
Paris Promenade.
So that's what I'm going with. Now, I must confess, Paris Promenade is kind of a guilty pleasure of mine. Why guilty? Well, I will admit to everyone right now, but I'm not exactly France's #1 fan. This is mainly because whether it be in the Mario Kart World Cups of old, or really just any big competition going back to the MK7 era, French teams have always just been the big rival for me. And while there's plenty of French players I'm cool with, even some on the rival teams I've spoken about, at the end of the day, France is still the op more often than not. So there's a part of me that hates that I kind of like their track in general, let alone more than both USA tracks. Part of the reason I hate this is because it's totally a fluke too. Paris was kind of boring in Mario Kart Tour. It repeats a lap on Mario Kart 8 Deluxe too. Meanwhile, Los Angeles is this super cool sector track, and New York is this vibrant nighttime city with a super cool ending that temporarily goes indoors. But undeniably, Paris just plays better than both of them online in my opinion. I don't like the track because it's creative, or that I think the music's outstanding or anything, or that I even think it's cool. It is purely just because it's an incredibly rewarding track to time trial and front run on. Paris is soft drifting the track. It's a bit of a hand killer too, which makes me kind of feel like a maniac for grinding it in the past. But as you get better, and the previously difficult turns become easier, it becomes really satisfying. This is one of those tracks where I really felt myself getting better at it, and I appreciated it for that. And when played shroomless in a setting where missing a coin or two won't sink you, or in other words, when you're front running in a multiplayer race, there's little to no BS whatsoever. Being good at it requires pure skill. There's walls everywhere that you can use to try to break red shells, and even some glider panels on lap 3 that can help you recover from or withstand shocks or hits. And even as a bagger, it is hard, but doesn't feel particularly unfair either. There are routes under the Eiffel Tower that grant more item boxes and coins, and catching up is typically a matter of just working your way back up one by one. Overall, it is a track that is built for tryhards, and I respect that energy. If you've ever played Paris seriously, you likely just wanted to get better and to prove your fundamental skills, and I think that's oddly fitting for the French community too. Their players are relentless, often want it more than you, and do not give up. It's no surprise that there's so many unique top French teams in every new Mario Kart game, and I expect no different moving forward. See you all on World, boys. All the way up into my B tier, we finally get to the first track where I would say I've always had a pretty purely favorable view of it. When I first played Rome Avanti, I really took a liking to it. I know it's super commonly said, and perhaps it's a testament to AT's engine and the game's ability to make seemingly any track solid, but this was yet another track that I just really found to be engaging to drive on. For a European city course, there is a surprisingly large total of places to trick every lap. Often these tricks are stacked with mini-turbos right before them, and the windows get pretty tight. It is a track where switching over from the Teddy to the Bitty Buggy just kind of makes you feel like you have superpowers. It is fast-paced in spite of all the turns literally everywhere, and that's my kind of track. But for a track that I have a lot of good things to say about, there's still a decent amount of things to critique. I am not a fan of its ending. There's once again an absolutely massive race-changing shortcut, and another moderately sized one right before the finish line with item boxes right in front. Often the ending feels like trying to whittle your way through a bunch of carefully positioned laser beams, and usually something goes wrong if you even feel the possibility that it might. Lap 1 has multiple shroom up spots, the second of which is actually good, and the first of which is pretty useless. The useless version might save marginal time, but ultimately it feels like nothing more than a tool to clutter the pack before a bunch of players take the actual shortcut. Every time someone takes it, I somehow feel inconvenienced. Yet when I take it myself, I feel almost no personal gain was received out of doing so. It almost just feels like it's there to troll. This track's also one where lap trolling can naturally occur, though it's pretty rare. I think perhaps the reason why it happened more in the past was just because people don't always know where to go when they're playing for the first time, due to the track's complexity. That might not be a track issue though, but rather a player knowledge one. To top it all off though, I found the music to be pretty average, and overall I think that's kind of just where the track places in the game. I think perhaps I have a little bias towards Italy. Many of my online friends reside there, and pizza's pretty hyped too. I also am big on nighttime courses, and Coliseum levels are, up my alley as well. So yeah, safe to say that this one was going to score pretty favorably for me in probably every scenario, and also was always going to beat out France in a tie, I suppose. No shot it would go any other way. I know, hot take, but can we be honest for a second? This track is not some all-time great, and I think the hype train for it was completely off the rails. Like, this is an SNES track that doesn't suck, and that's awesome. Is it worth throwing a Super Bowl parade over? Well, maybe. But I think when everyone was putting it in their top 10 tracks in the game, that might have been an overreaction. At its core, it's still a pretty generic Bowser's Castle stage. It is not an ambitious layout comparatively to any of the best Bowser Castle levels in the series, but I will admit the elevation changes did it wonders. I thought the anti-gravity and raised walls were pretty cool. I love that there are extra items up there. I love that we can trick on the flomps too, and it looks phenomenal. But this is kind of just what I expect out of any Mario Kart track in 2025. Having some good ideas is a prerequisite to entering the conversation of great Mario Kart courses. It doesn't get you there automatically. And in the context of a Deluxe, this track has a very average layout. The idea is pretty standard, the music's electric, but very short. The driving is slightly above average. Stacked up against the rest of the game, it doesn't exactly stand out, it's just a solid course. But the good news is, that's literally all I could ever ask for out of an SNES track. You might remember that I gave this track an A+ back in my Wave 6 grades, so seeing it this low might come as a surprise to you. But my grades were less about my personal thoughts on a track and more about fit and game balance. It was me grading Nintendo's selection and execution of the course, not the course itself. And Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was desperately missing a second Bowser Castle track. It had barely given us any SNES tracks at all, and no SNES BC had ever returned before this. The fit was a slam dunk, and the execution turned one of the worst tracks in the entire series into an above-average MK8 track, and that's incredible. Now, I knew BC3 had this potential, but I think we tend to forget exactly where these SNES courses were back in 1992. This track was hard, but it was an unfair kind of hard at that. As someone who has been involved in time trialing with every game, I always laughed and raged about how BC3 could have the entire road blocked off by flomps at any given time, and that could literally just destroy any run. And that is just atrocious. So don't take it personally, BC3 fans. This is a good course in Mario Kart 8 in my opinion. I've enjoyed time trialing it especially, and wish I had more time to play it in a competitive setting too. But I do think that the Wave 6 hype might have gotten a little bit crazy in this instance. There are plenty of more innovative designs out there, but I will say this, everyone loves a good underdog story, and this is one of them. This is one of the tracks in the game that I find to be very difficult to hate, and perhaps the average rating of this track is pretty high for that reason. Everyone's always going to like a shorter runner with some fun ideas, and that's precisely what this is now. So bravo, BC3. Well, I've got another cancelable take right here, and I'm sorry, but Sunset Wilds is pretty solidly in my top half, guys. How and why could this possibly happen? Well, it kind of comes down to what I value. And like I discussed on Sky Garden, while I will judge a track based on what I think it should be, I absolutely will not rank a track based on that. I will rank it based upon what it is. Many people immediately would call this track a bad remake, and I would not disagree. Many would say that this remake defeats the purpose of the track to begin with, and I'm not sure I would agree with this, but I certainly wouldn't fight you on that notion. There's not really an excuse for Nintendo to not add in a track's defining feature after all, and if the skybox was such a deal breaker in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, They really should have just saved this track for Mario Kart World where it could have been fixed. It's not like they're doing anything else with the GBA tracks in that game as it stands. But what I do actually disagree with the angry mob on is the premise that bad remake necessarily means bad track. Yes, a track can be made to be worse, it can even lose its identity, but it's also true that it can be upgraded as well. And there's a certain popular Wii track that we'll be talking about later where I actually feel this sentiment. Now, did that happen here? It's hard to say. I wouldn't exactly say it's better off for losing some of its original features, but some replacements are good. Like, the teepees are gone now, but the Shy Guys instead hang out in the open, dancing to the music, and they drop some coins if you hit them now. And that's cool. Considering this is a bagging course, utilizing this with a Star Lap one is not even the worst idea ever. And I would argue that the changes in layout are a bit overblown as well. The original final turns were not super necessary to begin with in my opinion, and were actually some of the most boring turns on the course. It felt like their main purpose was to emphasize how broken the mushroom cut was off the ramp in the original game, and shortcuts saving that much time obviously had no place in this game as well. Don't tell Snowland. I mean, if you think the Mushroom Gorge gap is broken, let me tell you something real quick about how big this cut was in the original game. With that all said, I find the new ending to be actually good though. I've said it a few times up to this point, but I don't hate all bagging tracks. I mainly just dislike the ones where the strategy is to go forward at a snail's pace for a full lap. That can happen to a degree here, but I often find front running to be worth the risk somewhat quickly at times on this track. Part of the reason is just that the bulk of the shortcuts take place on the first part of the track, and the ending ramps forcing players into the air, with the rocks guarding the off-road to the side, serves as another bagging nerf. Take note of that, Excitebike Arena. Unless a last-second shock is pulled, which typically doesn't happen unless someone really screwed up, chaining stars into this last set is not going to be a safe bet toward getting a good spot at all. The comebacks are forced somewhat earlier as such, because there aren't many spots to gain at the very end. And I will say, front-running this track is kind of satisfying actually. It flows together well, and even the two biggest shortcuts have shroomless versions built in. It means that you still have to execute up front. It's not like front-running some brain-off task in the same way as it is on many other baggers such as Dry Desert. But for those of you who are still unconvinced that this track deserves anything but 96th overall, can I ask you something? Could you please tell me what makes Mario Circuit 3, a generic circuit track that we've seen more than any other track in this series, more fun to you than a Wild West themed Shy Guy track of dancing Shy Guys? Do you prefer your tracks to not have shroomless shortcuts or trick ramps? Do you really just prefer the SNES Mario Circuit music over this fresh new remix of Sunset Wilds? Because I just don't see how. Yes, they stripped away a lot of the identity of this course, but the track still has identity to begin with, and more than I think it gets credit for. I think it's more strategic than most other bagging tracks in this game too. Its shortcuts are not just literally everywhere, and you've got to have a little bit of a game plan to make it all work. And very sneakily, I think it's an underrated bagging course when it comes to having fun racing lines. At the end of the day, or when the sun sets I guess, we need to determine if the track is enjoyable to play above all else. And I think there definitely is a debate here. Personally, I like it still, maybe some of you do too, but just remember the golden rule. You can still criticize the things you like. A matter of fact, I think that's largely what this channel is all about. Rarely are things ever perfect, but we shouldn't let that cloud what's pretty good as well. This was something I questioned for a while, but I think I am comfortable saying it now. I find Mario Kart 8 to have the worst version of Maple Treeway. At first, I kinda liked how it played. It was a surprisingly smooth rendition of the track, as opposed to both Wii and 7's version where it was very bumpy, but weirdly, I think that might have been part of the charm. When I boot up Maple Treeway for a time trial session in this game, it kinda just feels like nothing's really happening. It is just 3 50-second laps without many walls or even ultra mini turbos to crank out. It kinda just feels like I can turn my brain off and things will work out the same either way. But it's not really just a time trial thing either. I feel like it extends into competitive play too. Back in Wii, this track felt like a really great runner. There was a lot you could do to distance yourself from the pack, and that doesn't really happen nearly as much now. But based on the items that are constantly in play, you wouldn't really know that, because like many tracks coming before it, this is yet another track that decided to drop an item set right in front of a cannon in a game with distance-based item roulettes. On top of this, the track is very long with plenty of item boxes. What this means is that we have a course with relatively simple driving that's long with increased shock probabilities. There are plenty of great spots to golden up, not in the sense that the track has a ton of off-road, but just in the sense that there are many long straight stretches in open areas. The half-pipe turn is truly the only really sharp turn. Needless to say, I find the track to be pretty unserious for these reasons. I don't think the skill expression is very high anymore, and the whole race kinda just feels like you're waiting for something to happen due to the cannon item set. But still, All of this doesn't stop me from liking Maple Treeway. I mean, the track is a giant treehouse in some senses. What's not to like about that? It is one of the more creative track ideas in the series. I love how you can run into the leaf piles and often mushrooms will fly out that you can take. Even if I missed the stars coming out on occasion, this led to one of the hypest moments at Nintendo's very own tournament, when one of the players dodged a blue shell with one of the ground shrooms. And part of me still likes the coin and item box layout. There are technically 5 item sets on this track, but the 3rd and 5th one are very far out of the way. It's an option that's there kind of thing, and the 3rd one, located on the half pipe, might just be taken as an added bonus for the players that are primarily going up there to refuel on coins. I also really just like verticality in courses, and this one has it with multiple stories of the track just stacked all on top of each other. And as someone whose favorite color is orange, well, I'll just say that it's a very pretty course as well. Unfortunately, I much prefer the original version of the music. This is mainly because the first half just feels off to me. I really like the second half still, but overall, I see it as a downgrade. So, to summarize Maple Treeway, it's a great track and one of Nintendo's best ideas ever. It was never one that I've personally considered in my top tiers, and this is my least favorite version of it due to its simplicity and fit with the game's mechanics. But I also totally understand why it's seen as an all-time great course in the series, and since this wasn't its original remake either, I can't say I'm mad that they decided to bring it back again. One of the most shocking revelations I've made in the last few months is discovering just how popular Squeaky Clean Sprint actually is. I suppose it's not much of a surprise because the creativity with this track is just off the charts, but as a bit of a water track, I feel like it had to fight off some of the stigmas about water levels in video games first. When I played it for the first time, I was completely and utterly shocked. It felt like it was going to be the worst track of all time, immediately dropping you into a sink full of water followed up by the bathtub. It takes quite a while to actually sink to the bottom of the tub, and I just remember questioning, did they go too far with the water mechanics? This was of course before Piranha Plant Cove released in Mario Kart 8, so this was the deepest underwater dive on record up to this point. But as I reminded myself on how to actually approach underwater sections in this game, as in not tricking into the water, things started to feel more smooth. Actually waiting to trick at the bottom of the sink immediately made the track feel faster. Using the sponges to release your Super Mini Turbo early also added some speed to the bathtub section. The drain section was surprisingly cool also. The ring shortcut was kind of funny, and a no-item version of this cut that missed the item box was still available too for the runners. It turns out the underwater sections are probably my favorite parts of the track. I'm not a big fan of, well, the fan before the final glider. It seems a little bit extreme and makes the optimal lines in this section a little confusing. And again, that toilet section, while funny, can be a bit nightmarish if you take a hit. Maybe that is the point after all, but I've seen players get hit by a blue shell over this gap on lap 3 before, after an otherwise great race, and it takes them all the way to a bottom 2 or 3 finish. The reality here is that because the top half is so much faster, anything that prevents you from getting up there is pretty detrimental to your race. I do like that this track is able to have an end of lap shroom cut that doesn't impact the very end of the race though. That is a unique silver lining for this kind of track design. Of course, this lap 1 shroom cut can act as a safer route 2 on lap 2 and 3. You better just hope that you don't get ghosted though, because while the cut keeps you relatively even with the top routes, going around is way slower. I think realistically speaking, you better just pray that you don't get blue shelled in the first place though. Despite me having this course solidly into my upper half of courses, I think I probably like this track less than the average person based on what I've seen. I'm not a big fan of the driving to be honest, I kinda don't like how punishing the track is, but I just respect everything it really has going for it. I don't think I'm ever going to really like the fan section, and I do wish that the underwater driving had less time just holding your drift, but undeniably this is one of the most creative courses in the entire game. It feels like the DLC version of Ribbon Road, where you've been shrunken down in this otherwise ordinary room, and if you ever take a peek at the map from the bird's eye view, it's just really cool. It looks less like a racetrack than an ordinary bathroom, but with context, it is still of course clear how everything is connected to each other. I think we tend to forget this sometimes in the heat of the races, but it's kind of cool on occasion when taking the final glider, just looking all the way across the map and just being like, oh yeah, this is totally just a standard bathroom. This is one of their best ideas of all time in my opinion. I just wish I liked playing it a tad more. Not that I dislike the experience by any means either. Of course, that is until I actually become the butt of the joke and land in the toilet. Piranha Plant Slide is yet another course that I wish I liked just a little bit more. It is undeniably a series great, but I think I've just never gelled with its advanced strategies in literally every game it's been in. To be fair, it's always been quite hard, even in 8 Deluxe, which I think is PPS at its easiest, not including 200cc of course. Really, I'm surprised that they never did this idea sooner though. The start-finish line is your classic end-of-level castle from Super Mario Bros., and you're surrounded by Mario Bros. Overworld elements everywhere before taking the pipes down to the underground. Really, this just is Super Mario Bros. As a Mario Kart stage, the transition from World 1-1 to 1-2, if you will. I think it's really neat to get a drive on the question mark blocks, and to actually access the pipes as you transition to the new parts of the level. It's cool to also have a water section, as water levels were a major part of Super Mario Bros. As well. Really, this track is just one of the most subtle but well done nods to the main series, and the first game at that. My only complaint in this regard is just that they got rid of the blue Goombas from Mario Kart 7. That was such a neat little reference. On top of it just being a cool concept, it's always been a great track for competitive races too. It's a runner, and a bit of a lopsided one at that, which is weird because it has my dreaded friend, the overpowered mushroom shortcut at the very end of the track. Weirdly though, this shortcut feels like it balances the track if anything instead of breaking it though, because being in first is just incredibly powerful here. Believe me when I say there's plenty going on in this course already, and having to focus less on dodging items that are thrown at you is always a blessing up front. It is a great track for trapping too, with its sharp turns underground, and of course the glider landing makes for a great spot for bananas too, or bombs if you really want to ruin someone's day who thinks that they're going to take the cut and win. The coin placement also feels rather fair on this track too. There are plenty of coins in the standard racing line, usually one at a time, with the big exception being the 3 hidden behind the first Piranha plant for people who have the right angle and timing for those. These coins of course help set up the front run for fast players on lap 1 who are not overtaken, but it's not like there's nothing for everyone else later on too, is my point. There's plenty of wide options in the underwater section to grab coins as well. I find my enjoyment in time trial mode to be rather average here, which is admittedly a step up from what it used to be. I like that the difficulty is not really brutal anymore and will gladly take what we got, but I don't find it to be one of the more interesting tracks overall in this regard. This is kind of the last track on my rankings though, where I'm not sure if I would define it as one of my liked courses. Like, I'm always down for some Piranha Plant Slide, and I'm happy that it's in the game still, and I've had some good moments on it too. But it is one that certainly had to grow on me a little bit over the years too, and there's still quite a few that I get more excited about. One of my favorite circuit tracks in this series has always been DS Mario Circuit. Mario circuits are typically hit and miss. Often you get some really simple designs. This one, located uniquely in the Star Cup of its original game, was anything but. Going into Wave 4, I was perhaps a little bit too optimistic about the balance of this course. I said to some of my friends that just because it was a circuit track didn't mean it would necessarily be a hard bagger. After all, it had some really sharp turns at the very end of the track, and really only one major off-road shortcut. But when the course released, I quickly realized that I made an error in my calculations. I did not account for the fact that the new forest section with the giant wiggler would have tons of off-road shortcuts that saved even more time than its traditional cut the turn before. The revamping of this section was kind of a nightmare for me at first. My silver lining for Airship Fortress not being in the booster pass was that I always still kinda liked this track, but I got nervous very quickly here. I didn't want it to just turn into the game's seemingly 30th bagging course. We already had multiple Mario circuits that served this role already after all, and I had been adamant for ages that this one was just the better course. But ultimately, this track did kind of turn into what I feared it might. But with time, I learned to appreciate this new version for what it was. Just because this track ended up having more off-road, did not make it a lot worse even. As a matter of fact, the new cuts are kind of fun. The shortcuts on this track feel much riskier to take than your standard bagging course shortcuts, and doing them well still saves a lot of time over doing them just fine. The main shroom spot is oddly satisfying when done properly, because it kind of launches you right into the perfect angle for the next turn, which is much tighter than if you were to get a worse exit. And of course, my intuition was still right in some areas as well. This track is not GBA Mario Circuit in the sense that a golden mushroom at the very end can just win you a race or reliably secure you a good spot. Typically, you still need to work your way up and put yourself in the best possible position to survive the pack at the end of the course. And sometimes the way to do that is just going to be by front running at times in the second half of a race. I think what this track has shown me is that not every bagging course is exactly the same. I realize I prefer bagging courses a lot when there isn't a shortcut at the very end, where your last set pole practically decides your race, like on Dry Desert or even Mushroom Gorge. I do like the ones, however, where there are multiple ways to win. DS Mario Circuit is not a shorter track, so it's not one of those bagging tracks that is afforded the sometimes front-running early-ish is good strategy. But at the same time, I still feel like it does succeed in not having a single win condition still. Many of the races I've played on this track still feel quite different from others, and I think it does manage to make the races interesting. So yeah, there's a lot I like here. It's nostalgic, and I love the remixed circuit theme from Mario Kart DS. It's kind of a tearjerker in some senses for a kid like me. But for a bagging track, it is still quite fun to drive, and a little bit challenging at that. And I think that's cool. Bagging is often just pointed at as some brainless strategy, so it's really nice to see a course that still makes the baggers work for their comebacks a bit too. And I'm all for strategy, but Mario Kart is still very much a racing game too. I think this course does a good job at finding that happy balance. I have so many complex and confusing thoughts about Peach Gardens. Like, I think I might be the biggest fan and hater of this track out there, simultaneously. There is no returning retro track that I think I love and hate the changes more than with this course. And to add to the chaotic nature of this relationship, apparently it's my best lounge track too, backed by the stats. And the stats don't lie, at least until you take them out of context. I truly have no idea what I'm doing on this track online. I think it's really fun to time trial and I love the updated music. It is the best version by far, and it just feels like a nice pleasant stroll in the park. I like all the trick spots that they added, and I love the new look of the course. It felt almost washed out back in Mario Kart Wii, and kinda awkward to drive. Snaking with blue mini turbos just feels like a much more natural way to approach this course in the courtyard than canceling wheelie after wheelie, and I love just tricking on the Monty Moles now too, as opposed to having them as an obstacle. Not getting your trick off of them is the slowdown now, not just running into their trail. They're there to speed up the race, not slow it down. But society has told me that I'm playing this track wrong. Society wants me to bag for power items, and because Nintendo arbitrarily decided that Lap 3 is going to be driven in reverse now, what they're telling me makes sense. Peach Gardens has always had one of the biggest shroom cuts in series history, but it was always tolerable in my opinion because it was at least at the very beginning of the lap and didn't determine the entire outcome of the race. It was that type of shortcut that you would hold mushrooms an entire lap for just because the gain was that ridiculous. But Nintendo was feeling themselves after the Kalimari Desert change in Wave 2, and with their newest reverse lap change, they indirectly decided that putting the Peach Garden shortcut at the very end of the race now was worth whatever reactions that they were going to get the day that this course re-released. And you know what? I'm glad it made people happy. I'm glad that compilations of streamers reacting to the reverse lap exist on YouTube. But I can't say that I'm happy about what the competitive ramifications of this change would be on the next 2.5 years of playing the track. Because the thing is, you can't go around the cut. It is still faster to do it shroomless in this game because that's how powerful it is. And the off-road wasn't as extreme as it was back in Mario Kart Wii 2. But this is kinda awful track design, and I wish it was more optimal to go around, because when the whole lobby is coming up at the very end, with all their stars and pack items, going slowly through a shroomless cut is the last place you want to be. It is an easy avenue for being comboed into last place with no time for a comeback. I really wanted to believe in this track and what I thought it could be. The smaller changes looked nice, and I really felt like it was going to be my favorite version of the track, a course that I've never actually been too huge on too, by far. In denial, I have adamantly decided that this is a front-running track for me. I run it up when nobody else does. I always hope that somebody joins me and that we can trade some mushrooms when we fall into second and play peacefully from there, and weirdly, it feels like it works more often than not for me somehow. And I know this is a fluke. I've watched other people play the track. It's not real life and probably says more about my competition than it does the track. But hey, it's been fun, and I quite like this delusion. Is this an unserious Wi-Fi track? Absolutely. Is it a fun interpretation of a Castle Grounds level? Yeah, I think so. This version of the track made me realize that I never really wanted to dislike this track. There's always just been something slightly in the way of me fully embracing it, and that is still the case here. But this time, I'd like to believe that the good outweighs the bad overall. Wild Woods is not a personal favorite of mine, but it is a course I respect so much. At its surface, it looks like a pretty standard forest stage, but it is filled with details. I think it's cool that the start-finish line is quite literally just in the middle of climbing up a giant tree. I love the Shy Guy Village and some of them swinging around the perimeter of the indoor portion of the track. The lighting's really nice too. It almost feels like a nighttime course, but it's mainly just the shade of the tree that creates that effect. And of course, I think it's well built in other areas too. Coin placement is pretty unique here. It feels like you kinda should go wide for them early on in the lap at one point in each race, but when that is favorable is a question. The riskier play is to go for the front run early and try to pick them up on the stream and lily pad sections, but sometimes they won't always be in the exact spot that you need them to be. There's also some little things with the driving too. The barrel is positioned in really just the perfect spot to make the normal line risky but still worth always going for, and the small ledge or rail cut to the left of the stream start is cool too, and even a little bit difficult in this game considering everybody uses rollers. Needless to say, there's a big shortcut at the end of this track too, but not exactly in the way that most people think about it. I don't even know how to explain it really, but you can delay your boost after the final lily pad trick with some very precise inputs to get a huge launch off the ramp before the shortcut. The shortcut can be taken shroomless this way, but so much of the time save comes before you really even enter it. The shortcut itself is more so just the second part or the ending component, and is actually the simpler part of the two. I obviously suck at this strategy, but think it's cool that it's available for top players to make use of. Having creative tracks with meaningful ways to get ahead is so much of what makes a Mario Kart course good, and Wild Woods nails it in this regard. Now, this isn't exactly my favorite course, and I would say that it being 32nd overall is a pretty high placement for me, and it's not a track that I'm always excited to see, and really I only prefer playing it with a team full of people who genuinely like it themselves. But in those settings, I do find it quite fun. It feels like a very balanced track in 6 vs 6, and that when you lose it, it usually feels like your fault. So perhaps I suck at time trialing it, but that has never stopped me from enjoying it in the more competitive rooms. Because many of the advanced strategies are so hard, I rarely feel like I'm at a disadvantage for not doing them anyway, and if I ever do get passed up or outlined for not doing them, it's kind of like, well played, man. My favorite aspect of this track is by far the music, though. This is one of my favorite Mario Kart soundtracks of all time, and probably my favorite in this entire game, which is really high praise given how many tracks are in this game. It's not the type of music I'd ordinarily vibe with, at least I think, but it is just so well done in my opinion. The build-up and background vocals right before the ending feel so impactful, and overall it's just really fascinating. 5-4 time signature just feels crazy too. They were really cooking with fire on this one. I think Sunshine Airport has got to be like the least hateable track in the entire game. Like, have you ever met someone who didn't have a somewhat favorable opinion of it? Let me know if you find anybody, because I've been looking for ages. It's not really a surprise though. I feel like an airport track is not a super controversial idea, but it's still an interesting one. It's a unique setting where gliding feels natural, it's solid for karts and bikes alike. I love the creativity in its main hub where it's implied that the racers use the airport to travel to other courses. The Koopa Troopa Beach reference in the background was pretty cool too, even if ironically it never came to this game despite being eligible through the booster pass and probably being a solid fit at that. But I guess it should be noted that Sunshine Airport is just kind of fun for everyone. For casual players going off the gliders, flying by and driving through the planes, that stuff is cool. The track makes it feel like you're taking off at certain points. But for competitive players, you have a track with multiple options where tight racing lines matter. If you're right behind an opponent, do you go wide for the string of 3 coins, the slightly faster but still out of the way string of 2? Or do you just take the fastest line behind them, knowing the coins there will likely be stolen? Do you go for the final double box to get extra items for the end? Or do you prioritize taking the tightest line, knowing that you'll gain a lot of time with proper glider vectoring after? Do you go through the plane to avoid the traffic? Or do you take the main shortcuts even if it means skipping a new item? It's great for questions like these. And perhaps this track more than any profited from the target shock changes in Wave 3. Because now there are 2 spots where your race won't just arbitrarily end if the lightning is used. So yeah, Sunshine Airport checks a lot of boxes. It's not my absolute favorite of the bunch, and it's one of the tracks with really annoying coin strats and time trials where the rest of the driving feels somewhat simplistic. Its music is also not my favorite, but it is fitting and gets the job done. It certainly deserves its place in the top third of my list, I'll just say that. Wario's Gold Mine kind of has a tricky legacy. Originally, it was one of my favorite courses on Mario Kart Wii. I liked all the Wario tracks back then, it seemed, and I thought this was just the next one up. At first, it kind of felt like a roller coaster ride with all the sudden downhill and uphill sections, but as time passed, I started souring on it just a little bit. I think part of it was just that legendary target shock back on Mario Kart Wii. If you were hit at the exact wrong time at the apex of the big jump, it would just respawn you all the way back before the downhill before, and it really just felt like it cost you 10 seconds just like that. And I'm not even exaggerating that much. I ended up just favoring other courses instead for my frontrunners in that game, even if I never really had a huge problem with Gold Mine. When it was revealed that it would be coming back to Mario Kart 8 as a DLC track, I was pretty indifferent. This would be the 3rd Wario track in the first 40 courses, which was a lot, but it was still clearly distinct from Wario Stadium and Mount Wario. But upon its release in Mario Kart 8, I realized quickly that I liked it a lot more in that game than Mario Kart Wii. It was a track that was really fun with the fire hopping mechanic. It felt like it saved a ton of time. There were plenty of open spots to execute all sorts of 8U tech given the boost panels and ramps everywhere, and with the lightning bolt changes, and just the general change to the big target shock section in Wii, it was free from the absolute nonsense plaguing it in its original game. It was never my favorite track in Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U, but it was a quality addition to my mind. In Deluxe, however, my thinking was challenged, but not initially. I got Deluxe 2 weeks into the game's release, and one of the first things I set out to do was to try to get a world record. It was something I had never done before, and I had experienced all of these courses before, so really there wasn't a ton else to do but time trial. Realistically speaking though, I was behind in skill level at this point on the people who had been playing for the first 2 weeks, so I needed to find a track that I felt was being overlooked, something very possible with 96 categories of course, and I was going to grind that track. The track I chose ended up being Wario's Gold Mine on 200cc. 200cc TTs were new at the time, and I actually very nearly got the world record. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be though. At first I was grinding in silence, and then my friend Rom asked me what I was playing. I remember him telling me he was going to join me and do some runs too, and I asked him, "You're going to steal my record, aren't you?" And he assured me that nah, that wasn't the case. But while I was sitting at 2nd or 3rd on the leaderboard, He randomly ended up setting a great run and improved the world record on accident, and then took a bit of a liking to the track. Suddenly, the world record submissions he sent in brought activity to the track that evening in the span of a few hours, and the record was nudged by an entire half second after it was practically dormant the entire week before. I was so irritated, and I would never set the world record when it was all said and done. What I will say though is I like this track on 200cc. It was cool to finally get to time trial on 200cc of course, but when I moved over to 150, I have to admit, the track lost a lot of its luster from the Wii U era. The driving was painfully simple and just used very high-speed combos. There was not really any tech or anything, it just felt like a bunch of the track was holding down the A button, so that was disappointing for me. But luckily it was better online. It turns out that interactivity with your opponents can make blander tracks into something noteworthy, because when there's not a ton going on the road, it tends to turn your attention to going for big hits. And the track was a really good draft up and run track, and for a while, it became a fixture in team strategy and competitive play, because it was a hard runner, and even for the scary last second shocks, the left path with boost panels and a trick ramp made endings much safer. It was really good for what it did. It wasn't until the balance patch arrived though that this track would truly open up and become interesting. Once Yoshi became the meta, there was a lot more room for tight window mini turbos that were previously just not possible in the Waluigi meta. It completely changed how the track was played online, for the better I would argue. But I will say it wasn't a complete upgrade on the time trial front. What I mean by this is that instead of going from like a 1 to a 5, it went from a 1 to a 3. I guess it was an upgrade, but it didn't really feel like one. No longer was it completely boring, but it was a hand killer. It was less about timing and alignment than it was just executing a bunch of difficult mini turbos, it felt like, and there was one time trial session in particular that drove me quite insane. You see, I was racing my Ghost from 2017 using Wario and the Splat Buggy, I think, that I never really bothered to improve because of the simplicity of the track in the past. All this Ghost did was hold A, like we all did back then, and I was working my butt off with Yoshi on the Biddy Buggy. Now, my combo was faster overall, but it was only faster if I played perfectly. So every time I failed, and every time I wasn't mini-turboing, I kept seeing that Ghost slide right on by me, barely doing anything noteworthy at all to justify passing me. And it was just the most tilting thing ever. If any of you guys ever find yourself in this situation in a future title somehow, don't race your Ghost. I will say though, when I finally beat it, man, it was a good feeling. And even if the reality of the situation was that it was just like beating a talentless, laggy masher on Smash Bros. Online that was previously owning you, so, you know, not really a big achievement, it was still a relief to get it done. So yeah, what do I like about Goldmine? It's got personality, it's fun and competitive play, and I'll just say this, it's got maybe the most underrated music track in the entire game. I wouldn't call this my style, but man, the slide whistle and slipping sound effects just go crazy in this rendition. Don't sleep on it. Coming in at number 29 is everyone's favorite course. Look, I'm sorry everybody that I keep putting all the fan favorites at just seemingly random spots, but hopefully you're getting used to it at this point. Mount Wario is a pretty good track across the board though. You can tell that it's one that the developers thought really highly about, given their decision to not reveal it until the final Mario Kart 8 direct before the original launching of the game. But how does it actually play? Well, it's pretty good, I would say. There are some strategies to it that I can't say I'm a big fan of, though in Deluxe it's mostly pretty tame once you get the tree section down. But I'll never really be excited about needing to bump an airborne invisible wall for time save and time trials, and though the opening strat at lap 2 where you drift off the ramp and fall down is kinda cool, I hate how often unwanted drafts can just ruin your racing line there. And needless to say, the economy on this track is pretty dismal. I found that unless you're able to start in first or get an early shroom up right after the first set, you're usually better off stopping for any of the strings of 4 coins early on in the track, because replenishing them early is often just better in the long run than driving forward. Because once you get into lap 2, there are very few places to pick up coins again. Players know this for sure, and it does make the coin patches on lap 1 really contested early on, and that's definitely made this one of those tracks that I'm not really a big fan of seeing when I start in specific spots. More than anything, I would say that this track's main appeal though is that it's pretty theatrical. I alluded to this in the last video, but the course does a really good job of associating certain parts of its song to certain parts of the track. Just by listening, you can tell which part is the peak, which part is the cavern, as well as the tree section and the downhill at the end. And this is done not by just having varying themes for each lap, but also through the use of multi-channel music. Something that is used rather sparingly in the base version of Mario Kart 8. I completely understand how most people do like a single run through of Mario Kart 8's cups, and come away from the experience asking how Mount Wario isn't everyone's favorite track, because at the surface level, it definitely seems to offer more than really any other track in the game, and has all the makings of an all-timer kind of course. But I am not really that type of player anymore. All of these factors about it I still appreciate, but the novelty has worn off a bit. What is left is a somewhat imbalanced course that I still enjoy playing through, but am used to at this point. But since the Target Shock patch after Wave 3, it has slowly started to climb up my ranks again too. It is going to be inducted into the Mario Kart Hall of Fame one day when it's all said and done. That is not a question. Just for me personally, it lands in my Hall of Very Good. Coming in at number 28 is our 8-time winner for most underrated track in all of Mario Kart 8, Flomp Ruins. This track had a pretty hot start back in 2014, back when the game was new. Everyone seemed to really like it back then, and we all appreciated that the Flomps got their own track, especially since they weren't present in Mario Kart 8's Bowser's Castle. But once the DLC pack started coming out, it felt as if the track rarely got played, and this trend only continued into Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. I would say this track is kind of just above average at everything. It has an early Shroomish shortcut, it's pretty unique with its use of path splits that explored all of Mario Kart 8's unique mechanics in the first half, and the ending was pretty cool with its decision of wide coins or taking a cool little no item cut. Of course, it would become notorious for the Genzua glider tech as well, but I'm not a time trial expert, so I'll leave you all to look that up if you want more information on your own time, but just know, it's a pretty crazy mechanic that had practical use at the end of runs on Flomp Ruins. I found this track to be good on both time trial and online competition. It felt like your improvement on it in time trials mattered online. I think its greatest struggle was just that the game never stayed at 32 courses, because in terms of quality, I would say it's around the likes of Luigi's Mansion and Shy Guy Bazaar, two other closeout tracks of their original Mushroom Cups. But those courses never had to fight off new DLC courses. Luigi's Mansion got to return to Mario Kart 7, which had no DLC, and Shy Guy Bazaar is now reappearing in World, a game that is, at the very least, starting with less courses than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe did. I imagine Flomp Ruins would have been played a lot more over the years if there just weren't shiny new toys for the modern players to distract themselves with. To some degree, that is on the course itself though, because I think Toad's Factory, another one of those closeout courses of the Mushroom Cup, would have been a permanent fixture in Mario Kart Wii still, had that game expanded to 96 tracks too. It's one of those innovative ideas that we've really never seen more than once. And in World, the Great Question Block Ruins kind of looks to already be, potentially repeating Flomp Ruins ideas, with some new themes of course. But Flomp Ruins should still be remembered. Placing some coins behind the Flomps, a boost ramp to the left, and a glider in the center for lap 3 only was kinda cool. I appreciated the anti-gravity path early on that netted you a ton of coins at the expense of your speed, and back in the days of fire hopping, this track was one of the absolute highlights of the game, I would argue. So while it's not one that I pick much anymore online, it is definitely a course to appreciate. I know I've said this multiple times, but I've went back and forth on this one a lot, and it was brutal to come to this decision. Because truthfully, Electrodrome is one of my favorite tracks in Mario Kart 8. In my heart, it is my favorite Wii U course. It was the new version of Music Park when it launched, with the characters all bobbing their heads to the beat. It was fun, the sound effects were cool, whether that was your racing line being marked on the opening anti-gravity section, the spacey middle section under the start-finish line, or the sequential panels before the final glider. The track is just really cool. It was one of the most responsible for revving up my hype for the original release of Mario Kart 8, because on first look, it appeared that Mario Kart 8 had a track that was on the level of my elite tier courses of the time. It was the first track I played when I got my hands on the GameStop demo, and I enjoyed the hell out of it when the game came out too. But that was then. That was the Mario Kart 8 U era. Today, I feel a different vibe when I play this track, and it's definitely a gambling vibe. It feels like I'm playing the slots, and I really don't know how to feel about that. You all know at this point that I'm not strictly opposed to the idea of bagging courses necessarily speaking. But it's not that this course turned into one, it's that the driving just feels simple now compared to how it was in 8U. It was one of the courses where the fire hopping tech distracted you from the fact that its main straightaway is just really long, and it's more than just that. Even the item system felt like kind of a downgrade for this track in some ways, because bombs and first are just kind of ridiculous on some of the smaller paths here now. Simply put, I just remember having more fun on it in the older days than the more recent. I still appreciate this track for what it has been though. I would probably be excited for it if it were ever announced in a future title too. And while I wanted it to be in my A tier really badly because of how I initially felt about it, I asked myself one simple question that I think determined to me what my A tier is all about. Are you happy when you see this track get picked online? And when I thought about it with Electrodrome, my answer was just no, not really. And this isn't because I hate Electrodrome. As a matter of fact, mostly every track we've discussed up to this point, especially recently, have a few factors to them that I really like, and it's no different here. I am not someone who sees tracks entirely through a competitive lens though, and there's still so many things about this track that I appreciate in this version of the game still. But the line has to be drawn somewhere, and this is where it landed. So Electrodrome, a track that I might even have in my all-time top 25, is going to be landing just on the outside of it in Deluxe specifically, at the very top of my B tier. Thanks for the memories, and let's hit the ground running next time you come back. Welcome to the A tiers. We're going to be starting this off with the main beneficiary of my last second thoughts, 3DS DK Jungle. This is a very odd track for me in some ways because it was among my least favorite courses in all of Mario Kart 7. I hated its irritating coin placement, the necessary glider strats to get some of those coins, the compact flower bounce landing, and as dumb as it sounds, the ground texture in general. It felt difficult to crank out even single mini-turbos at times, and it was so unsatisfying for me to play for that reason. The track felt generic. I know Retro Studios, who made DKC Returns and also worked on Mario Kart 7, was behind it, in that they included the tiki enemies and screaming pillars, but instead of basing it off of like a cool idea like Gear Getaway, it feels like they just chose Donkey Course.png and the most generic Jungle Japes remix possible to cover. Even the track name DK Jungle feels generic. With crossover tracks like Yoshi's Island, they really made a noticeable effort to cover the entire game. That track felt quite varied as a result, and I don't really get the same vibe here. So with all of this said, it kind of pains me to place this track above my beloved Electrodrome. But why did I do it? Well, I already told you. When I see this track get selected online, my thought is kind of just nice. And that's literally all that matters for my A tier. Do I actively enjoy seeing the course picked? If the answer is yes, congrats, you're at least in my A tier. The reason why I feel this way though is because DK Jungle got a massive buff when Mario Kart 8 came out in my opinion. Almost every issue I had with it in MK7 was just gone. The strategies feel fun now, driving it's just really fun. The shortcuts present, also fun. And it has a nice flow to it in competitive play as well. All the things I liked about it in the original Mario Kart 8 transitioned well to Deluxe as well. It is not a track I commonly call for in team matches, but I enjoy playing it in that setting. It is a great group runner. There are multiple places to call for traps, there are multiple marginal pass splits that are slightly slower but can make or break your race, there's a harder version of the shroom cut that skips the second item set entirely, but it is slightly faster and very effective at opening up said front runs. And no matter where you start on this course, you likely will feel like you have a solid plan. It's a common first place track pick, but also a course where shroom ups matter. Alternatively, there are plenty of alternate routes too for coins and good spots to use your power items. First place still often gets big leads in spite of this too, just because of the ability to execute the time trial strategies without distractions. I think for a lot of these reasons, this track is very likely to be more popular in competitive circles than in more casual Mario Kart discussions. I find its appeal to be directly linked to competition, rather than crazy attributes or music really. But even still, the track is still very notorious for its compact endings. We've all been on the bad end of a bomb up here, or experienced Fireflower guy in his element, but overall, it's a price many of us are willing to pay for a good racing experience otherwise. I feel as if Sydney Sprint might have been overrated initially just on the premise that it was not New York, Tokyo, or Paris. City tracks did not have the best start in this game, but Sydney was the first one that I saw convinced Mario Kart 8 players that maybe these tour cities could be good after all. When also considering that I found Wave 2 to be the weakest overall wave, and that this was a pretty commonly held opinion too, I feel as if we all collectively hyped up Sydney Sprint just to feel something. Like, it looked cool, its music was really fun, there were cool shortcuts and landmarks, it was likable, and I think that was enough for us back when it launched. But once the dust settled, I kinda just stopped picking it online. I realized that despite the hype wave, I didn't find it to be some top 10 type of track. I realized I just wanted to pick new tracks for a while, and it was a collective favorite that I liked in this wave. As time has passed since then too though, I've gained more appreciation for what this track is again. The Opera House tricks and glider strats feel really satisfying, as do the mini turbos on the bridge, the glider shortcut, and the no item cut right after. The only thing I really am sad about is that I just never felt like I was good enough at this track. It wasn't on par with Bangkok Rush's end of track bounce section, but there were so many things I would have practiced much more on lap 2 had a rewind feature been available. And it's something I can't believe they never added, given just how many sector tracks were ultimately in this game. Sydney has that tour patented crazy track ending, but still, I think that journey is still worth it. The track does overlap with itself more than many tour cities, but for whatever reason, I don't mind it as much here. Every repeated section at least requires a different approach, it seems, due to the entry points to these sections being in different places, and at the very least, despite traveling mini roads twice, both forwards and backwards, it seems to avoid the common city course problem of naturally creating lap trolling situations. This is a quality track. Musically speaking, it is fantastic, but it's also hard to find many knocks on the gameplay as well. This makes for a pretty good overall experience, and even one that I find to be top 25 worthy. Now this is quite the surprise. I was truly not expecting this one, so let me be clear about something. One of my hottest Mario Kart takes is that the Mario Kart 7 Special Cup is awful. The only track I liked from it was Bowser's Castle, and it is one of my lesser preferred Bowser's Castles on top of it all. So for both DK Jungle and 3DS Rainbow Road to find their way into the top half of my Mario Kart 8 ranking, that was a bit of a shock. For Rosalina's Ice World to also slot in this high is nothing short of a miracle. So allow me to explain. I think this is not a good course design-wise. The 360 loop in the beginning is a mess, and it always has been. The bumps are atrocious, vision is limited, and the slippery road makes it even more troll. I am grateful that they got rid of the opening shortcut that everyone used to launch themselves at on every lap 1 back in Mario Kart 7. It was a cool cut that was not conducive to online play in any way whatsoever. But perhaps disappointingly, I didn't like the change that allows you to fly over the top of the edge in this loop section at all, where it lets you drive out of bounds afterward. It is just a cluster, and this section has always just been that. But while I found the rest of the track to be rather slow and clunky in MK7, it's not really the case here. The mini turbos flow nicely in the underwater section, whether you go above or below. It feels like there is reason to stay above water on Mario Kart 8 at times, while in MK7 I found myself always wanting to dive boost into the water. The tricks underwater are faster in 8, but the top half also has more to do here as well. I like the main strategy on this course now of getting a big mini turbo boost to stay on top, and then diving down into the water while charging a super mini turbo to get to the trick ramps below. That was really satisfying and really cool. The ending path split actually serves a purpose in this game too. I love that the left path gives the coins now and is faster with optimized driving. There was no reason to ever go over here in Mario Kart 7, but there is still a reason to go on the right path on Mario Kart 8. It is still a safer path with all the boost panels, especially on lap 3 in case there's any last second blue or lightning bolt. Typically speaking, as you all know by this point, I'm not a big fan of ending shortcuts either. This one felt shoehorned in for the sake of it, but honestly, it's kinda nice. It provides a way more satisfying shroom spot than just cutting off some snow back in Mario Kart 7, and it requires some good soft drifting to do optimally. It's also not super broken, and really driving like on this shortcut is kind of what I just like about the track now. The track is still not something I particularly always want to play online. I've always kind of felt that it was just a weird excuse to give Rosalina a track, because it kind of was an odd pick. Like, Rosalina isn't Elsa. Nothing really suggests that her courses should be ice-themed other than her dress color. Does the Comet Observatory even make sense here? I'm not sure, I guess it can travel, but regardless of the fine details about this track, the point is here, I had a really good time playing it in TT mode. The strats are fun and satisfying. I already mentioned that the vertical path switch from the launch ramps is really cool. Nothing else really matters to me. It's not enough for me to see this as a top tier course, but it's definitely one that anybody who has taken time to sit down with it will surely appreciate. I feel like when previous Mario games get referenced in spin-offs, Super Mario Galaxy 2 is often left out to dry. I mean, I guess it was kind of done dirty in Super Mario 3D All-Stars, but that's another topic. Regarding actual spin-offs, I'm not sure if this is just a Mario Kart thing in that I have this perception because I just mainly focus on Mario Kart, but it would make some sense really. Galaxy 2 felt like a bit of an expansion of the original as a game, and because of that, its identity is often overlooked. Rosalina was added to just about every Mario spin-off after the original game, but not many people remember about good old Lubba. But Mario Galaxy 2 did get its justice with Dragon Driftway, and my goodness, that feels like the understatement of the century. This track might genuinely be the single coolest track concept in the history of the series, and was probably Anti-Gravity's greatest achievement. The course literally takes a boss fight from a previous game and turns it into a racetrack, and it makes so much sense too. I think the Gobblegut fight was pretty memorable because as a boss he is comically huge, but he can't possibly fit on the planet you fight him on in that game, so he just constantly loops around it in the background. I'm not always a fan of boss fights like this, but I will admit that it kinda works well in this instance. The small planet you fight on gives Mario an advantage that makes his victory feel believable, but that's besides the point. Regardless of what you think about gigantic bosses, if the boss looks like a viable racetrack, I think we can all agree to bring him over to the racing spin-off game. Uniquely, this idea fits the anti-gravity gimmick so well. Driving on the back of a giant dragon statue practically requires anti-gravity to maintain the original theme. And though the course doesn't have any obstacles, I would argue the design is enough. All the sharp turns definitely earn it the Driftway name, and the no item shortcut is one of my favorites in the game as well. For much of the first year, this was my favorite original Mario Kart 8 course in all of Deluxe, and I always floated it around my top 5 list. The rare first set double item box gave an extra layer of safety early on, and it was a track that me and my teammates liked picking to set up front runs. What exactly changed? Well, the meta. I would say that the end of the course is the weakest part. Not in the creativity sense, because I think crossing the start-finish line area but upside down and then looping back over is pretty awesome. But this part falls into the same traps as some of my lesser preferred Mario Kart tracks when it comes to, competitive play. It has that token massive last turn shortcuts, and in the more heavy shock using meta, the course didn't offer much resistance to players dodging up at all. There's also very few decisions to make on this track, so there's definitely a few things to be desired with it. Dragon Driftway, like many Mario Kart tracks, is just pretty fun. Its concept is a standout in my opinion and completely justifies the existence of anti-gravity on it. it would not be possible to make a track like this without it. And this all is enough for it to be in my top 25%. But it just falls short of the elite tier class in my eyes. Sometimes it's easy to fall into the trap of overanalyzing a situation that is actually pretty simple, so I'm going to avoid doing that here. Simply put, Yoshi's Island is awesome. It is a course that feels kind of scary to some competitive players. There's a degree of uncertainty to what exactly it is, because it has a gimmick that I think still today is a little bit underexplored. Of course, there's not really an excuse for it to be underexplored. We've had 2 years to figure it out, but that's what happens when a course isn't super picked. And that's kind of a shame, especially when so much love was clearly put into the full product. Yoshi's Island is hardly my favorite Mario game. I think its predecessor, Super Mario World, is quite a bit more fun, personally speaking. But I can't help but love and appreciate Yoshi's Island's distinct style. The game had so many distinct enemies and creatures, but it also had unique mechanics and level designs. To someone who hasn't played the game, the references packed into the ending shortcut alone might go over one's head. But the red bridge reveal after hitting the winged cloud was such a clever way of opening up a shortcut that actually replicates the gameplay of the original game. Of course, you've got Poochie 2, you've got your Shy Guys on stilts, you have your goal ring at the end, and there's alternative race intros and result screen music tracks, all that good stuff. I do think that typically when doing crossover courses, the best way to go about it typically means choosing a singular level to focus on. The problem with this is that a crossover course is usually a one-time thing, so the best way to really celebrate the series of origin is to just choose an idea that is pretty generic or standard for the crossover series. It feels like Big Blue is probably going to be the best we can really ask for when asking for a unique crossover level, and even still, that was still the second track in the original F-Zero. But I think this track did a pretty good job in covering the full game, adding in nods to the Water Castle and Cloud World levels. But truly, the thing to talk about is the implications of the winged cloud. This moving target makes or breaks races on this track, and somehow brings to life something similar to the Prisoner's Dilemma game theory problem in Mario Kart 8 of all things. Say you're in first place and you're approaching the cloud, but it's kind of out of the way. You can choose to go for it, or choose to not go for it. Typically, you're going to want the cloud to be hit by somebody, so you can use the red bridge shortcut to save multiple seconds. But the catch is that you don't have to be the one to hit it to take advantage of it. And if it's out of the way, it's actually ideal if somebody else hits it for you for alignment purposes. The thing is, everyone is going to have to answer the same question at some point. So even though it's probably better for everyone if everyone wants to hit it, it's entirely possible that nobody cooperates. And that is really fascinating to see in a game of Mario Kart. Or maybe I should say, especially in a game of Mario Kart. Because if this route is taken, it is actually great for the players in the back of the pack. Under where the bridge would ordinarily appear is a massive off-road shortcut, so if the cloud isn't hit, the players with mushrooms can make massive comebacks at the very end of the track. And then when you consider team matches, another wrinkle is added to it all. I've been in situations where an entire team has had to rationalize that we shouldn't hit the cloud, and I've won races before that way. And that is just really cool. Now, I know I've talked about last-second shortcuts a lot, especially huge ones that save multiple seconds, but the difference with this one is that the frontrunners of the track really can't complain if this happens too, which makes it really funny. Because all of them had the opportunity to hit the cloud and either chose not to or missed. Either way, it would be their fault if the track turns into a bagging course, which I think is actually much healthier than just dropping them on a course that is inherently a bagger. If I had to critique anything about this once-in-a-generation kind of Mario Kart gimmick, I would say perhaps the cloud should be a little easier to hit. It is shockingly difficult to hit at certain points of its cycle, and I think it was designed this way deliberately. But personally, I think it is much more interesting when the bridge doesn't appear deliberately as opposed to just on accident. Reworking it to make this element more strategic would be better if possible, and it has shown flashes of brilliance in this regard already. And that's not to say it should stand still like in Mario Kart Tour either. Mainly, I just think that the hardest windows to hit should probably be toned down a little bit, and I can't lie, there's nothing more infuriating than failing a speedrun because you got to this part at an awful time. The time loss is truly significant and can derail a run just like that. So yeah, really cool track. It is my favorite, quote, crossover track, I suppose, even though Yoshi's Island is still kind of part of the Mario series. It's weird. And I think it carries on what has kind of become the console Yoshi track legacy in the sense that it's truly one of a kind. I appreciate tracks that add something to the series, and even though the gimmick at times can just feel like an ordinary part of the racing line, I think this was still cooler than nothing at all. Had I found this track a little bit more fun to time trial, I would probably have it up closer to my top 10. I really wish I had more time to play it though, that's for sure. Whenever I revisit Mario Kart 8 Deluxe down the road, I could definitely see it being a track that I'd like to play quite a bit more than even some of the ones above it in my rank. Hopefully it will return to us at some point too. Perhaps it could even make some sense as DLC in World 2. It would make sense for islands to not really be attached to the main map, of course. Guess we'll find out on that though. I was a bigger fan of Wave 1 than most people, I believe. Even all the lower end tracks I seem to kind of like more than most. But that's not to say that Wave 1 didn't have any star courses as well. Coconut Mall, of course, was clearly supposed to be one of them, but when it was revealed, it was actually controversial. It didn't have all the Miis everywhere anymore, the graphics weren't really all that, and the cars at the end weren't moving. However, I was the weirdo that didn't really care very much about this stuff. I actually liked what we got. I liked its smaller scaling. I always felt it was larger than it needed to be in both Wii and 7, and the track felt quite fast now as a result. Playing with high mini-turbo combos was really fun, there were sharp turns and tricks everywhere, and on day 1 I was actually of the opinion that this track was kinda just built for Deluxe, and it was one of my favorite new runners in the game. Now, I do understand that some of the charm of the Wii era, and even some of its identity, were lost in this version. I kind of briefly alluded to that in the Sunset Wild section, but I think the mall setting was still a great fit for a racetrack, regardless of what is missing from renditions of old. The escalators changing by the lap was still present, and the upper and bottom route paths were more balanced in this game than ever before, too. In Wii, the bottom path was faster, and in 7 it was the opposite with glider boost off the arch available. In 8D, both options seem pretty valid. The bottom path feels faster in standard situations where you need an item, but the top route has boost panels to re-accelerate and allows you to cut off a bit of the upcoming turn if you UMT boost off the glider. There's also motion glider shenanigans here, and I'm not really a big fan of this mechanic, and it admittedly did sour me on the course just a little bit, but it's much more tolerable in this track than Mario Kart Stadium. Like with Dolphin Shoals, it does not actually change the strategy of this track in the same way. It's not over-centralizing. It is just another option for the craziest players in the game. Admittedly, I have not engaged much with this glider tech though, especially since Wave 2 where the cars move now. It makes landing from a glider a little bit hectic. It was not something I wanted to really worry about, and it didn't feel like not having this in my toolkit was why my worst races happened. And I kind of prefer the glider to be this way, where it's just an extra thing that you can pull out, opposed to being a practically mandatory component of the track. With that said, I think I actually preferred this course before the Wave 2 patch, believe it or not. It's not that I mind the change to the cars or the meta that much. Clearly I still have it rated pretty high, but I do remember that in the early days of this course, it felt less gimmicky. It was one of those tracks that could be purely carried by driving fundamentals, which I really value in a track. And I think also, the old meta just felt about right, with their slightly less extreme mini-turbo stats. Don't get me wrong, I do like all the tricks here still, but I felt that a happy balance had already been established here, and that perhaps even when they were doing testing, that maybe some of that was done with the older meta in mind. So all in all, I like Coconut Mall quite a bit. It has firmly established itself as a true classic now, but I do think that the hype has finally started to wear off for me. Initially, I had it as one of my 10 favorite tracks in the game, and maybe that was just a natural effect after Wave 1 came out. We had such a long wait before the DLC came out to begin with, so the 8 Wave 1 courses very much were shiny new toys for a while, but perhaps I'm exaggerating the drop-off too. Yes, I've doubled its placement in my rankings, but the 40 tracks that came after it also nearly doubled the game as well. So I think that's an interesting thing about these rankings too. Previously, top 20 lists felt like nothing, but now it's kind of a prestigious club. So finally, let's reveal those club members. Before getting back into it years later, I got bored of Mario Kart Tour pretty quickly. It felt repetitive, especially in those early stages where I didn't have anything good unlocked. So by the time the Vancouver Tour rolled around, I was kind of just already out on the game. I remember not really loving New York, not liking Paris and London, and really disliking Tokyo Blur early on in Tour's life. So at this point, I kind of just assumed that the city gimmick was kind of bad. Believe it or not though, a year later, after no longer paying attention to the game, I saw a custom track video for either MK or 8, I don't remember which, but the featured track was labeled Vancouver Velocity, and I watched it out of curiosity. I was surprised to see that it looked a lot more interesting than any of the tour tracks that I had remembered up to that point. And perhaps this was because practically all of Vancouver Velocity 1 takes place outside of the city. That on its own made it feel more distinct, but then I noticed the music too, because even the tour version was phenomenal. I think I had just assumed that it had to be custom music at first. I was impressed, but I was also sad because I knew that Tour was a constantly changing game. I couldn't just update it and expect to get to play Vancouver. I would eventually re-download the game though, and Vancouver eventually came around. And I was pleased to see that Vancouver 2 was maybe just as cool as its first variant too. So when it finally made its way into the booster pass after an agonizingly long wait, I was pretty pumped. Admittedly, I gave up on seeing it until Wave 6, so when it was instead added to Wave 5, it felt as if we got it a wave early. Honestly, this track was one that I was kind of expecting to be in my top 10 at the end of the game. It was my favorite city course in Tour, and I really found it to be different from the rest of them. But admittedly, the third lap was kind of a buzzkill in my opinion. It's not like it's unplayable or anything, but the tunnel is just kind of boring, and the ending is practically just a repeat of lap 2. Lap 3 is short enough that it just feels like you're back doing the exact same thing 30 seconds later, despite the main appeal of these cities being that they constantly change per lap. Some of these turns also felt a little bit ridiculous too, notably the one exiting the hockey rink on lap 2. But I was also happy that they removed the cannon on this lap as well, because it felt unnecessary to me, and the tricks leading up to the arena felt like welcomed additions in my opinion. I think when looking at it years removed from its initial release, I probably overhyped this track. Initially on the Vibe-O-Meter, it was hovering around a 5, and I'm not ready to drop it all the way to 4, but placing it in the middle felt about right. And it's still easy to understand why I had this initial impression. It kind of makes you feel things. It makes me want to vacation over there. After all, it's in a really beautiful area, and of course the music is a big plus in this all as well. Its track is genuinely so great, and it was partly what inspired me to make the last video to begin with too, about all the track music. So there's not much more to say. It's a fine course, it has some fun time trial strats, and it's a good runner. Is it a top tier track? Probably not, but I still like it a lot, even if it is no longer my top city track. But hey, top 20 is nothing to scoff at. Boo Lake was a phenomenal GBA remake, and maybe the textbook example of what a remake should be. What was once a rather simple Flower Cup follow-up to Banshee Boardwalk now feels like its own unique thing. For starters, they added a lake to the track instead of taking one away. It's really not that hard, Sunset Wilds. But in spite of the seamless additions of underwater and anti-gravity driving, the design of the course is still incredibly faithful. I believe the elevation changes do a lot for this track, and it makes the final rail cuts at the edges before the finish line into a really awesome shortcut. Now, I do think the height you get when going off the final ramp traditionally is a little much, but the idea is really cool here. You can play it safe if you've earned the right to, or you can save a bunch of time by riding the rail and going low. This risk often can decide everything, and people can trap the rail too, so there's a lot of pressure to execute. But really, I think the driving throughout this whole course is just awesome. It feels fast in the best possible way. The anti-gravity underwater somehow just feels right. The slide strats at the end of the lap, especially on lap 3, feel cool as well. The track might go by quickly, but it makes an immediate impact. It is a track I want to put in my top 10, but for whatever reasons, I just can't do that. I find that in practice, I like the idea of playing Boo Lake more than I like actually playing Boo Lake. I'm not one to complain a ton about lag on certain courses, and many of my favorites have a few suspect sections as well. But this one feels a little much, especially given it is present throughout a shortcut that can be taken with and without mushrooms that is even a standard part of the driving on this course. Perhaps it is a bit of a skill issue, but I have trouble understanding how you can establish an advantage on this track. Once you have it, it's one of my favorite tracks to play in the game. But often I feel as if I'm playing catch-up because I don't know what hit me. But hey, if you find yourself in this situation, at least the bullet bills are pretty nasty in the second half of the course. More than anything though, I think this track was an excellent fit for the game. Yes, we had Twisted Mansion already, but there are 96 courses now, and this was definitely a more traditional type of spooky course. And how were we really going to have a game this big without a Ghost Valley type of track? Not only did it slot in to solve this issue, it helped add another track type that was kind of rare as well, that being short frontrunners. Often these tracks are nice because blue shells don't feel guaranteed, but still, holding onto the front takes some skill too, and you will have to skip some coins as well to do it. Luckily though, I would say that the coins are still reasonably placed overall too, and there's a lot of good here, and this version certainly exceeded my expectations. My only qualm is I thought that this was going to be a top 10er after my first time playing it, and it did not quite live up to those heightened standards. But overall, great, fun remake. Ninja Hideaway is an enigma. This course has some things about it where it ranks literally last place in the entire game, yet I find that it does a lot of things at an above average to very good level too. It made me rethink my grading criteria a little bit, because this course made me realize that I don't have like a track quality meter here, but I also shouldn't have one because it'd be a boring category. Most courses in this game, including the ones I don't really like, are pretty well made. They'd all just receive a passing score, and there's nothing interesting about everything receiving a passing score. It's just Ninja Hideaway, on the other hand, probably would not. It is designed like a custom track in a few ways. The out-of-bounds triggers are utterly ridiculous in the main dojo area, and the respawns, especially the ones exiting to the main glider, are barely functional. When you get hit off there, it's almost like the game isn't sure where to place you, and Lakitu just kinda zones out. And what's funny is, they seemingly messed with it between the Wave 1 and 2 updates, and actively made it take you back even further. I do think that they eventually fixed this, and it's been less noticeable since the target shock changes were patched in, but I remember joking with some friends that by the time Wave 6 came out, getting hit off of the glider would take you back to the start-finish line. Additionally, the glider at the lap switch leads to what might just be the worst path split option in the entire game. Yes, there's some extra coins if you go up there, but the slowdown is not even remotely worth it. The custom track style design present in this course knocks down my personal vibe score from a 5 to a 4, but only glossing on the flaws of this course would be a big mistake in my opinion, because it had to get a 5-point base score somehow, right? Well, first off, the theming of this course is really good, and I'm surprised we didn't get a dojo style course earlier than this. We were kinda close with Dragon Driftway, as its battle mode variant, Dragon Palace, has a pagoda you can enter too. But that is a battle map rather than a race course. This inside section of Ninja Hideaway has some cool features in my opinion. I like that the upstairs route is the faster, tighter option. It is easier to fall down than to climb upward, because you can just drive off the edge if you need to if the situation calls for it. Having the downstairs route being the wide path works here for that reason. And when you're upstairs, there's plenty of options to take. First, you have to read the situation. The top route can be situationally better if you are low on coins, because you can grab 4 without stopping in the upper section near the glider. However, this access is not always available because it's cycle based. I really like this design because it is inherently annoying for the players that perhaps over-rely on bagging. It's also designed so that it's pretty much always going to be available on lap 1s, which is the time that players are going to need the most coins. Alternatively though, you can jump downward and do the shortcut. This is faster with mushrooms, but there is a shroomless variant where if you land and bump the wall, you can break the cutouts without an item. This is one of the harder and most chokeable no item cuts in the game, but it is also one of the most satisfying cuts in the entire game. Despite its overall jankiness, this course is just a blast to drive, and full of cool strats to pull off. The option on the literal first turn where you have to decide between 2 coins and a little shroomless shortcut over the water is good, and one of the more underrated satisfying little cuts in the game when separated from the lagginess of this section on lap 1. And of course on 200cc, you have the ending shortcut up top, one of the coolest in the entire game. And I find it so fascinating that entirely different paths are faster depending on whether or not you're playing 150cc or 200cc, and I find that to be a testament to the balance of the track. I've heard a take thrown around before that Ninja Hideaway's second set of path splits play the same, and thus they're boring as a result. But I think this kind of misses the purpose of what path splits are in general. Path splits are great in competitive play because they create an additional decision for a player. Do you go for speed, or do you take the lesser used route? It might have some less contested coins, and it might give you a temporary safe zone and out from any chaos that you might be expecting in a closed pack. The bottom path is a primary area for bombs and other pack items to ruin races, and the idea that it's something that you can just opt out of is great. And visually, the upper path looks very cool too, in my opinion. So perhaps they struck out on the glider path, but the other two are great and require you to make decisions on the fly. The first one especially leads to 2 really fun paths to drive, and what I like so much about these is the verticality differences. I think vertically branching paths are such an underexplored feature in Mario Kart games, and I'd love to see more of it. I've always been a fan of the battle stages like Luigi's Mansion, Double Deck, and Block Fort for these reasons, and I feel like you can pack so much more into a general area if you don't ignore the Z-axis, and Mario Kart 8 did start to think about this more than any other game with its anti-gravity. What Ninja Hideaway did with its alternate paths is just a great continuation of that design philosophy. Daisy Cruiser might just be the most solid course in the entire game. When looking at all my categories, it kinda just felt like a star in all of them. It's a great track in both time trials and competitive play, and it has great unique theming and music, and it even fits that short frontrunner track need that we just talked about with Boo Lake. Perhaps I'm not supposed to say it, because it makes a little bit of a joke on my score system, but honestly this track should have been in my top 10 I think, if I was being a little bit more objective. And I know I've said that about a ton of the recent courses, but that's what happens when you get near the top. But I was definitely flirting with giving it a 5 in the vibes department, and I would say that it probably adds more to the game than many of the upcoming courses as well. But the truth of the matter is that I didn't, because this is a track that I've always just kinda liked instead of loved. And that is no indictment. It is just an acknowledgement that the tracks in my top 6 of the game all mean a little bit more to me. Now, why is Daisy Cruiser so good exactly? Well, let's start with its design. A cruise ship is just a very cool setting for a racing course, and the moving tables make for such a natural course hazard for an idea like this too. It's just so Daisy if you think about it. It's elegant, but a little bit crazy as well. Now, I originally did not like this course back on Double Dash. I think it had to do with the dining area feeling more like a storage unit. It was kind of dark, and the look is so much better in this game. And I think that the swimming pool being accessible in 7 and 8 creates a much more natural racing line down the stairs than in Double Dash, even if it comes at the cost of a difficult shortcut. The underwater path in this game makes for a really oddly well executed vertical path split. Unlike Ninja Hideaway, how you drive this section is completely different depending on whether or not you're up top or down below. But on the contrary, it is just quite a bit slower to float down to the bottom of the track. The thing that makes this well executed though, is the fact that it is still useful in spite of this. This bottom path offers a double box where the top path doesn't, and it also has a boost panel to re-accelerate from hits and a landing trick boost to boot. It makes this path much safer to take if you have a big lead on lap 3, like with the alternative paths on Goldmine and Ice World. This one is probably the most visually unique though, and it actually finds a justified use for underwater mechanics as well. The drop down here was so rough in Double Dash, and much slower as a result. Being able to make forward progress as you float down works quite well in comparison, and acts as a rare example of the game taking advantage of water mechanics to do something that couldn't otherwise be done. Now, I am fine with it being more based on the Mario Kart 7 version than the Double Dash version. I think that 7's version was better, but I do wish they could have brought back the swinging lifesavers. That was such a funny little obstacle that you could use to mess with the players behind you. And part of me wishes I could have seen how it played out in a game with online play, team matches, and rage quits too. I feel like this could have almost acted like the cloud on Yoshi's Island, but in a way that strictly hurts those behind you instead of a way that just helps them out. But I suppose what we got with Daisy Cruiser was still a pretty quality package. Maybe one day on those lifesavers. Before there was any DLC in Mario Kart 8, I remembered really liking the selection of 3DS courses in the game. Music Park was my favorite original Mario Kart 7 track, Piranha Plant Slide was one I found to be pretty solid, and I found DK Jungle to be vastly improved with its Mario Kart 8 version. But when some leaks came out ahead of Pack 2, suggesting that both Baby Park and my second favorite 3DS course, Neo Bowser City, would be included, I got pretty excited. Well, for Neo Bowser City at least. Because it meant that this would likely be my favorite 3DS track selection of all time, and we got to do it early on after 7. The very hype of this course even buried my disappointment that Baby Park was returning once again. Now, I remember becoming a bit of a GameXplain hater at the time. In the pre-Mario Kart 8 era, Andre GX was a good source for information about the game, but I always remembered him trashing courses like Music Park for not being, quote, different enough. To me, it started some really bad discourse about the game. Music Park, in my mind, was already a good track. I don't understand what changes it truly needed. Adding a painfully forced anti-gravity section would have done nothing to improve the track. Yet it seemed like I was supposed to believe that GBA Mario Circuit was apparently a good selection now because they lifted a single turn off the ground. I mean, give me a break with that stuff. It all feels kind of ridiculous now considering we have a new game on the horizon that removes the anti-gravity mechanics. Obviously, anti-gravity was never going to make or break the quality of these courses, and while I understand wanting to see improved tracks, I cannot stress enough that whether or not a new gimmick is present does not determine how good of a job they did on the course. With that said, this criticism continued a year later when DLC 2 was getting closer to releasing. I remember the GameXplain discussion about these leaks, and how Andre kinda said that Neo Bowser City was a boring pick, especially if it wasn't really revamped. Simultaneously, he gushed about Baby Park, and I found it to be a little bit nauseating. You see, I thought Neo Bowser City was yet another example of course not needing a ton of changes. Its design and atmosphere just spoke for themselves. I love seeing a Bowser-themed stage that was just a rainy futuristic city instead of a traditional castle. I loved all the sharp turns. I loved its final turn, alongside the indoor and outdoor tunnels. And it was one of those other tracks that I found to be great for driving and playmaking. I remember when the Mario Kart 7 trailers were playing back in the day, we weren't sure if it was part of the Bowser's Castle stage, but I remember thinking that it would be really cool if it was. But it ended up being its own stage, and that was also welcome. And I was eager for its release in Mario Kart 8 later on. Now, I will say that Andre was right in some ways. What we got was exactly what we expected. It was just Neo Bowser City again. The difference for me is that I just liked Neo Bowser City. I thought it was a cool idea, and I found it fun to drive and liked picking it online. And in Mario Kart 8, it was just more of the same. I like using it as a shroom up and front run course, just like I always did in MK7. And that's why it is capable of starting the final 6th of this ranking today. It does nothing super special, but it does everything well in my opinion. If I did have to critique though, I would just say I like the Mario Kart 7 version slightly more. The off-roady nature of the track feels like it fits with Mario Kart 7's meta a bit more, and the ability to wall grind on Mario Kart 7 made the TT more intense. And the glider had some interesting strategies and cool glitch applications present with it too, that's no longer present in Mario Kart 8. And while I appreciate the music for what it is, which is essentially a bunch of Mario Kart remixes, I don't know if I would say it was a better idea than coming up with a more original composition. But all in all, good track. Like with Daisy Cruiser, I find it to be pretty good at everything. And while objectively speaking, I would probably call Daisy Cruiser the better track, I've always just vibed with NBC a little bit more. Alright, go ahead and pause, get all of your crazy thoughts out of your system. I said it in the beginning and I'm going to reiterate it again. This is not your average casual player's top 96. This is my top 96, and I'm not going to lie and put the same 5 courses that everyone else has up in their top 5 at the top just because people expect it or something. And the truth is, I think Wii Rainbow Road is a very good course. Not one that I see as an all-timer or anything, but it's certainly good. It's my favorite Rainbow Road in this game, pretty easily. It's the best looking one with its vibrant colors, and the one with my favorite music as well. If this is not enough for you, I'm sorry. But the truth is, I just wasn't a huge fan of Mario Kart Wii's new courses in general. Wii Rainbow Road was always one of my top 5 new courses from that game, but that was never exactly a bold statement from me. Now initially, I really had no clue where I was going to put this course. When I first played it in Mario Kart 8, I was kind of disappointed. It had this floaty F-Zero physics that I never really vibed with on any other track, and I didn't really know if I liked it. It felt simplified in a sense, like they just wanted to make the infamous gap cut easier, or even possible with Mario Kart 8's mechanics. But with time, I grew to be pretty okay with these mechanics. Actually, I grew to like them. I will always say that change is not inherently bad, but it's not inherently good either is the thing. And while this is not the course I remember back in 2008, where competitive players sometimes struggled to stay on the track going for all the fastest strats and time saves, I've grown fond of it in some other ways. It is a good track for group running and playmaking. It is long and shocks are very possible on it, but the boost panels everywhere and positioning of the item sets compared to the cannon don't make it feel broken by any means. The path split at the end is useful, and coins feel pretty fairly placed in my opinion, though at times, getting them can feel inconsistent due to them being in the air. I do wish the driving was a little bit more complex than it ended up being, only really does the half-pipe strategy feel failable in my opinion, but this doesn't take away from the track's good aspects still in my opinion. And while I feel as if it is rather difficult to separate yourself as an individual player on this course, it is a course where I find team synergy to matter a lot, and I really enjoyed playing this again for that reason, even despite its differences from the original. Of course, not everything is different. Despite Mario Kart 8 having an entirely different falling off system to Mario Kart Wii, Nintendo really went out of their way to recreate the meteor effect when you fly off the course in this game too. As a result, it takes significantly longer to return to this course as a result, and every time it happens, I kinda roll my eyes a little bit at the things that they will do to cater to the Wii fanbase that they won't do for the other games. But I suppose the meteor is deserved too, since you really shouldn't be falling off this track anymore to begin with. Now, as a quick disclaimer, I am pretty aware that this is a very high ranking for Royal Raceway. But what else can I say? One of my original favorite tracks in the entire series is bound to score pretty high on vibes alone. I've said before that I really liked the raceways in Mario Kart 64 when I was younger, and I'm not sure if it was just because of the catchy music or the seemingly endless off-road cuts that many of these courses had, but I think what it actually was just the turns. Many people find circuit tracks to be pretty boring, and I think I agree. But it's not really because they are simple per se, with, a road surrounding grass or sand. It's because rarely do they ever do anything with that concept in my opinion. Many of the circuit tracks of the series have a handful of simple turns. Mario Raceway, and especially Royal Raceway, were not that. They were not just shapes that any random person could draw in 3 seconds, and I always appreciated that about them. Royal Raceway is everything an advanced circuit track should be. It is a track that tests you on your skills, and in Mario Kart 64 this was checking to see if you could drift properly, while in Mario Kart 8 it requires some soft drifting ability to be fast on it. The ending section was challenging in the original game, and the shortcuts were interesting too. In Mario Kart 8 for the Wii U, it was one of my favorite courses in the game, and was such a satisfying course to fire hop on. And while Mario Kart 8 Deluxe has reduced it to being a bit of a bagging course, I will say, I at least appreciate that it forces some decisions on the players in the back. Both double boxes require you to skip a shortcut. You can technically take a shortcut past the first set as well. It very much feels like a come from behind track that is not a brainless chain and gain course. And despite its run time being on the longer end, I think it produces some interesting races still because of this. So perhaps it is not the most competitive track in the game. Maybe the castle grounds are inaccessible in Mario Kart 8 and that ruins it for some people. But you will never make me hate Royal Raceway. It's just too classic, and it will always be a pleasure to drive and race on. If Royal Raceway has 0 fans, then I am no longer of this earth, and that's just the way it's going to be. To be honest, I really wanted this to be Vancouver initially, but as time passed, the truth became clear. Singapore Speedway is definitely my favorite tour city in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Why exactly is that? Well, there's a lot of reasons. First off, it's just plain fun to drive on. There are many difficult strategies that make time trials tough, but in situations where perfection is not required, it's always a blast to front run. It's a flat track with many small windows for mini turbos, and it can really test your soft drifting ability. But furthermore, the track is just eye candy. I love that it uses the full array of colors, and I think it has fun ideas too. The rooftop pool hotel is iconic, the conveyors are silly, the Chinatown section and its music are awesome, and the gliding present on every lap is just plain fun, whether that's through the rainbow geysers in the Marina Bay, or just through the boost rings situated elsewhere. On lap 3 in particular, I think it's really cool that these rings effectively create a split path where you have to choose between items on the ground or easy speed and safety in the air. The music is not an all-timer for the series in my opinion, but it hits all the right feels. In a more competitive context, Singapore is a track that really favors those starting in the back with a few coins. And for that reason, it is one of my favorite closer tracks to rely on in close team matches. It is great at protecting you from having a blown lead and disrupting momentum. The track gives out a strict advantage pretty early on that is felt around the beginning of lap 2. The repeated quarter notes in this section feel oddly intense, yet situationally encouraging. When you've successfully put yourself in a good spot, it feels uplifting in the same way as this Mario Tennis song. But on the contrary, if you're in a different situation, it might sound like panic time like in this fight right here. I kind of associate this section with a match that is hanging in the balance, and it brings back a lot of great memories over the last 2 years. The theme's loop as you fly into the geysers lap 2 just hits different than it does in lap 1, and I'll just say that if you lose lap 1, a shock might be needed, because without it, the track is a runner's paradise. There are plenty of great playmaking spots, and plenty of places to try to break red shells. Getting to this point of the course with a lead feels like 60 seconds is all that separates you from future glory. So needless to say, I am a fan. Singapore in general was an excellent choice for a city track, as it has so many unique landmarks already, not present in other cities. And perhaps I am a bit of a sucker for nighttime courses too, but I'll own that. So many of these cities just felt kind of generic in my opinion, even the ones that I found fun to drive. This course is the best of both worlds. Fun, but super cool as well. I'm not sure if city courses will ever be eligible to return in the series as the tour era comes to a close, but this one will be remembered for sure. This might be quite the take, but I think Super Bell Subway is perhaps the best original course in Mario Kart 8. It is a track that I think I've never picked outside of the occasional worldwide session. It is a little bit goofy in how races play out, especially with the compact ending combined with a massive shortcut on the last turn. But this track is not placed high based upon its competitive merits. It is placed highly because I really just appreciate everything this course sets out to do. It is a lot like Sunshine Airport at first glance. Both courses are transportation themed and heavily based upon a prior 3D Mario game. Both have a ton of love and creativity put into them, and I feel like perhaps that this is just a feature of tracks like these. The music has only grown on me over the years too. The multi-channel songs mix perfectly together, and its MKTV variant, in my opinion, is even better than the Dolphin Shoals version, without the drawback of the in-race version feeling incomplete as well. Dolphin Shoals feels like it cut the sax solo in races, as it was a natural extension of the saxophone in the Whirlpool section, whereas Super Bell Subway's Highlights version is just truly a secret gem. Super Bell Subway benefited a lot from the original Wii U game's driving tech. Fire hopping was quite satisfying on this course, and it made for a strong runner in the original game. With that said, I think despite becoming more bag-heavy in 8D style, the actual driving of this course remains strong and interesting overall. I believe that this course was the first one that saw a switch to baby weights for its world record back in the Waluigi meta. The new strats really blew my mind at first, and the reason why it was even a candidate to be the first track to make this switch was because all of its trick ramps and opportunities to take advantage of Ultra Mini Turbos, and perhaps it being a little bit of a bagging course is fine too. It justified the use of its alternative paths much more frequently this way, and these paths were cool additions to the track that allowed you to jump on top of trains and get a better view of the graffiti art found all over the place in the underground area. And at this point, you guys know how much I love elevation in my split paths, of course. But here's the other thing. It's not just the graffiti. It's everything, man. Like, I'm convinced that Nintendo put more love into the construction of this track than probably any other Mario Kart course ever. Whether it was the returning of the shops from Coconut Mall or the tram and world maps hanging on the walls by the start-finish line, the details on this track were insane, and surpassed Sunshine Airport in this regard too. You could really do video essays on the details put into this track, and the recap I have up on screen now, I've provided a link to in the description. I highly recommend it. It makes me question if this track was in the second DLC pack, just so they could have some extra time to work on it. The world map thing is funny as well. It almost makes me wonder if it played into the whole inspiration leading to Mario Kart World, given the world concept was kind of explored here. With that said, this sign says that Moo Moo Meadows is located pretty close to Toad Harbor, so unfortunately, our canon might be broken now. But that's Mario Kart World's problem for bringing back Moo Moo Meadows again, not Super Bell Subways. So, the important takeaway in this video? The track is fire, and it deserves more respect. It's an all-timer, and part of the reason why I can't take all of my fellow competitive dorks' opinions seriously. You're not telling me seriously that Mario Kart Stadium clears this. I'm sorry. Believe it or not, this is my highest rated original Mario Kart 8 course. This is almost a little bit surprising to me because in many Mario Karts, I've always had a clear-cut favorite track that I'd place at the very least near my top 10 tracks of all time. But with this course, it barely misses the top 10 of its own game's definitive version. Additionally, I've never really considered Cloud Top Cruise to be my favorite Mario Kart 8 track at any point. It is only now after doing this whole score system where I kinda just feel that it deserves the title. My heart has always favored Electrodrome since the beginning, and that later turned into Super Bell Subway and Dragon Driftway at one point, but admittedly, I've always been a bit of a sucker for tracks that take place indoors, just because of the novelty of driving where you're really not supposed to be driving. But while I don't like Electrodrome and Super Bell Subway as much in Deluxe specifically, I found that Cloud Top Cruise just ages better and better as time passes, and I find new appreciation for it almost every time I seem to play it. I think it plays super well in both casual and competitive play. There's fun driving strats, the coin placement and lightning strikes frequently force you to decide if your main racing line is the ideal strategy or worth it, and since the Wave 3 patch, the track has become more friendly to frontrunners in general, since its notoriously brutal target shock spots were removed, perhaps ironically given the theme of the track. The theme of the track is absolutely excellent too, which should not be overlooked. It takes many elements from Airship Fortress, which is always a good call in my mind, but does so with a completely different light world / dark world approach that just makes so much sense with the thunderclouds. I've seen people say that anti-gravity here probably wasn't necessary, but I disagree. I think this was an excellent use of the mechanic, even beyond the upside down strip just looking cool. The White Clouds part of the track consists mainly of right turns, while the Thundercloud section is entirely left. Ordinarily speaking, adding these two components together would result in a track that is just a straight line ultimately, but with anti-gravity, it completes a loop instead. What they've done here is unlocked a new track layout where the track still is shaped like your standard circle, but it doesn't feel or play like one at all. Now don't get me wrong, the guitar-filled Thundercloud section is very cool, but I'm a big fan of the standard section as well. The instruments used in the music are different, but the intensity level doesn't drop one bit. And while many people appreciate the Gusty Garden Galaxy nod, the coolest Easter egg here has got to be the secret vine block reference at the very end of the course that wraps through the start-finish line. You don't think of the beanstalk much when the race starts, but finding out at the very end that the airship section wasn't even the best Mario reference is kinda sweet. Cloudtop Cruise has not always been my absolute favorite course in the series to play, but as someone who seems to pretty frequently love the opening courses of Special Cups, I can say for sure that it is right up there with the series greats. And this game's winner for most improved player is, yeah, you guessed it. Honestly, I've been blown away by the remakes of the second track in the Special Cup courses. I was never a fan of Peach Gardens, Moonview Highway, or Rosalina's Ice World in the past, so this has been an incredible streak of redemption for these courses. At first, I kind of felt as if this track's addition was stupid. There were so many city courses already in the Booster Pass, and this track just appeared to play by different rules. Circuit Special and Slick Tires were in a world record again. Like, are we serious here? But as the meta developed a little bit, I started to like what I was seeing. Yes, holding the A button is a pretty good strategy here, but a Mario Kart 8 race is never going to go without any hiccups. The Funky Kong build is more so just funny rather than an actual advantage for online races, and even if situationally it could be amazing on this track online, it was never going to be so much better that it was going to overcome its weaknesses routinely online. And of course, the second Moonview Highway isn't picked, the build is just going to be completely awful. I think this is probably the ideal situation though. It's oddly fitting for Funky Kong to hold a world record on a Wii track, but it's probably for the best that improvised mini-turbos are still necessary to win races on this course in a lot of instances. Now, this track is known for having a lot of boost panels, and that remained the case in this game even though the patterns are randomized now. This makes the track kind of unique in a lot of ways because this kind of design can make items like golden mushrooms and triple shrooms practically obsolete or useless. Lightning bolts are weakened too as a result, as are really any offensive items because if you can just re-accelerate, their impact will be lowered. And blue shells? I mean, the traffic on top of it all allows players to damage boost through them frequently as well. I really kinda hated what this track was like in Mario Kart Wii, but this wasn't because I disliked the attributes that I just talked about, it was more so that the bomb cars were so laggy online in Mario Kart Wii. It just felt as if everyone who picked this track in that game just wanted to exploit the game's netcode, and because I didn't mess with that, I constantly played this course in disadvantageous situations and started to despise it for that reason. But in Mario Kart 8, this lag issue is mostly fixed, and even in the instances where it still occurs, it's usually reserved for tight pack situations like early on in lap 1. Bomb car explosions are also less devastating in general now, and there are less overall cars in Mario Kart 8 too. Personally speaking, I kinda like it this way, even if technically it makes the course less challenging. The way I see it is with 12 players and double items, there's already a lot of action to focus on out in the open road regardless. Coins also exist now, and I think that they're pretty fairly placed throughout the course in my opinion, and managing them without really having much room to stop and wait for them to respawn is fun too. It's already pretty thrilling to be in a tightly contested race on the boost pads, but the track really incentivizes everyone to try running it up, because bagging is just naturally weaker on a course like this as mentioned, and I think that's awesome. Mario Kart 8 undeniably had a bagging problem in its Switch era. This course definitely was a change up in that regard, and definitely took some players out of their comfort zones, and I really valued that to be honest. I wouldn't say that this course is the most creative or innovative track out there. I think its design is pretty boring actually, and it's especially notable if you look at the minimap. But the design might be a little bit misleading. It doesn't really explain how wide the track actually is or where the boost panels are. But the design isn't the only thing that even matters to begin with as well. It's what you do with it, and I think they found something here. On top of this all, the look and sound of this track took massive steps up from the Wii version as well. Of course, I just talked about this recently too, so make sure to check that video out as well. But yeah, Moonview Highway. Top 10 track in the game to me. These are words I thought I'd never be saying together just 2 years ago, and there are certainly arguments to be had that I could have had it on the outside looking in, but regardless of where exactly I would rank it, I am happy that I was wrong about my lack of excitement for it when it was announced. Excellent work here. When Mario Kart 8 was still on its way, it was understood that 6 Double Dash courses were eligible to be added to the game. They ended up choosing 2 of those 6, and many people said that they literally chose the worst possible 2. And given what courses were left on the board, it is actually really hard for me to disagree with that even still today. One of these selected tracks was Dry Desert from all the way back in the early stages of this video, placing at number 92 overall. The other one, Sherbet Land, I'll just say, surprised me. Because back in Double Dash, it was a somewhat undersized and slippery course in a game that already felt slippery to begin with. I believe it was the first sequel course in the series that wasn't just a circuit, Bowser's Castle, or Rainbow Road. You could argue that Koopa Troopa Beach kind of fits that role, I suppose, but technically it didn't have a 1 or 2 in the name. But had I been a Mario Kart player when Double Dash launched, I probably would not have been super excited when this track was announced, because I was never a fan of the original Sherbet Land. Double Dash's version certainly grew on me though. My funny story with this track in Mario Kart 8 goes back all the way to launch day about 11 years ago. I remember wanting to set a time trial world record on the first day, or at least get a top 10 or something. But I was still a high schooler back then, and it was exam season. I did not have a head start because I couldn't just take the day off. And to make matters worse, slick tires were not unlocked from the start. So if I wanted to try to get a good time fast, but unfortunately, that eliminated practically every track, as slicks were completely busted in the original Mario Kart 8. But Sherbet Land was there for me, repping the monster wheels on day 1. And so I picked it up, and I got my first ever top 10 on it. Now, this is not why I love this track in this game. Matter of fact, I really wasn't a huge fan of it in the 8U late game because it was a heavy off-road track that was heavily impacted by D-pad advantage, and I just wanted to use my Pro Controller. But coming back to it in Deluxe, I started to really vibe with it once more. I really liked the new driving strats, namely at the end of the course. I loved how going underwater and staying above were practically equally valid strategies in this system, and as I've mentioned before up to this point, I think elevation differences are the coolest way to split paths, especially in a game that was full of left path, right path anti-gravity splits. The mini-turbo strategies were quite fun underwater, and always felt just a tad faster, while the top path was a little bit simpler, but had coins and could act as a way to create some temporary space. Of course, later into the game, dropping into the water near the end became the new strategy too, but importantly, every path was close enough in speed that you always just felt like you had legitimate options. The rest of the course I've still always appreciated too though. Even before the booster pass, this track was always pretty underpicked online, and I feel like it was because it was really hard to gain an early advantage on, and thus, many people saw it as useless in the meta. But I also found that it was good to players who were just good overall on the track. You never knew when you would be able to front run, but often it felt like it worked itself out. The driving strats were engaging in my opinion, and powerful when executed up front. It was one of those tracks that you felt that a lot of people just didn't really practice and came unprepared for. And the track constantly makes you choose between things like coins and tighter lines, and the more experience you got on it, the more the track seemed to reward you. The coins are reasonably distanced from the ledges, but being able to hug these ledges too in the snowy section nets you an underrated amount of time save too. It all just makes for a pretty pleasant course to play, and it goes without saying, but it's one of my favorite vibes in the game as well. I love the shift to nighttime and the softer music than the original version. It feels like some kind of local winter festival now, and even with the massive nerf to the giant freezies, I really like the changes they made here with the new underwater sections. The only thing I can't really say was a nice change was the glider panel, I guess, as truly this was the only entirely useless addition, but it's not harming anything, and everything else was pretty great I think. So yeah, there's your surprise top 10 pick in the game for me. I'm not sure if I can justify it much further, but if you ever pick up 8 Deluxe for whatever reason again and you haven't played this one in time trial, I recommend picking this one up. It might be more fun than you realize. My favorite Mario Kart track growing up was a Wario-themed arena track with tons of boost ramps and jumps, leading off the Special Cup in one of my first Mario Kart games, sharing music with a Flower Cup Waluigi track that I also liked a lot. This course is still my favorite one to date, and it has never taken a break atop my overall rankings, and it was still my favorite back in 2014 as well. So when I was awaiting the final Mario Kart 8 trailer before launch, I ran the calculations. 15 retro tracks had been confirmed up to that point, and they were unlikely to reveal a retro Bowser's Castle on top of the new one, considering they opted to do the Rainbow Road separately. Only 2 tracks from my favorite track's Game of Origin had been confirmed, and they had chosen 4 N64 tracks already, deliberately avoiding Wario Stadium. There was clearly a hole here waiting to be filled by Wario Coliseum, and I was so pumped. It felt like the clear favorite to return at this point. It was a fan favorite track that had so much potential for an anti-gravity induced makeover, and then when the fated direct day came, I saw it. DS Wario Stadium, the upset pick. To be honest, I wasn't exactly sad. Had I known it would take another 11 years before a new game was revealed, maybe it would have hit differently, but Wario Stadium to me was the next best thing behind Coliseum. This was my favorite track from Mario Kart DS for a long time, so if it wasn't Coliseum, I was at least glad it was this instead of something like Wario's Gold Mine. Which, don't get me wrong, that's a fine track, It just wasn't Wario Stadium in my opinion. What I didn't realize at the time was just how much history changed because of this selection. Wario Stadium went on to become perhaps the most played course in competitive Mario Kart 8 history. It was a frontrunner's paradise with boost panels and trick ramps everywhere, and traditional power items like golden mushrooms felt almost useless at times. The 4 coins right by the main racing line on lap 1 ensured that even weaker runners could pull out some front runs if they were practiced enough, and it became a go-to pick in all formats in both versions of Mario Kart 8 for well over a decade. And I've got to say, this really tested me on how stale a track could feel multiple times over. I am not sure if it's good for a game to have a frontrunner that's this broken, and for such a long time at that, but I will say, if any track had to do it, I am glad it was this one, because I think it was a great remake. The weakest parts of the track were effectively replaced with new mechanics. The underwater and anti-gravity I've heard described before as unnecessary, but the truth is, they kept the flow of the track in a much better state than before. The right turn with the bumps sucked in the original version. Unless you were hopping over all of them, which was quite hard, or literally glitching over to the left, they practically existed to set you up with a bad last turn. And the water section was a much smoother alternative in my opinion. And the odd bumps where the anti-gravity was before was not really pleasant for driving either. I love that the anti-gravity adds some elevation and adds back a right turn into a track that otherwise wouldn't really have any. And I love that you can break red shells by hopping over the crack. I think the glider was also a good addition. It keeps the ending ramp different from the first one, while also serving as a way to actually keep the endings less hectic. Was the track perhaps too simple for runners? Well, yes and no, because there's a big difference between a great driver and a competent one on this track. It wasn't exactly the most difficult course to have in your bag as a runner, but there was also a big difference between being a great driver and being a competent one on this track. And I would say that I never got to great levels on this track for that matter too. It was a tough course, just like it was in 8U as well. There were some very fun item strategies too. The angled roads provided for some nice trick shots at times. The anti-gravity section lined up for a really cool banana snipe angle. There was an absolutely filthy bob-omb spot going into and leaving the underwater section. And of course, the rest of the course had plenty of sharp turns to keep opponents on their toes too. But most importantly, this was a fun track that everyone wanted to have in their back pocket, I would say. It was definitely oversaturated in our game's meta, and understandably, it wasn't the most balanced course either. But for a track as played as this one, I think we could have done a lot worse. It remains one of the only, quote, meta picks that I was never really bothered by, and in later years I do think many community members got more creative too when we recognized that if we got hit out, someone just as competent as you was likely to take over up front here. The advantage in picking this course had to be maintained over the entire race for it to be an effective pick, but some people welcomed that challenge, and I can't say I blame them. Stadium tracks are pretty cool after all, as long as they're not fake ones like MKS. Coming in at the top of A+ tier, it's Riverside Park. Like, what? What's it doing up here? It might fall. But let me put some context into this one. If you played any of the older Mario Kart games, you likely had your favorite tracks. This one was mine. Yes, it was a Mushroom Cup course, but it had an interesting layout. It had boost ramps and jumps, it had this cool little shortcut through the river, it had this 270-degree turn into a ramp that propelled you back onto the bridge in front of the start-finish line, and I liked that. It felt much more interesting than your generic right turn to complete the lap. Of course, I liked the environment too. The music was fun. It used some niche instrument called a cuica, also known as the monkey drum. Always sounded funny to me. And well, my top 3 colors in order were orange, green, and light blue when I was younger. Still kind of is now. But needless to say, this background and all of it was kind of the perfect blend for me. In recent years, many people have had their favorite GBA courses return in Mario Kart Tour to mixed reviews. Many, including some of the ones that graduated over to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, were debatably downgraded, whether that was through radical map redesignings, poor graphics, or gimmicks not really working to begin with. So when Riverside Park was added to Tour, I was kind of a bit surprised. I thought that even though they were bringing back many of these Super Circuit tracks, that it would be a lower priority project of the bunch. And of course, there were 20 Super Circuit tracks too, which is more than the average per game. There was some noise about Riverside's redesign. The river shortcut had been removed, which bothered some people, and the track no longer started with a short left turn. But the end of the track was revamped now, and had you shooting out of a waterfall at the end, and at this point, I was kind of hoping it would get in 8 Deluxe. The river shortcut being removed surprisingly was not a deal breaker to me. I was actually kind of relieved to see this. Part of what made this shortcut fine in Super Circuit was that you could take it shroomless, and I knew that wouldn't be the case if it came over to Mario Kart 8, and given how bag happy 8 Deluxe was already, I didn't want it to just be a repeat of, well, Snowland. Say what you want about the current cut at the end, but it's nothing compared to what it could have been. And my wish was granted. Wave 4, it got revealed, and there it was in all its glory. But oh my, this was a wish granted and then some, because the remake was surprisingly breathtaking. The Booster Pass, as we have discussed, has been notorious for half-baked track remakes, and this was not the case here. This looked like base game quality. But it wasn't just that. The track was full of life too. The walking patooies and their mushrooms added even more flair to the track than the tour course suggested it could have, and at times they've been incredibly useful after a shock since their mushrooms fall to the ground in the ending cave when one appears. The music was amazing. I can't really tell if it's a xylophone or like a xylorimba at the beginning, but it almost tickles the ear, and the transition to an all-out jungle boogie on lap 2 hits even harder than it did 20 years ago. And even the littlest details seem to be maintained. The bridges are all still in their original places, the color scheme seems to match the original more so than the tour version, and the vines hanging from the trees present in the Mode 7 style track background are present in the actual track now if you were to ever look up near the end. It truly feels as if whoever was in charge of getting this track into the game was as big of a fan of the course as I was, because the amount of love put into it was so apparent, and in an era where a track is by no means guaranteed to even get a solid remake when it comes back, all I can say is I'm grateful that they didn't butcher this one. Riverside Park is my favorite bagging course in this game by a rather large margin. It really only has one major cut and it's relatively short, it's fun to drive, and it's a surprisingly good soft drifting check. It is actually runnable, especially in team modes or in settings where someone else is up front to trade mushrooms with you, and I find that quick shocks in team matches have just enough of a positive impact for runners that running strategies are actually rather viable here compared to other similar courses. And if your opponents don't respect the running threat, they often set you up with a free win. But most importantly, I think the track is just funny and charming. It puts a smile on my face. The walking plants are goofy, and it really has more personality than 75% of the other bagging courses combined in my opinion. I love the waterfall cave exit at the end and how ridiculously long it takes to reach the ground. It just adds that extra layer of intensity at the very end. And I think if there was one thing I would change about it, I would probably give its 2 ramps boost panels. Not only would this protect runners from target shocks a little better, but it would also make the track a bit more faithful as well. But aside from that, I have absolutely no qualms. This is, in my eyes, the best remake of the entire Booster Course Pass, and I'm quite happy that I got to play it for a couple of years with my friends who never grew up with Super Circuit, even if it took many of them a while to really comprehend why I could like such a simple, silly course like this one so much. But hey, many of them eventually did get it though. I adore Shroom Ridge. I found it to be criminally underrated for decades up to this point, and this was my most played track in my first Mario Kart game, and I would argue it's the one I credit most for teaching me how to become a good Mario Kart player. Why exactly is that? Well, it was just really satisfying to play. It was a paradise for snaking, but it wasn't really brain dead either, where you could just brain off line spam. You always have to be cognizant of the cars and dial it back in some spots or you would just fall off. And of course, recently I uploaded how much I love the music of this course too, so please go check out that video when you finish this one too. In that video, I described Shroom Ridge as the heart and soul of the Booster Pass. You might ask, how can I even claim that? It's one of the most plain-looking tour ports present in the game. But it's not really about that to me. What was important to me was the fact that everything I loved about it in the original game returned here. This game may not have had snaking like Mario Kart DS did, of course, but it did have Ultra Mini Turbos, and this was the only track in the game that started off with 3 of them back to back to back. And it made the track just feel fast to play. It was a joy to time trial again, just like how it originally was, and the music was even better now. It made me relive my childhood more than any other course in this game, and wasn't that the very point of a DLC pack focused on bringing back returning retro courses to begin with? I don't know if it was deliberate either, but I love how the track icon is just a big red car, and I think it might be a callback to a certain mission from Mario Kart DS where you have to race a reckless red car on this track, but I don't know for certain. Regardless, it is kind of a cool little touch. I remember thinking that whenever this course came back that they would add like a mushroom bounce shortcut exactly where they put the pipe shortcut, so I was kind of right in this regard, but not entirely. But this cut is interesting. It's good, but you have to read ahead of time where the cars are and plan your landing. And while it is fast, you'll also be out of rhythm with the mini turbos that people who went around will be taking, so you're going to have to adjust upon landing and fast at that. To be honest, I thought the open grass shortcut was going to be a lot more of an issue than it ended up being. The glider ramp does save a solid chunk of time and only requires 1 mushroom to take, but it is not a complete game breaker like I was thinking it might be. Now, the track doesn't offer a ton of resistance to shock dodgers, so it is an example of a pretty mixed course, Driving skill absolutely does matter up front, and believe it or not, all the cars on this track kind of empower front runners as they can run into the traffic to tank blue shells with the acquired invincibility frames. And the moving item boxes allows for runners to pull multiple items whenever they drive through a set too. But likewise, these sets also negate the Wave 6 balance patch, so there's going to be a lot of people rolling for shock over and over again if they really want it that badly. Of course, players doing this still can be stopped by pulling golden mushrooms or bullet bills, but the point is, running can still easily be overridden by a shock and blue combination, and these moving item sets don't play by the same rules as sitting ones when it comes to only getting 2 rolls for the shock as a bagger. I think the ending shortcut was probably a bit overkill when it came to helping out those that bag, but overall, as somebody who time trialed this course quite a bit, I still feel pretty good about my odds of winning when I play it online. Many top lounge players have claimed that the best courses are the ones that can be won through the front and through the back, and I'm not sure if I agree with that premise. Part of me thinks that it's only justification to mindlessly pick stuff like Excitebike Arena, because courses like Shroom Ridge definitely fit this criteria but are not selected nearly as much. And that's a little sad to me because I think this course has infinitely more heart. But hey, maybe it's just because I'm kind of in the mid-level, and the skill ceiling on the Excitebike is just that much higher, I don't know. Was Shroom Ridge a perfect remake? Well, of course not. Visually speaking, I'm not someone who is appalled by the more cartoonish graphics of Tour, but I acknowledge that it probably could have been done much better than this. But still, when I play this track, I just have fun, and I can't deny that for the sake of my personal rankings. There is a part of me that actually wanted to place this track in the top 5, and I thought it was going to for a while even, but when analyzing the 5 remaining courses, I knew deep down that I couldn't justify having it surpass any of them. It is just really difficult for a relatively standard Ridge Highway course to match the creativity of many of these remaining courses that I frequently pick in high-stakes settings, regardless of how much I enjoy driving this track or its music. So it will have to settle for being my first S-tier course. When it comes to my personal enjoyment though, it is hard to do much better than Shroom Ridge. For a very long time, Music Park was my favorite track in all of Mario Kart 8. Its reign up top lasted through the entire original game and jockeyed back and forth with a course that will be named right after for the top spot throughout much of Deluxe. Why do I hold it in such high regard? Well, it's one of those track themes that is not only interesting, but is implemented really well when it comes to the actual gameplay of the track. I mean, first things first. The piano sounds when you drive over it, that's really cool. It's one of those abstract creative track ideas that goes beyond just being a cool course idea. It is the execution itself that is cool, not just the concept. And of course, you get to experiment with the xylophone and vibraphone too. The sharp and flat keys of the xylophone provide a shroomless shortcut opportunity leading directly into the double box, and I've got to say, we kind of take that for granted, but that is an incredibly creative shortcut. I just wish the vibraphone sharp keys were the same way, as they were in Mario Kart 7, but the fastest strategy in Deluxe is to instead chain an ultra mini turbo into a standard one and super bounce off the tambourine. This track is quite hard, but there is a rhythm to it, which I suppose is ironic or something, but it makes for one of my favorite front-running courses in the entire game. The first stretch is designed for mini turbo chains, and there's a small ramp that can be taken shroomless to increase your lead early on lap 1, provided you have a good start. And on later laps, opponents who throw red shells in that section will have them devoured by the piranha plants on the side. In a game where red shells are absurdly broken, you love to see stuff like that. And the ending section is much more open and grants some choices. You can glide to try to avoid some of the chaos, but it's also a little bit slower in this game and avoids the coins. The jumping music notes also create opportunities to not just trick boost, but to do so out of a mini turbo, which is a massive boost. I love the metronome use in the music of this section too. It's so perfectly fitting and actually helps with the timing. And I find it really funny that for modders who try to add in custom music on this track, it actually disrupts the note patterns. And this actually increases the course's credibility as a true musical park, and makes it feel less like a function of a video game program. Your changes will naturally be adapted to. You would also think that the tambourine cut is a no-brainer. It's faster, it's more fun, and it makes yet another external sounds from the music, but there are still reasons to go around at times. 4 coins at the end of lap 1 and lap 2 can be a big deal, and even on lap 3 if you've built up a big lead and want to play it safe, it's an option as well. So there's a lot to like here. It even has a big 270-degree turn, a well-known rookie favorite. So why did it fall even a little bit? Well, I will admit, as the player base has developed, it doesn't hit quite the same. For me, it used to be a free front run in a lot of situations, and it's a very fun front run, but I don't enjoy playing it in the back nearly as much, and I've had to do that more recently. Because so many back-to-back turns are just 180-degree turns or sharper with low prep time, it is kind of brutal for making comebacks. Stars and golden mushrooms feel very slow at times, and in some ways it is a benefit to the track, but being in the back is not always going to be your fault, and the back does feel a little bit cramped. It's also one of the laggier courses in the game as well. I find that this track is one of the most loved and hated courses in the entire game. People either seem to appreciate its casual appeal or really like its driving, or just seem to be frustrated by its mere existence. I find myself to be in the first camp still. I mean, it is one of my favorite course ideas of all time, and it has always just been my favorite 3DS course. I feel like its general popularity led to Electrodrome immediately coming in after as a bit of a new take on the idea. Now, ironically speaking, I've never been a huge fan of Music Park's music, especially in comparison to its sequel track, Electrodrome. But I will say, the focus on the actual instruments was something I preferred in Music Park over Electrodrome. It feels more classic for that reason. It's kind of dawning upon me that we are about to have a console game without this course for the first time in nearly 15 years now. And that feels crazy to me. When it comes to tracks that debuted after I became a competitive player, this is my favorite course technically. So in some ways, it has always felt like the course that I could kind of claim to be my own signature track. And even though the Mario Kart 7 era felt very short to be honest, I was very excited to see this one return in Mario Kart 8 initially. It being revealed in the very first trailer probably boosted my initial excitement for the game a lot, because when you get a certified banger early, it just means there's a high chance for more bangers than you expected. It feels crazy to say that this era is finally coming to a close, but I can't really say I'm going to miss it a ton either, at least initially, because I think I played Music Park more than enough times since 2011 to last me a lifetime. No regrets here. I very much appreciated the first DLC pack of Mario Kart 8, but I will say it wasn't exactly my favorite set of courses. I didn't think it was a bad selection by any means, it just didn't have any of my absolute favorites, I would say. Pack 2, though, was supposedly going to be different. As mentioned, the Game Explained video discussing a leak that we should expect to see in Neo Bowser City piqued my interest. That was one old favorite that I knew I'd prefer over all of Pack 1. But then the actual reveal happened, showing that Ribbon Road would also be returning alongside Cheeseland. And that's when the hype was officially off the charts for me. Ribbon Road alongside Riverside Park were kind of 1A and 1B on my MKSC track rankings growing up, but I knew Ribbon Road had a lot more widespread appeal. It was the one that I was always hoping would actually get in because it was the one that I thought was actually popular enough to, kind of get that nod. So when this trailer randomly dropped one night, it was really exciting for me because this was the first time I had ever really been excited for the return of a GBA track. Keep in mind, before this point, the only GBA courses to ever return in the series were 3 circuits, 3 Bowser's Castles, and Shy Guy Beach, alongside 1 gem in Sky Garden. This was not exactly the most exciting selection of courses, and I was fully expecting them to just do BC4 or reuse a circuit since that was apparently possible in the DLC now. And yes, we got Sky Garden that one time, but that was back in Mario Kart DS where they had 4 tracks per game returning, and in recent times we had only gotten 1 GBA track each in MK7 and MK8. Now, why did I like Ribbon Road so much? Well, it was maybe the first track in the series to have such an abstract and fun theme. Its true location was hard to pinpoint. It felt a lot like Shy Guy's toy box from Paper Mario, with all the gifts in the background, and I loved all the ramps and boost panels. It was hard, but so satisfying to hit all the boost panels. Unlike Cheeseland, whose original location was quite interesting and became more boring with Mario Kart 8's DLC, Ribbon Road was expanded if anything. The new location was a kid's bedroom or toy room, and it was just an adorable setting. The Mecha Koopas make for the perfect course enemy given they resemble wind-up toys. I love how the mini Toads from the Mario vs. DK series are present at the starting line. The Toads Toy Store logo is present all throughout too, and it's even heavily implied that this Toad Harbor shop manufactured the Ribbon Road course itself as a packaged toy, answering the 14-year-old question, what exactly is this place? Needless to say, there's a lot of love put into this one. But it's not just that either. Ribbon Road is a course that I truly love to play as well. This was actually the only track in this game where I hit the top 10 leaderboard after multiple months. It was tough to time trial because of the wavy patterns, but back then, I was luckily not at a pace lock yet. That would have been the case had I wanted the world record, however. But speaking of the world record, wow, what a legacy this track has. Of course, if you haven't seen P's video yet, you need to go watch it after this one is over, but I'll just say, 1, it's amazing how much this course has evolved since 2017, and 2, man am I so sad that he didn't use a screenshot from the top 10 leaderboard back when I was on it. Years after I fell off the rankings though, this was still a track I could count on online. It was my specialty track for a bit. I ensured that my teammates understood all the ramp strats and wave patterns, and then we watched other teams make mistake after mistake on it during the blue section that we would rarely make ourselves. The results we would get on this course were undeniable for a while. Despite there being a big target shock spot at the very end, it somehow didn't impact us all too much in the earlier years. Yes, the track was not the worst track for bagging since the final cut's so huge as well, but the waviness and precise no-item cuts of the blue section made shrooming up and bullet billing not super effective over just driving cleanly. And the thing is, when group running, mushrooms were commonly available in second place anyway for the one cut that really actually saved a lot. My strategy was always to pick this track for a high spot, and it's still something I did in the later years. It felt as if I almost always pulled a mushroom at the first set, and I could use that on the green section to grab an early lead, while getting a double box, a box that many people who didn't tend to specialize in the track would just miss. I never minded not taking the final cut on lap 1 because often those who would just set me up to take it on lap 2, and often these were teammates. And even still, going wide around the final no item cut was also not super slow either, but it made for an effective way to safely roll for mushrooms at an increased second place distance as well. When we got more advanced, I remember beginning to mess with our opponents by developing a strategy where I deliberately missed the final glider ramp on the no item shortcut. Because when landing in the right place, the game could respawn you all the way on the other side of the glider. And driving normally was obviously still faster, but this was relatively quick too. The thing was, this was practically undetectable from normal driving on the minimap, and at times it could result in the other team dodging me, while I got to keep any mushrooms that I had for the final cut. And when that was pulled off, it was really funny. Now oddly, I was not a fan of the new music at all. I missed the more whimsical feel of the original and felt that the GBA sound font actually suited it quite well. I wanted more xylophone returning, less surfer rock, but I won't complain with what we got. Overall, this was an absolutely insane revamping of this course. They changed everything, including its fast pacing with all the boost panels. But while they messed with something good to begin with in my mind, the changes they made summed up to a more than worthy modernization of a great original idea. Ribbon Road is still creative. It looks amazing. It has fun strategies, whether that be through the tech or just metagaming. And on top of it all, it was responsible for many of my favorite moments in this game's history. It is not my absolute favorite course in the game anymore, though it definitely had a short reign on the top, and it flirted with my top 5 of all time list at times. But regardless of whether the track is perfect, or if perhaps I prefer just driving in the Waluigi era, this is still easily one of my 5 favorite tracks in the game. It is one of those innovative ideas that totally backs up its concept with fun gameplay, and it's no surprise that it has such a legendary legacy in Mario Kart 8 as such. So the last 2 tracks we talked about have pretty consistently been my favorite base game courses throughout much of the Deluxe era, but after thinking about it a little bit more, it is actually TikTok Clock that will be taking the #1 slot during the endgame for me. Now, I know I recently discussed a self-described underrated Mario Kart DS course in Shroom Ridge, and I'll be the first to tell you that this track isn't in the same category as Shroom Ridge, but how TikTok Clock is discussed in the greater scheme of the Mario Kart series feels strange to me. Everyone seems to acknowledge that this is one of the standout tracks from Mario Kart DS, but when people talk about the greatest courses in the history of this series though, I feel like this track is never really talked about in that conversation, and I have to question, why isn't it? Like, Maple Treeway and Coconut Mall are cool tracks, and they are commonly brought up in the GOAT debates. They're fun ideas taking place in unique locations. They're one-of-one kind of tracks. With that said, not only do I feel as if TikTok Clock is every bit as cool conceptually, I think its creativity is cranked up to a whole different level, because the clock theme actually feeds into the gameplay in incredibly innovative ways. The moving gears, pendulums, and clock hands are going to create slight changes to your alignment every single lap, whether that be through adding an extra mini turbo, changing which spots you can trick at, or even opening up the shortcuts of the track. And all of this stuff creates a more dynamic experience I would argue makes the track more fun to play, while remaining completely in theme. Rarely ever does the track slow you down because of bad pacing, but instead, it feels more like a slightly altered puzzle is thrown at you every lap. And having the right answers only makes you even faster. The best players aren't just the fastest ones, but the ones that can adjust to small timing changes on the fly. This is a track that really rewards the players who are strong at it in my opinion, and it's fast paced with a lot of potential for the use of advanced strategies. It's a callback to one of the best levels in Super Mario 64. It has just about everything you could ask for in a track in this game, and in my opinion, this course is an all-timer and should be in way more top 5 and top 10 lists than it is already. I'm convinced at this point that handheld original tracks all just start at a slight disadvantage when it comes to public perception, and it really shouldn't be this way. Now, with this obligatory high-end track design praise out of the way, what else does it have going for it? Because I think Music Park and Ribbon Road match it when it comes to really its strengths. Well, I would say it achieves its strengths while being a bit more balanced in the process. Comebacks feel a bit more natural here. You have a lot more options on how you're going to engage with this track, but that still doesn't really minimize the track as a runner either. This is what gives the track a slight edge in my opinion though. For instance, there are 3 different places to go wide for a string of 4 coins here, which is a nice way for players in the back to refuel. But the thing is, if you go for them, you're still going to have to forgo taking a shortcut, and that's going to be something that benefits players in the front as well. There's a bullet bill exclusive shortcut at the end of the lap, but it might be risky to take it because it might require you to not chain a dodge item at the last set. And even if you do take this bill shortcut, first place is still going to be taking a no item cut at the same spot. Of course, the no item cut is slightly slower, but it's still pretty fast overall. Using stars and golden mushrooms on this track aren't nearly as bad as on like Music Park or Ribbon Road, because you don't really have to worry about a wavy section or a bunch of 180-degree turns, but if you were to golden up on the main straight stretch of this course, you're still not going to be gaining a ridiculous amount of time on first place either, because they're still going to be tricking on the cogs in this section, and you won't be. First place can also opt to use the glider panel for safety on this section to tank a hit too, or react to a shock that comes right before it. This glider panel is placed at the exact part of the course where a shock is perhaps most likely to come, with 2 item sets close before. And even if they guess wrong, the cog tricks or the gears in the final straight can both assist massively in re-acceleration on this track as well for players up front. It's a really well-balanced course, I think. It is very powerful as a front runner, but not downright frustrating as a bagger, and the theming is top tier. Listing out all the reasons I like it makes it kind of hard to not want to move it up even further, and this is after I already moved it up recently. I'll just say, if anyone has this track as their top ranked course, I totally get it. I guess to end this section on a funny story, when I used to play Mario Kart DS as a kid, this was never my favorite track, but for whatever reason in my head, I could never remember losing on it. Whenever it came up on random, which I did all the time on the versus mode, I locked in because I didn't want to break my streak. I thought it was my best track for this reason. Eventually though, I did mess up and got second. That was a dark day for me, but I don't really want to dwell on it, so speaking of second, let's move on to it. So for the somewhat careful observers, I suppose this kind of determines the final order. But maybe with the 90 plus courses, it's kind of hard to keep track, though I imagine most of you probably have figured out number 1 at this point. But that topic will be addressed soon enough. Let's get on to number 2. GCN Waluigi Stadium. Number 2 is a ranking that it has struggled to avoid on my past rankings, with it being my number 2 track in Mario Kart Wii, and at one point Double Dash as well, but it doesn't even stop there. Because in some of the other recent lists I've watched, it places number 2 there as well. I know my video is probably going to be the one that technically comes out last, but I knew where I would place it for over a year at this point, and I've got to say, everyone's just kind of out here stealing my ideas. Now, perhaps Waluigi Stadium is an odd pick for number 2. After the last 3 courses, this one kind of falls off a bit in the creativity department, being just another dirt bike stadium, of course. But what can I say? I have a type. And to be honest, I didn't want to put it above Wario Stadium, but I feel like I kind of have to. The half-pipes just work so well on this track and really kind of fits the mood and vibe. Clearly though, it's not just me that thinks this track is amazing, because one of the lists having it ranked as high as the runner-up course was a full community ranking. So why does everyone like this track so much? Well, I think it just comes down to the strategies. They are unique, and they're difficult too, but it's a fun kind of difficult. The track just makes you feel kind of talented when you get all the strats down. Now, I was admittedly a bit of a doubter before it launched. To me, it felt as if the track was clearly built for Mario Kart Wii, with its trick ramps and long stretching half-pipes. This half-pipe section felt like a perfect fit for bikes, and obviously Mario Kart Wii was the game of the inside drifting bike. Waluigi Stadium felt like the retro variant of DK Summit in that game. Not because the themes were similar, but rather in how they used the game's mechanics to their advantage. I had no clue what to expect with the half-pipes in this game. They debuted in Wave 3, but they weren't used heavily until DK Summit and Waluigi Stadium returned together again in Wave 4. Of course, this was the first time DK Summit returned as a retro course, so they were going to return eventually, but I guess DK Summit coming here kind of solidified that these tracks were a package deal due to their similarities. But while my doubts were largely realized with DK Summit, the opposite kind of happened with Waluigi Stadium. The half-pipes honestly worked pretty well when they weren't wrapping around corners, and that aspect wasn't present in Waluigi Stadium. The pipes strictly sped up the track if anything. I also wondered if the slippery road was going to impact my thoughts on the track, but honestly, no. It just feels nice and makes the added boost panel on the second to last turn all the more satisfying to take. And really, the whole track feels like a constant chain of boosts. The no item cut is really hard, but really satisfying to pull off and go for. The ramp strats never really repeat themselves. You trick early on one, release a mini turbo in the air on another, and then charge a mini turbo off the final ramp. And the alternate paths, while not always useful, still add to your options in meaningful ways. The track is a hard runner in all the best ways. It is exhilarating to time trial, and you feel the effects of your practice strongly online. The once goofy sounding remix really grew on me with time too, and though everyone eventually learned this track, taking away the advantage that I felt in the early days, I always still trust it to bring a good time in any type of setting. I questioned in previous games if I just overrated this track. It has always been so close to my top spots despite being a seemingly standard and recycled track idea throughout the series. I always used to place it just outside of my all-time top 10 list. But that won't be happening anymore. This was the best version of the track. It got even better, and something has to be said about its ability to always find its way into my top tiers. So when I was making my initial tier list after the Wave 4 update, jokingly I made a Waluigi tier to be at the very top above the S tier. It felt like a funny way of acknowledging that Waluigi's 2 tracks just happened to be my top 2 in the entire game. Even if that remains true today though, I can't in good faith keep that tier intact. Because the honeymoon phase of Waluigi Stadium is over now. The dust has settled, and while I still very much like it a lot, the reality of the situation is very clear to me. Waluigi Pinball just deserves its own tier in my rankings. It is far and away my favorite course in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, and in my opinion, the 8D version is the best track to release in the modern era of the Mario Kart series, and is actually making a serious push for being my favorite of all time against a track that I used to see as pretty untouchable. Now, Pinball has always been a pretty popular track, but what exactly makes it so special to me in particular, in a game full of other fan favorites? Well, a lot of it starts with personal preference, as should anybody's number one. When it comes to Mario Kart tracks, it is clear that I have a type. I like sharp turns and flat roads. I like tracks that feel fast and have a lot of boost. I actually like the tracks that forgo shortcuts entirely, where having a nose for the front just gives you massive rewards. And I also, for some reason, really just seem to like the courses that have those sharp 270-degree or more turns, like this one. To this day, I'm still trying to figure out if this is only correlation or actual causation at this point. Of course, I've always been a big fan of tracks that have great themes, unique touches, and unparalleled atmosphere. These are the courses that add something to the series that wasn't there before. And I would argue that Waluigi Pinball fits all of these aforementioned categories perfectly. When this track came out, I was surprised to see the community immediately start to turn on it. It made some sense since the track was a bit weird at launch. It was easily the longest track in the game when it came out, and its cannon served as a deadly target shock spot, which prevented the track from truly thriving as the runner it was always meant to be. But ironically, perhaps the greatest addition that Wave 3 made to the game was saving this track for me, because once the cannon target shock was gone, so were any of my issues with it. The rest of the community still seemed to not like it very much though, even after the change. Perhaps it is hard to sway opinions once you have firmly established your side, but the issue others complained about felt stupid to me. Yes, there is a pinball that blocks you off on lap 1, and yes, the pinballs are very fast in general, but these are literal non-factors if you are fast and aware on this track. And personally, I love how much the course rewards players who have taken the time to study its quirks. My fault is simply that the track decimates the laziest types of players. It throws a lot of inconveniences out to the players who just approach the track like every other one. You have to pay attention to its patterns to survive up front, and you can't really get away with just mindlessly bagging it either. It is just too compact for that. So not only do you have a course where you've got to be on your toes to front run it, but it's also difficult to bag. Bullet bills and golden mushrooms are just not very good items on it. Strangely though, it fell out of favor with the casual audience too. It didn't have all the same effects as the original course, and many of these players started noticing the lack of shortcuts when experiencing it online. But I've got to say, this makes me question how the average player rates and grades courses. I feel like if this was an all-new course, the casual audience would be claiming it to be one of the best tracks in the entire game. But the second an old feature that isn't really that big of a deal, but, we'd like to see, the second that isn't in, it's an Armageddon situation. Going back to the competitive crowd though, I don't subscribe to the seemingly common idea that this track is uncomebackable. In fact, I think it's, dare I say, pretty good for comebacks. The issue many have is that how you make them is not in line with the rest of the game. On many tracks, your objective when getting hit out is just going to be to camp in the back until you get a bunch of coins and powerful items that can bring you back at the very end, but that's just not how this track works. This track is all about finding and manipulating space, and climbing your way back up one spot at a time, rather than all at once. And unlike on many other courses where this strategy is kind of just a disadvantage, it is quite advantageous to do it this way on Pinball. This track does not really have like individual coins everywhere to stop for, where you just kind of wait for them to respawn. Instead, it has many strings of 4 or 5. If you want them, you're going to need to find ways to separate yourself from your opponents, so you can just pull them naturally in your comebacks. Often the safest way to get coins on this track is just playing in the traditionally abandoned mid-pack. Additionally, first place is so absurdly powerful in this course that stars are often available to mid-pack players, and stars are better than goldens and bullet bills here to begin with. What this means really is that the track kind of incentivizes spots that are ordinarily avoided by bagging players. I think this makes many people feel uneasy about the course, because it requires those with a case of the lounge brain to rewire it a bit. When I am making my comebacks on this course, it often feels like a string of one-on-ones, and I always feel like I have the tools to win them every single time. I always feel like I'm able to put myself in a good situation with coins. I often feel like others clear the path for me. Players always want to instinctively take the wide double at the second set, because that's usually a good strategy in this game. It's often not a good strategy here though. They also want to take the ending doubles too, but sometimes that window is closed because of the pinball, and whether or not that timing is understood ahead of time often comes down to, again, track experience. I've watched countless players get blued by staying tight in the section after the wide double, and of course when getting through this section cleanly, the pinball table section just has a way of getting to players who are less familiar with the course, whether it's them actually getting hit by the ball or the ball just making them miss an item. So being able to look ahead and immediately understanding the cycle is instantly just a massive leg up. Often it truly does feel to me like the course does the winning for me, so I'm only really half joking when I say that it wins itself line. I think this is one of the few courses in the game where its longer length truly helps it. Wii Rainbow Road's kinda similar in that regard too. Maybe it's because these tracks have boost panels, but I think also it might just be because there's not an item set right before their cannons, which is good. But the thing is, many things can happen over the course of 2.5 minutes. In many games, more time means more variables, and that usually means more opportunities for stronger players to win out and thrive. But for a track to be able to take advantage of this, it needs to kind of not be conducive to standard bagging strategies at all. On pinball, the longer timing feels like it rarely has the side effect of actually hurting the frontrunners, and I think that's something a similarly designed course like Maple Treeway struggles with, which is a bit more open in more areas. Because it feels like a series of one-on-ones, I often feel that when I lose it's because I made a bad decision, and luckily I only usually lose a couple of spots when I do. It really feels as if the track rewards all the traits that we should want our top players to possess. But perhaps I've just been fortunate enough to often avoid the chaotic endings that everyone says this track contains. Usually for me though, when I enter the final area in 10th, I get 9 for 10th. Of course, this isn't always, sometimes there is a pile up at the end, but that's kinda just every Mario Kart track. Recently too, I've noticed that a few others have started to rate this track much more highly again, and I think that it might be for similar reasons. But it's not just the online play that I really like about this track. I just love its driving. It is not gimmicky and rewards good fundamentals in my opinion, while avoiding being too simple. I love its appearance and I love its theming. It feels like it truly has the most justified excuse for having a cannon in the entire series. I love that getting the coins often comes through navigating the bumpers or taking some time to go behind the flippers. Really, it just thrives according to all my possible categories, except for one small one. The singular qualm I have with this track is, you guessed it, the sound direction. It's just missing sound effects. That and the song is just reused. Like, I know Wario Stadium was in the game already, but they could have remixed it, man. The 2014 remix sounds like it was built for Wario Stadium first, and that's because it was. And for a track like Waluigi Pinball, one that is notorious for messing with the sound direction, whether that be through alternative boost panel sounds, roulette noises, or lap 2 jingles, not having a take that is more arcade-styled is a little bit disappointing. But hey, if that's the only true complaint from me, I can live with that. The music quotient kind of acted like more of a tie-breaking metric for me anyway. Obviously music is important and can impact the mood of a track, but very rarely does it actually change up the gameplay or track design. And those are the things I mainly wanted to touch up on today. So congrats, you made it to the end of the video. That's quite impressive. I hope you enjoyed the Rookie movie, even if you disagreed with some or a lot of my takes today. I really wanted to get this one knocked out by World, and as it stands at the time of recording, I genuinely do not know if I will achieve that, but hopefully we did. But anyways, thank you for watching, and make sure to like and sub to help the channel out and build some positive momentum for World. I don't know when my first upload will be after launch, or what it will be yet, but I imagine I'm going to have a lot on my mind soon. But for any early reactions, make sure to check out my streams because I'll surely be starting those up again soon too. Anyways, that's it for today. Let's make this new era a great one, everyone.